Okay, there we go. There we go. I had to put myself up on the stage. I forgot I was doing it from my laptop and not doing it from my phone because I'm used to doing it from my phone now. I had to exit out of the music software. Rob's not here. He's on a movie date with his girl. That's why they're not doing the Monday Night Raw podcast at the moment. Don't know where Mike is. Don't know where Jamie is. I don't keep track of people like that. I only do live streams with them. But I know where I've been. I could account for myself. I've been mostly at home producing music. Went out a couple of times to get a black and mild, get some Fago. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get. Actually, I'm not going too far. I'm just gonna go into the kitchen and just grab me some Fago. Holy shit! What's good, fam? What's good? Hold on, let me check the comments right quick. But hell yeah. I just got back into producing music. My equipment's in front of me. I got a desk. Shit, I couldn't turn my camera on because you would probably think I'm a news anchor because there's a desk in front of me and I'm in front of my laptop. So I look fucking professional. Register as a boss? I thought I did do that. Shout out to Provost. Shout out to the Wicked Laughter Entertainment team. Yeah. Damn. I could have turned that light on while I was up. Hold on. Oh, shit. Everybody has their own opinion, Dragon Slayer. That's the thing about liberals that make me laugh. Not only they're marching to take away the rights of conservatives, but they're marching to take away their own rights too. It's kind of funny if you think about it, but if there wasn't already enough pressing issues. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Shout out to Don Chaos. Shout out to Lady Chaos. Oh, hell yeah. What's good, fam?
Yeah, man. I said when that shit was charging at Unhouse, I was playing Sonic.
Yeah, I saw you online, dude. Damn, man. I was about to set up. I was gonna set up a party with you. I was like, hell yeah, my boy Yank's online. Let me set up a party with the man. And you had jumped off. I was like, damn.
My bad. I told that I was at Unhouse. We got now. We weren't done for that long. If I was done for a long time, I would have had got to be at the party.
Yeah. Bet Ani thought that shit was dope.
Huh?
I said, I bet Ani thought that shit was dope. The portal.
I am. Kind of hiding.
Yeah. Man, if Jamie never told me about it, I would have never bought the portal. We would have never knew about it. We would have never experienced it if Jamie never told me about it.
We probably would have, but it was probably would have been like, we probably would have got the updated version of that dude down there.
I think when the portal updates, the it optimizes the frames of the gameplay better. You just gotta wait for it to prompt an update. I said you just gotta wait for it to. It does it on its own. Yeah. Like the first time I had this before the update, it wouldn't even let me play this much of GTA online. It kicked me right out, especially here at home.
something to me it was about the internet.
Internet be acting crazy.
What the hell you at?
I think the next time your portal updates, you won't have any problems with it from home. It'll start optimizing better with the games.
But man, the brain,
Yeah, I have heard of Streamlabs.
it's basically the internet, not really the games. It's the internet. That's what they really need to work on. The internet.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's catching Wi-Fi, that shit should have been like, that shit should have just been broken.
Okay, shit, wanna run us through it, Iman?
So we're gonna need the club security footage. Job 1 is find the club surveillance room. Job 2 is break in. Then you're gonna use the USB I gave you to get into the archive and send the footage back.
I don't see that thing down like that.
Oh, yeah, man. We need to find Systematic Psycho and get him in this live stream. Man, I almost want to give my instruments a hug and say, man, I'm sorry I've been away so long. With the craziness my grandfather talked the other day, I should have told him, man, you might want to be careful with where you get chemotherapy from, because next thing you know, you might find yourself on an operating table and your kidney might be taken. But I don't think that's possible for someone to be living with their kidneys surgically removed unprofessionally. Like that guy off of Saul said to that other guy, nobody's taking your kidneys. And he was like, how could you tell from way over there? He's like, because you either be in terrible agony or you be dead. I was like, damn. I'm like, so I guess that urban legend is a myth. It ain't true that the urban legend ain't true that someone could wake up in a bathtub full of ice with their kidneys taken. That's not possible.
No. Yeah, man.
For that person to still be living after their kidney been taken?
Yeah.
I don't know. Damn. Yeah, you had to match up those numbers, didn't you? I don't either, man. I hit him up, but I ain't heard shit from him. Last time I heard anything about him is when he was with that issue with his wife. And I don't even feel comfortable talking about that shit on here because that's his shit. It ain't right talking about somebody else's shit online like that. So yeah, I haven't heard from Systematic Psycho since his drama, his personal drama.
Okay, got the footage. I got it leaving the club in a limo. Let me just check who it's registered to. Damn.
What now?
Shell company. Complete dead end. Except if... I see. The plate got flagged speeding on the traffic camera network. Last known location with you now.
Damn, good shit.
But I am back to producing, and I'm gonna start saving money to go to the studio. Yeah. But I'm not gonna go to the studio until I have 5 beats done and 5 songs written and ready to go. Well, don't worry about Big Will, man. Shit. You're not on his label. You're not part of his crew. You're part of my crew, fam. I need to pack a bowl. All right, Marvin, where's your pipe at? That's funny. I'm not even supposed to call myself Marvin on here, but shit. Where the fuck is my pipe? Shit, I ain't trying to talk about Big Will, Wrath of God, or even Cannibal Cannabis. I'm trying to talk about my return to music, and I'm trying to find my fucking pipe. And besides, Big Will has a bad reputation, anyways. After raping that girl, somebody chased him and he fucking fell because his pants fell down, and they kicked the shit out of him. That shit was funny from what I hear, man. If I was at the gathering and saw that shit, I would have been laughing. I would have been laughing hard, man. Damn. Where in Christmas jingle bells is my fucking pipe at? You know, there are days where I want to look at my mom and ask her the question, Mom, are you a hoarder? Because instead of keeping all these boxes for my MIDI controllers, I could get cases for them, just like I have a case for my laptop.
Alright, shit, follow that limo.
And don't let them see you. Looks like someone got out since the car got flagged. They would have taken the data. We just need to see where it goes.
If it comes to it, take his ass out. Grab their ID and bring it back to the fucking office.
Well, shit, I guess I'm going to use the bong. I'm going to use the bong. Oh, yeah, I tell you, Rizzo Kane, I believe that we're the real ones of horrorcore. We're the real ones. And I think that's why Cannibal Cannabis targets you and he fucks with you because he knows you're one of the real ones in this shit. But yeah, I'm gonna pack a bowl and get high. I'm gonna get high. Yeah. And Ziploc lives in Florida, like I said. That dude lives in Florida. I want to do a track with him though. But man, he's hard to get a hold of. Oh, I found my pipe. It was on the floor. Right after I packed the bowl in my pipe. Whoa. Whoa, malicious Joker. You gotta remember you're not hitting out your pipe, you're hitting out your ball, man. Oh. Yeah. I need to do a track with Ziploc. Shit. He's from the same state I'm from, so shit. I need to do a song with that man. I need to do a song with Ziploc, Provost. Need to get back into working with Sutter Kane because that shit goes hard too. Yeah. That's what's up, man. I could have figured that, man. I do too, fam. I do too. A lot, a lot of us Floridians do. Shit, even the ones that voted for him hates the man. Shit, that's just funny though. Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah. Oh man, I gotta put this thing on the charger too. I gotta put my portal on the charger. Plus, I gotta eat this donut that my mom brought in here. Damn. Shit, I'm watching my controller light up and shit. Oh man.
Hey, so this crypto dude, Ben Brooks, he's planning to auction off that NFT at an exclusive cocktail event at his place. We need a way in. And if I know anything about these big tech motherfuckers, their lawyer's always on speed dial and always got a front door key. Imani's got that motherfucker's address. Now let's go pay his ass a visit.
Yeah. I didn't vote for no Joe Biden. Oh shit, I dropped my portal. I didn't even vote for Trump in 2024. I stayed home. I didn't vote for nobody. I stayed home that day.
Okay, look, we're gonna get some alone time with this lawyer. We're gonna persuade his ass to give us the access code to this fucking party. You're gonna need to get him back to the office alive, alright?
And if we take his car too, we can use it to get past the gate at the mansion.
Oh shit, hell yeah, good call. Look, let's do this shit right though. Start with getting past the security. Him, you set you up with. Background code.
Hell yeah, we do. Oh, damn. Damn. Fuck myself up. I don't either, fam. Shit, he don't hit me up. Shit, I don't know what's going on with Systematic Psycho.
Hey, just bring him straight back to the office once you got it. It's time for me and him to have a chat about the access codes. We'll leave his car in the garage so it's all set for the auction.
Oh shit, they chasing me. Damn. They were lighting me the fuck up, man. I was target practice for a moment. Shit. Oh shit, they're still coming. Oh damn. Yes. Systematic Psycho needs to hit me up. I just got back into it. Not really. I'd have to read it, fam. Shit. Hmm. I've been mostly working on beats, man. I just started back again, but I need to go over some older stuff and work on that. Shit, where the hell I put my lighter? Oh, hell yeah, fam. Just concentrate on music. Yeah, I am too. I'm going to work with Provost. Man, I do got to put this on the charger and probably switch on the TV. And I got to find a remote to the TV. I don't know where the fuck that is. Oh, yeah, he is. Let me put the lid on this. Damn. Bullshit. Now I'm having latency issues. Damn. Man, shit. Damn. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, fam. Shit. Let me hit this pipe. What the hell are they making us unarmed? Rockstar be on some dirty shit, man. Starting us off without guns and shit. That's dirty. Holy shit. Man, that's what fucking killed me. Shit. That fucking helicopter. Oh, man. I don't see what the problem is with someone playing the Little Mermaid that was black, even though I didn't even see the movie. I don't really like to watch Disney movies like that. Shit, especially when they used to scare the fuck out of me when I was a kid. lot of kids enjoyed fucking Disney movies. Not me. Hell no, that shit fucking scared me. Shit gave me nightmares too. Especially that one witch lady in fucking Snow White. Fucking Ursula from The Little Mermaid fucking scared me. That one witch woman from Sleeping Beauty terrified me as a kid. But any other cartoon characters that weren't Disney related, they never terrified me. It's just that something about Disney was scary to me. I don't know. They used to show actual demons in fucking Sleeping Beauty, and that shit used to be scary. All the characters that were like enemies and like dark and shit, they used to be terrifying. Damn. They're gonna make me pull a fucking starfish head. I'm taking your bullets. I'm still standing. I'm still standing. I'm taking your bullets. But that dude was on some heavy blowing shit. And he was fucked up. I was like, damn. Oh shit. And they gonna kill me like Tony Montana if I don't stop fucking around. Damn. And they did too. They fucking killed me like Tony Montana. Shit. Shit. Damn. Damn. Oh man. Oh man, don't tell me that. You're gonna make me not go back to Burger King and Taco Bell, man. Oh, I don't eat tacos from Burger King. I didn't even know they had tacos at Burger King. I really didn't. That shit's weird. You find out shit that you didn't even know about. That shit's insane. Shit, I gotta get out of this area. I'm being shot the fuck up. Oh, damn.
Hi, baby.
Bro, Voss said the tacos from Burger King look like fucking diapers. I was like, oh man, hell no. Hell no, I would never eat one of those. Fuck that. I didn't even know Burger King served those. Oh shit. Hell no. Hell no. I didn't even know Burger King served that shit, dude. I was like, hell no, I wouldn't eat nothing like that. I don't know anybody that would even. Oh shit, I've been going the wrong way. Hell yeah. Yeah. Man, we died a bunch of times during this mission. That shit was crazy. Oh, fuck. I'm on my way. I had to steal another car. Damn. Damn. Shit. Oh, fuck, I blew myself up. Oh, shit. Yeah. I want to do a track with Provost. Damn, I fucking blew myself up. I got carried away with those fucking sticky bombs. Damn. I got my turntable in the box. I'm like telling myself, if I take it out of the box, I gotta find a place to put it. I gotta find a place to put it that it's not on the TV stand. I'd be tempted to open up Mixcraft 10 Pro Studio. Damn.
You never broadcast. Fun. Oh.
Oh, man. Oh man, my knee just popped.
So,
Hell yeah. Oh yeah, I got one of my projects open. I got one of my music projects open. I reopened the one I was working on. Yep, I reopened the one I was working on. I got a lot more to work on. My mom didn't think the studio was real until she went inside and got a glimpse. Damn. I thought about getting another laptop for gaming and keeping this laptop for music because that's what I use it for, anyways. I use this laptop specifically for music because I did tell myself if I ever got a laptop again, I would definitely consider making music. Hold on, I think on here I can share my project or share a presentation of what I'm doing. Share my screen. Hold on, I just gotta find certain mixes, certain effects for creating mixes for my notes. TB compressor. Hold on, let me. Yeah. Traditionally, this is how I mix my tracks with instrumentals. Oh, what? They talk about the sacrifice is going to premiere something about Vince and Linda McMahon. Dark World of the WWF goes unpunished. Oh, wow. I don't know if it was playing all of it. Sure about presenting my work on a live stream, man. I much rather people hear it when it's done, not hear it when I'm at work on it. I like to present what I have when it's done. If it's not complete, I don't like to show it. You know what I mean? What the fuck? Hell no. GTA 7 will release. Shit. Probably by the time GTA 7 release, I'd probably be too old. I'd probably be too old to even turn on a gaming console. Shit, for all we know, that shit would probably be so. Shoot. Hold on. Let me. Damn. Shoot, man. Hold on. Let me solo this. Hold on. I gotta turn that down. I turn that down a bit. Oh shit. Hold on. Let me come back to that. I'm still working on that.
Quick time. Back time.
Damn. Damn. Weed's got me coughing my ass off. Damn. God. Fuck. Damn. Oh, fuck. Damn. After this live stream, I definitely got to hit some of that music. Later on, I got to hit some of that music. I got to make some of that music, man. I got to work on some of that music. Told my mom when I'm ready to do 5 tracks, we'll go to the studio. I believe I can nail 5 tracks in 1 hour. Dude, gotta let me go in there, set my stuff up, and have my notebook ready and record and let me do my takes. Oh, I gotta see if it's time for me to renew the GTA Plus. What I do is I go to the store, go over to more. No, yeah, go over to more. Go over to subscriptions. Nope, not yet. What? My GTA Plus don't run out until the 10th of this month. Because I started it on the 4th of last month, 3 days after my birthday. But yeah. You mean at the studio? When I record at the studio? Oh, shoot. Yeah, I could do that. Oh, shit. And my battery's low on my portal. I gotta go grab my charger. What up, Emo Metal?
What's up? Dude, that
Not much.
Thunderball movie. Dude, that Thunderball movie was freaking lit, dude.
Oh, yeah, man.
I just saw it today. That movie was fucking lit. And I'm sorry for the last thing we didn't do a wrestling podcast. We supposed to do one, but I'm into the movies.
Yeah, I couldn't do the podcast because I had renewed a Netflix subscription.
Damn.
My bad, fam.
It's cool,
I had
man.
my mind on other things. Like I was making music. I was working on music, you know.
Hell yeah, that's cool. But yeah, I saw the Thunderball movie. It was freaking. It's a good ass horror. It's a good ass Marvel movie. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
in 7. I'm not really big into GTA like I used to. I used to be a fan of GTA, but I grew out of it. I grew out of that shit. GTA.
Yeah, as Dragon Slayer, Malicious Joker is more than just a name for me, dude. I'm an
Yeah,
artist, fam.
damn.
Yeah.
I'm more like into like RPG games and fighting games and horror game and adventure game. GTA fell off for me after GTA 4 came out. That's the last one I played with GTA 4.
Tell the game do not like the one I play.
The Sims. There's nothing wrong playing The Sims. My friend Joker plays Sims. He plays the Sims game too.
Yeah. I play a bunch of games. I played The Sims 4. I played GTA. I play the Dark Pictures anthology games. I play the Until Dawn game.
Oh damn! You heard, dude?
I play the Quarry game. I like the Quarry because it has Lynn Shay in it. That one lady from Insidious. Yeah, she's in that game.
Damn!
She's also
dude,
in a movie called Final Wish.
damn! Oh, dude, you heard the news about Marvel?
What's up?
They're going to remaster X-Men Legend.
What? Fuck
Yeah,
yeah, man. Fuck
they're
yeah, they're gonna
going,
remaster
they're
X-Men
going,
Legends.
yeah, 1 and 2. They're going to
Hell
remaster
yeah.
Legend 1 and 2. But I'm excited for X-Men 2, for X-Men Legend 2, Rise of the.
I called it. Well, I kind of called it. I was like saying, I believe in one of the live streams that we did, I was like saying, man, I wish they remaster X-Men Legends 1 and 2. And they're going to now.
Hell
Fucking
yeah!
awesome.
If that happened, I won't play. I don't freaking play X-Men Legend 2.
I'm going to play both of them because I liked both of them.
Hell yeah, man!
I didn't prefer one over the other. I actually like both of them.
I hope that. I hope we can. I hope they put like the online version, online for it too. We can play online on it too for X-Men Legend.
Yeah. You know, as an artist, it kind of bums me out that most people prefer my track with Sutter Kane and Donnie Darko over all my others. I'm like, shit, I love all my tracks, man. Not just that one. I love all my tracks.
Hell yeah, man!
Because who knows? That might not be my best track to end all tracks, you know? I might have other tracks that might be way better than that one in the future.
Damn, but the X-Men game, I wish they can remaster. X-Men 2, Wolverine Revenge.
X2 Wolverine's Revenge? Hell yeah.
Yeah, man, that's one I want to remaster. That was like one of the best X-Men game of all time, and that game is really dark. When X-Men 2 and Wolverine Revenge came out.
Man, there used to be this place where we used to be able to rent games and shit. And that's the reason why I had to pay so much late fees because I kept renting that game and not wanting to take it back.
I rent that game for Blockbuster one time, man. I like that game. Well, I rent the
Yeah,
X-Men 2 Wolverine Revenge.
man, I'm gonna get me a track with fucking Provost, dude. I'm gonna get me a track with him.
Hell
It's
yeah.
gonna be Malicious Joker featuring Provost.
And they're making another horror film. Remember that movie? I Know What They Did Last Summer.
Yeah, I saw it. I saw a trailer for it when I went to
Yeah,
see Until Dawn.
they're making another one of that movie. I Know What They Did Last Summer.
Basically, I know what this was. What this? Basically, I know what Sarah did.
But I am looking forward for Final Deflation 6 Bloodline.
That's the one I want to see.
Yeah, I'm waiting for. I want to see that one too.
I want to see that. I want to see Megan 2.0.
They're making
And
another one.
yeah, you remember how they made Megan? They had
Yeah,
the second one to it.
yeah, I heard about it. Making the second one, Megan. I saw Megan one. I saw the first one, and I just watched part two of Winnie the Pooh Bear. The horror film of Winnie the Pooh Bear part two.
Judging by the trailer of Megan 2.0, it kind of has like a Terminator 2 Judgment Day feel to it.
Yeah, part
Except
two.
it's not a Terminator, it's a doll or like a I don't know if you could call it a doll or something.
Yeah, part two of the horror film of Winnie the Pooh Bear. That it was fucking dark when I saw the second one. It's on Peacocks right now.
Yeah, I watched
Yeah,
the first Megan movie when they showed it on Peacock, but then again, I watched it when I well, I watched it on 1, 2, 3 movies.
Number two.
yeah. Part two is on Netflix. I mean on Peacocks. Yeah, part two is on Peacocks right now.
Okay. I'll watch it tomorrow.
I just saw it. It was dark. They made Tigger. They made Tigger to the scary mother. They made Tigger more scarier. made Tigger more scary than Pooh Bear and the rest of the characters.
I need to get me a little notebook so I can write down a list of people that I want to do tracks with.
Damn, man. And they're making another horror film with Disney. They're making a horror film of Snow White.
As if the
Yeah.
animated movie wasn't scary enough. I'm about to ruin the childhood of everyone. You think Snow White survived at the end of Snow White?
Yeah, trust me, we were reading the Pooh Bear. I used to love watching reading the Pooh Bear at the end. That was my show when I was
She didn't survive. If you read the title, it says even in death, which indicates that she died. Snow
Damn.
White died at the end of the Disney movie Snow White.
Damn, I thought
Or you
she
think
lived.
she was taken to a glowing white like castle?
Dragon City reaction. Fuck Snow White.
Yeah, my childhood has been fucked up, man. They fucked up my childhood.
I
Fuck
know how to feel,
Disney.
man. The fuck up my favorite childhood movie too. The fuck up Winnie the Pooh. The fuck up Winnie the Pooh Bear. The way the fuck up Winnie the Pooh. The fuck up Winnie the Pooh Bear for me.
Good.
And then ruining my other favorite childhood movie, Peter Pan.
Maybe it's good for you.
To make what's the next horror film you going to do? Toy Story?
You know, if you think about it, right, Dragon Slayer. I'm with you on that. Fuck Disney.
Please don't
If you
ruin.
think about
Please do
it,
not
Peter
ruin.
Pan is actually the villain of the story and not Captain Hook, because Peter Pan wants to take them to Neverland and keep them from never growing up, keep kids from never growing up, while Captain Hook is trying to stop Peter Pan from taking kids to Neverland in the first place.
Wait, what? Peter Pan, the bad guy?
Yeah.
Damn, I thought he was a good guy, man. I saw the
Nope.
movie like I don't know how many times I saw that movie when we were a kid when I saw Peter Pan.
Nope. Captain Hook's been good the whole time.
Damn. Damn, what the next horror favorite? What the next horror favorite want to do? Toy Story? Please don't ruin Toy Story for me. I do not want to ruin Toy Story for me.
Oh man.
Please do not ruin Toy
There's an
Story for
Easter
me.
egg
I
in
love
Toy
Toy Story.
Story that always goes unnoticed. Andy's dad. You don't you know how you don't see him in the movie, but you see part of him in the movie. I ain't even gonna tell you what part. I don't even want to tell you what part even. I ain't even gonna tell you, man. Fuck that.
Yeah, please do not. I do not want them. If they made a horror film Toy Story, so I do not want to ruin Toy Story for me. So I love that movie as a kid.
And that's the reason why I can never watch Toy Story ever again. I'm never watching that movie again. After I saw where Andy's dad was and what part of him was shown, I was like, oh fuck, shit. I'm never watching that movie again.
I still watch
How
Toy
could they
Story.
put stuff like that
I
in
have it on
kids'
video.
movies and
I have
shit?
it on video and set when I had the first Toy Story movie. But I love that one Disney movie I used to watch as a kid. I used to love watching that. What that movie called? Buzz Life.
Bugs Life.
Yeah, I still love that movie. Still, I have it on DVD. I have it on video and set.
Damn.
If you want a good anime show, Dragon said, check out the anime show of Zach Bells. It's really good. Check out Zach Bells. It's really good anime show. And you should check it out. Check out anime show called Zach Bells. It's a creator who makes Fairy Tail. It's really good.
Was good, man. You know what anime I need to check out again? I need to check out Trinity Blood.
Damn, you need to check out that new Devil May Cry. You need to check out that new Devil May Cry series on
The
Netflix.
anime Trinity Blood.
Damn, you need to check out
And
that
I need
new.
to
You
check
need
out
to
that
check
Devil
out.
May Cry series.
Yeah, man. Yeah, you need to check that shit out. Devil May Cry series. It's fucking dope.
I need to check that out, and I need to check out Inuyasha. I'm a fan of Inuyasha too. I'm just
I
a
love
fan of
it,
anime in
Joshua.
general.
Dude, I've been a fan of anime since I was a kid, man. My favorite.
Same.
I remember my
The
first
anime that
show.
brought me to the dance was Dragon Ball Z. Well,
Yeah,
actually,
I mean-
Pokemon was the anime that brought me to the dance.
My first anime was Dragon Ball Z. It was Dragon Ball Z, but anime that got me to anime stuff
Dragon Ball Z would have to
was
be my fourth one.
was
The fourth one
Gundam.
I checked out.
Was Gundam, man. Gundam was my shit.
Lupin the Third was my third one, actually. You remember? You know Lupin the Third.
Oh yeah, I remember that one. There's a lot of anime I got into anime. There was Cowboy Bebop, Toy
Oh yeah, Cowboy Bebop. Ghost in the
Cowboy
Shell.
Bebop. Oh hell yeah. Zach
Oh
Bells.
yeah, man.
Zach Bells was pretty good. You should check out an anime show called Zach Bells. It's really good anime show. If you haven't checked out Zach Bells.
Oh yeah.
There's what are the anime shows to watch? Fullmetal Alchemist. Yeah, Pokemon. I like Pokemon. I just collect Pokemon cards when I was a kid. I still have my Pokemon cards to this day.
You know another cartoon theory that fucked up my childhood with cartoons is that everyone in Ed, and Eddie is dead. That's why you don't see no parents.
Damn.
And they're all stuck in purgatory known as a cul-de-sac. I was
Damn.
like, holy fuck,
Remember
man.
that?
That shit just fucked up my childhood.
You didn't know that one Cartoon Network went really dark? You want to know what Cartoon Network went really, really dark? Remember that? Okay. Do you remember that cartoon show, The Powerpuff Girls?
Yeah.
There was this one episode of The Powerpuff Girls when Blossom, Bubbles, and Buttercup went to another universe. They were racing, right?
Yeah.
And everything got fucked up. It went fucking dark as hell. The festival was going crazy for them in the Powerpuff Girls, and Miss Blossom, what the redhead bitch name with the big titties went crazy too. Because she was supposed to looking for she was crying because a mayor left. And there was another scene that the building and you see the teacher, I wave goodbye. And they took off. I wave goodbye. And it took 50 years. 50 years or something like that. And then you see a bunch of kids coming out, right? And the kids said, you were supposed to protect us. It's your fault.
You want to hear an interesting cartoon theory I recently heard?
Yeah.
Professor Utonium is Samurai Jack.
Yeah. Oh, God, that's Samurai Jack. That's my childhood cartoon
Because
show.
somewhere along the line, the Powerpuff Girls were taken by the government.
Yeah.
As part of an experiment, and the professor was driven into like depression or something, and he ended up somehow becoming Samurai Jack. You could tell they kind of look alike with the jawline and everything.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
shit,
if you haven't seen that episode of the Pop-Up Girl, go watch it. That episode went fucking dark as hell on that episode, the Pop-Up Girls. But yeah, I know what you're talking about. I love Samurai Jack. That's like one of my favorite cartoons. So, and I love that theme song
yeah, that
too.
shit
About
went
the
dark
Jack.
too.
Oh yeah, there was a lot of dark theory on Samurai Jack. But you know that? Okay, remember the Pinocchio?
Oh yeah,
That
my
shit.
childhood's been ruined by that shit too.
Dude, that got me fucked up, man. On that one fucking scene, that got me fucked up with those kids turning into the fucking donkey, dude. That gave me fucking nightmares. I mean, serious, that fucking nightmares from like watching that scene with those fucking kids, all those fucking little boys turn to the fucking donkey.
Yeah.
And then the party said, what did I look like? A jackass? And then he said, you see the and Pinocchio laughed like a donkey. And then that little boy with the red head turned to the donkey. I was fucking, that got me fucked up, man. But I heard the book.
What that guy told those foxes, man.
Yeah.
I'm like, holy shit, man.
Yeah,
that shit got me all fucked up.
Yeah, I told the kid go to Pleasant Island, right? When the kid turned to go take the little
Talking
boy.
about taking boys to Pleasure Island,
Yeah.
and they don't come back as boys, and I'm like, oh wow, man.
I know.
And I like to think to myself sometimes, man, they put the truth in plain sight, man.
Yeah, and
we just look at it as fucking entertainment, when really there's some truth to the dialogue in the script.
Yeah, but do you
it's
know
just that we don't read too much into it, you know?
Yeah, but I heard the book. But I know the book of Pinocchio is darker. But I heard the book is more darker than the movie.
Damn.
But I heard the book is more darker because he killed. But did you know that in the book Pinocchio killed Jimmy the Cricket?
Damn.
Do you know that? If you haven't read the book, it was the book of Pinocchio. He killed Jimmy the Cricket.
You know, I didn't even know that Snow White had a real dark ending like that.
Yeah.
Originally after the witch tried to poison Snow White, she had to dance in like fucking iron hot shoes until she died at Snow White's wedding. So yeah, that shit had some.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So that shit has like some fucked up endings because some of these movies that Disney wrote are actually fairy tales written by other people that have way fucked up endings than what Disney made for families and for family and children.
Oh yeah, Pinocchio was supposed to be for family and kids, but that Pinocchio scene got me fucked up, man. On that scene when the kid where all the little boys turned to donkey, and that shit got me fucked up, man. I could not sleep on that scene when I was a kid. I couldn't sleep, man, when I saw that scene.
You ever wonder why you never see Shrek's father in the movie Shrek?
Yeah.
Because at an early age, his father tried to eat him.
Oh God.
Because ogres are supposed to eat their children. That's why you
So
never see very many of Shrek's brothers because they got eaten. They were ate.
there's a lot of dark scenes on the Batman movie. There were a lot of dark scenes on the Batman movie too. Okay, babe. There were a lot of dark scenes on the Batman movie too. Yeah. Remember that one scene from the Batman movie from the dark from the not dark from the Batman Return of Joker when Robin when he was a kid he killed the Joker with the flag. He said that's not funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, that thing got me fucked up on that because I that on that scene of the Pinocchio movie. It made me want
I was
to
talking about how a lot of movies from Disney actually scared me as a kid.
well, there's some Disney movie that I do like. It doesn't scare me. Not all
That
Disney
one
movies
witch lady from
scare
Snow
me.
White, that shit had me peeking around the corner because that lady fucking scared me. I was like, damn, that lady's scary as fuck.
Yeah. There were a lot of dark scenes on the Batman movie too. There were a lot of dark scenes on the Batman Forever movie. On the Batman movie, there were a lot of dark scenes on the Batman movie. But the best Batman movie it had to be the Mask, the Phantom Mask one. That's the best one they ever made. And I still have that on DVD. And not DVD. I still have it on video set. Batman, the Phantom Mask one. I still have it to this day on video set. But now Cartoon Network is making it more. They're making cartoon more familiar now. But the Papa Girls one episode of Papa Girls episode that episode went well. There was that's the only episode of Fun Papa Girls. It went dark. It went dark as hell from the Papa Girls episode.
Yeah, it's like yeah.
Okay, I found some. I found some Cartoon Network went dark. There was okay. Then Courage the County Dog that went dark. It's some dark episode from Courage. The Batman animated series went have dark moment. Ed and Eddie have dark. Gargoyle has some darks. Went dark. Here's the cartoon show went dark. You ready? Courage the County Dog. Batman the animation series. Ed and Eddie. Gargoyles. Samurai Jack. South Park. Rick and Morty. The Grand Adventure of Betty and Mandy. The Powerful Girls. The Adventure Time. Wait, how the Adventure Time went dark? I haven't seen a dark moment on the Adventure Time. How the Adventure Time went dark? Yeah,
Yeah.
Not seen one series. I haven't seen one episode from the Adventure Time went dark. Cow Chicken. Hey Arnold. The Pinky and the Pinky and the Brain. The regular show.
You know, there's something dark about The Simpsons.
What about it?
You know, Homer is actually in a coma.
What?
Yeah, that's why he never ages or anything because he's actually in a coma.
Damn.
Because he Bart played a prank on him with a beer and it put him in a coma and he never came out of it.
Damn. The regular show with the regular show. Waco My Life. SpongeBob SquarePants. Teen Titans. Where's the Skippy? So Spawn. I guess that's it, but I wonder how the Adventure Time went dark. I don't see one dark moment on the Adventure Time. I wonder how the Adventure Time went dark.
At Domino's, we're all about cheesy, so you know we had to make our...
Do you desire a more intimate walk with Jesus and to go deeper into the Word of God?
The reason for Chelsea getting the job is shown during a psychic vision where the manager reveals her racist hiring practices.
The truth is, I don't hire black people.
Most of the time, That's So Raven is filled with wacky comic adventures and goofy situations. But the show also addresses serious issues, so perhaps many didn't expect racism to be tackled.
And I saw Chloe straight up say I do not hire black people. That's discrimination. I don't believe it.
Though it's unexpected, it's an important topic worth
That's So Raven went dark?
sorted in the end. It's a sobering depiction of issues that are unfortunate.
Man, I used to love watching That's So Raven as a kid.
Still common today.
I always knew about racism, but
Then I used to love watching That's So Raven as a kid. Well, I wasn't I wasn't a Nickelodeon person or a Disney person. I was a Cartoon Network guy as a kid. I was a Cartoon Network guy. What about you, Joker? Were you the Cartoon Network guy, Nickelodeon person, or Disney person? I was the Cartoon Network guy as a kid.
Oh man, you're talking old school, so I'd have to go both Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon.
Same man. I did want a little bit of Nickelodeon as a kid. I used to love watch like Chalk Zone, Rocket Power. What's my Rocket Power?
Now, if you knew me as a kid and you asked me between Kids WB and Fox Kids, I'd have to say both. I'd have to go both because they both had the best cartoons and the best
Oh
TV
yeah.
shows
Oh yeah,
back
man.
in the 90s.
Oh yeah, man. I remember that back in the day. 'Cause I used to watch like every Saturday morning. I always catch some Spider-Man series as a kid on Fox Kids. I used to always
Oh
catch
yeah, me too.
some Spider-Man series.
I'd watch that. I watch X-Men. I watched
Oh, I love
Batman
that.
animated series. I watched Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, Freakazoid, Big Bad Beetleborgs,
Oh hell
Animorphers,
yeah, man! I was a Power Ranger nerd. I was a big Power Ranger nerd as a kid. When I catch some Power Rangers.
Gargoyles. Gargoyles
Oh hell
was
yeah,
the fucking shit, man.
man! I wish they bring that so bad. Gargoyles. I wish they bring that so back, but it never going to happen.
But damn, they need to remaster that X-Men Legends.
I know. I cannot wait for that one to come out. X-Men Legend 1 and 2. Yeah, I remember like every Saturday morning we get up as a kid, watch some like cartoons Saturday morning as a kid. Remember those good old days, Joker?
Yeah.
Like every Saturday morning we get up like every Saturday morning, watch some cartoons on Saturday morning. I miss those
Yeah.
days. I miss those days. I would watch Sonic X. Sometimes I would catch on Batman Beyond, the Justice the Justice League.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah.
Oh man, remember that one show? What's that show called? The black kid have electric powers. What's that show called?
You know what I miss? I miss Rocco's Modern Life.
Oh hell yeah! You know, so I miss Star Shock. Remember that show?
Yeah, but things about Nickelodeon fucked up my childhood, man.
Yeah, did Nickelodeon have fucking my childhood too, man? Cause Nickelodeon got me fucked up after what I heard about Dan Snyder preying on little kids.
Same. Same. Dan Snyder's a pedophile, dude.
I know, man. It made me not want to watch Drake and John's. The man is so Victoria's, iCarly, all that. It made me not want to watch that ever again. What the kid went, what Dan Snyder did to all the poor kids.
Yeah. He did something to Amanda Bynes.
Oh yeah, yeah, I heard about that. They did. She did something to the man of buying. She was on drugs. I heard that the man of buying was on drugs.
Yeah, man, because she was underage when she worked on Nickelodeon during our childhood, man. And Dan Snyder did things I'm not even going to talk about on this live stream.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I heard about that too. Dan Snyder did. He got her PO. And he said some Mraz on Grande on camp too. If you haven't watched the video, there's the video of it of Honor Grande. He was getting sexually harassed by him.
Damn, Dan Snyder has an obsession with feet.
Oh my god, yeah, I know. He had a session with children, kids' feet. That was why that I'm the this is the reason why I'm the Cartoon Network guy. This is the reason why that I'm always on the Cartoon Network side. The Cartoon Network has some better cartoon shows. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The Cartoon Network has a really awesome cartoon show like Ed and Eddie, Johnny Bravo, That's the Laboratory, Chowder.
Don't forget about MTV before MTV went all reality television on us.
Oh yeah, man, I remember those back in the day. I used to watch that one. So what is that? So Celebrity Deathmatch, Celebrity Deathmatch.
I watched Celebrity Deathmatch, Beavis and Butthead, Aeon Fox. That one show with the sock puppets.
Oh yeah, I remember that one, the sock puppets one. Man, I wish to bring that show back, Celebrity Deathmatch. That show cracked me up. The Stone Cold one got me dead with the Stone Cold one.
Yeah.
I don't know why that show got canceled though. I wonder why Celebrity Deathmatch got canceled.
Oh no, I think it was good the first time around, but a lot of people who used to be on the show had died or something. Mills
Oh,
Lane actually died. I think the guy who voiced either the guy who voiced Johnny Gomez or the guy who voiced Nick Diamond actually died. Not the ones from the reboot, but the one from the '90s. But that's when Celebrity Deathmatch was actually good. When they
yeah.
rebooted it, it was just shit.
Yeah, they tried to revive Celebrity Deathmatch, but they couldn't revive it. They revived Beavis and Butthead. They did a reboot of Beavis and Butthead.
Comedy Central's reboot of Beavis and Butthead was shit, but
Yeah, that's the one I'm
when
talking.
when it got rebooted for what is it, Paramount Plus, it's
Yeah,
actually good. Shit, some of the episodes actually crack me up. I laugh so hard, man.
yeah, same man. But yeah, I know what you're talking about Nickelodeon, man. It makes me not want to watch Drake and Josh anymore. Like the same anymore. So they ruined my. So that's when I watched that Dark Side of the Quiet on Set, the Dark Side of the Kid TV. That shit got me fucked up. So we don't know. So none of us don't know what's going on until we were kids. Shit, I don't know what was going on. I was a freaking kid. Now we as adult. Now we know what really going on as adult.
Damn.
But that one dude is not fucking locked up too. I don't know if you heard of that group Blood of the Dance Floor, Dolby Vanity.
Damn.
He's a pedophile too.
Damn, that's
He
bad.
he's like half of the Sing Kids. He have one. He did. He's one half of the member of the Blood on the Dance Floor, and they were the group called Blood on the Dance Floor. There was a Sing Kid. There were Sing Kid artists called Blood on the Dance Floor. They were like back on MySpace here. They're like you remember back in the day when the MySpace was used to be a thing back in the day.
Oh yeah, I remember MySpace.
I hate Big Will. We all hate Big Will, Dragon Slayer. But as I was saying about Blood on the Dance Floor, Dog Vanity, he raped this one chick. He dated this one underage chick. Remember that chick was on YouTube? Remember that one chick was on YouTube? She's go by the name of Jesse Slaughter, whatever he go by. Remember that one chick that go by Jesse Slaughter, what that bitch name is? She go by now.
I don't know.
Yeah, she just go by the name of Jesse Slaughter, and she made and she told everybody she talking crap on YouTube, and people are attacking her. People was attacking her because she was dating Darby Vanity. He was adult when he was dating her, and Jesse was a
Oh
minor,
shit! My fucking shit died.
and that dude is a fucking pedophile. And there were a lot of evidence against him.
Damn.
ICP calling him out too. I ICP calling him out. To ICP said
My
that they want that
portal
motherfucker.
died.
Huh?
My damn PlayStation Portal died.
Oh damn.
I almost
Hey,
wanted to, but I was like, "Fuck, never mind." Hold on, I gotta switch over to the TV set, the
damn.
television set.
ICP coming to my ICP coming to my city. I might go see them. I might go check them out
Shit,
live.
I think the very grounds my grandfather lives on is
Yeah.
cursed.
Damn. If I go see ICP, I want to hear that song "Down with the Clown." That's my
I
favorite
thought they
song
already
by
did that
ICP.
farewell tour.
Huh?
I thought they already did the farewell. I thought they already did their farewell tour
Oh damn! They
because
broke up.
Jay has like
Oh yeah, that's right.
heart problems and he can't go on tour like that anymore.
Well, Sagitudo go. Well, maybe I read it wrong. Maybe it's only Sagitudo coming down here to my state. Maybe it's only Sagitudo coming down here to my city. You like Blaze You Dead, homie?
Yeah.
What's your favorite song by him by Blaze You Dead, homie?
Touch of Death.
That's a good one. Mine is my favorite song by Blaze You Dead, homie. The Tastic.
Yeah.
I never seen him before live though.
Damn, my portal's completely dead at 1%. It's just
Damn.
now charging. I didn't know that if you're trying to charge it that you can't be on it. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Do you wish that? Yeah. Do you wish that Twisted and ICP did drop the hatchet to stop beefing with each other?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I wonder why they. I don't know why ICP and Twisted hated each other. Why did they start beefing with each other?
I don't understand that either, fam.
Yeah. Yeah, I wish this is that just drop it, drop the beef, and then get along with each other, man. I thought those guys were to be feminine. Okay, ICP, the one who ICP wanted to introduce everybody to Twisted.
Yeah. It was a simple rule I learned from Sir Unholy. Never think you're bigger than the ones that brought you to the dance.
Yeah, so just like ICP bond the other artists, Blaze, the dead homie, anybody that killed her. Who else? The Boondocks.
You know, originally Boondocks' name was going to be Turncoat Dirty.
The Boondocks.
Yeah. But they made him change his name to Boondocks.
Damn, I did not know that.
Oh, yeah.
But I like the Boondocks. He has some good music too. I like the song Pumpkinhead.
You ever heard the song Sick Man by Twisted and saw the music video actually?
No, I never check it out. Why we're going? What about that? What's wrong with it?
Supposedly, they're supposed to be telling a story through those music videos. Twisted and Blaze, they were telling a story from in Sick Man and Don't Go Into the Woods. They were basically saying that how Sid Haig's character was in Sick Man and Don't Go Into the Woods. That's how Violent J was, and how Kane Hodder's character was how Shaggy 2 Dope was. And I was like, damn.
Wait, are you talking about that one time when ICP did the song like way back? It's called the Franz Pond one. When they did that music video of it, the Swan Pond. Are you talking about that one, Joker?
Nah, I'm talking about Twisted's music videos.
I know. Yeah. Okay. Now I know what you're talking about. So I thought you were talking about when ICP did the song about it, but the Spawn Pond one. I saw the music video of ICP they did the song about Chris Benoit.
Yeah. And they
And
always try to accuse that man of going off the deep end and doing that stuff. But really, he didn't do that.
because his brain's all fucked up. He said his brain kind of fucked up just a little bit. And I don't know what's really going on with Chris Benoit.
Man,
What
you about to
happened?
go sit down?
Huh?
I'm, uh, I'm talking to my brother on PlayStation Network. Hold on.
Uh,
I had to mute the mic for a moment.
that's cool, man.
But I'm glad I'm back to work on music, man. Shit.
Good, man.
But yeah, I'll produce music for y'all too. I'll produce music for the podcast.
Hell yeah, man.
Hell yeah, y'all got an artist slash music producer as a guest. That's me contributing back.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, fam. I just need to get another live instrument keyboard. And give me some new cables that will to plug up to my audio interface. But while I'm waiting to do that, I think I could do that next month. Since I quit smoking, yeah, I could do that next month. Besides, I still have like $60. I still have like $60 left over. I'm trying not to spend any more money than what I have to. But damn, I need to look into TuneCore. I need to look into TuneCore for digital distribution. At this point, I'm asking myself, where the fuck is Systematic Psycho at? Hold on, y'all. I'm trimming my long ass fingernails and shit. I usually don't let them get long as fuck.
Did a video. Did a video of Crispin when ICP does a song. Right there, Crispin Wall. And look, the Crispin Wall. Right there.
Yeah.
I don't think that he did it. I don't think that Crispin Wall actually killed his family.
No, he was innocent.
Yeah, I think somebody set him up.
He was sacrificed.
Yeah. They haven't found that phone. Oh, one day they actually found that damn phone. It would tell what really happened to Crispin Wall. But I heard that everyone blaming it on Kevin, Nancy Nancy ex husband.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like everyone was blaming it on him, so everyone think that he did it. Because if you haven't watched the Dark Side of the Ring, Nancy left Kevin for Crispin Wall because Crispin Wall told her to. Even his sister told Nancy to break up with Kevin.
Hold on, let me see. The Sacrificed uploaded a video about Vince McMahon and Linda McMahon. Vince and Linda McMahon.
Damn, Vince McMahon. I do respect him. Well, I kind of do respect him, but I don't know. I want to like support a rapist. Because you can't appreciate everything that Vince
Child
McMahon did.
safety.
Hold on. Hold on. This shit goes deep.
Damn. Really, how deep are we talking about?
I don't think I could show any video. Probably not for safety reasons. Well, copyright claim. Da 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 da. You know.
Well, you're doing the copyright strike. I didn't get copyright strike. Why I played that video when what's his name? Johnny Knoxville, Johnny, whatever his name is,
Today, a
John
lawsuit raising
United.
questions about child safety under Linda McMahon, President-elect Trump's choice to lead the Department of Education.
Never look the other way in anything. I'm very happy to confront everyone today with whatever allegation they have.
The dark world of wrestling. That's what this video says. That's what this video is about.
Just remember, like you told me when I was a little girl, this is gonna hurt me a lot worse than it hurts you. You're simply a conniving. What? It's her mother! Stephanie slapped her mother down! Stephanie slapped her own mother! Oh my God. Now I'm gonna ask this nice and slow so you can comprehend the question and answer correctly. Are you a sick, perverted, power-hungry freak? No. I'm a very well-respected businessman the world over. All right. I do what I do for me and me only. Let me tell you this. I I am no pervert.
Oh, wow.
Well, Linda McMahon is Vince McMahon's wife, or maybe I should put that the other way, and she is the chief executive officer of this company. Linda McMahon, Vince McMahon, thank you very much for joining us today.
My pleasure.
Linda, he is thought of by many as one of the shrewdest businessmen around. Very creative, has a real knack for delivering to the audience what they want. He's also had his morality questioned. People have questioned his values. People have questioned his responsibility. How do you see Vince?
Well, I certainly see him as a very, very shrewd businessman. I have been married to Vince for over 32 years, almost 33 now. I've known him for another 3 years beyond that. I was only 6 when we got married, but I have known Vince to be...
Vince, I would laugh at that, but it doesn't reflect on you.
He's a wonderful husband. He's a great father. He has been someone that I have been proud to call my best friend. We've had a wonderful lifetime together. Always bumps in the road with any relationship. We had ours. There'll probably be more to come. But he's a man of integrity, a man of principle, someone I admire and respect very much. And I would say that even if he weren't sitting next to me.
So, Linda, CEO, we've seen her a little bit on Raw. We've also seen that Stone Cold Steve Austin is the CEO of the company. So obviously, appearances are irrelevant. Didn't last very long. It didn't last very long. So the fact is that we don't know anything about her. What does that woman do for your stuff?
She runs the company, basically. I'm out there doing the creative things of that nature. And Linda's, always been, she described herself as nuts and bolts, but it's far beyond that. In terms of, she's always been right there. Sometimes behind me, sometimes in front of me, helping grow this company. From when we just started a little promotion company, and prior to buying my dad's company and making it into what it is today, she's always been right there.
How did the two of you meet, and has wrestling ever jeopardized the relationship, given the fact that many wrestlers don't remain married the same woman for 32 plus years, almost 33 years?
How'd you meet? We met. We can tell that story because, again, no one's going to believe, first of all, what you said about me. Okay. No one's going to believe this story either. So
it had to be an ordained marriage. We actually met in church.
I know what you were doing there. It's what were you doing in church?
I was there because
it was scouting.
It's true.
Scouting.
My mom had said, you have to come meet this beautiful blue-eyed girl. She sings in the choir, and she's pretty, and you're really going to like her. And that was a motivation for me to go to church.
That's the first time I've ever heard that.
Mm-hmm. That was a motivation for me to go to church. That's the first time I've ever heard that. Mm-hmm.
Now stepping forward, a lot of men saying that there's a good deal of gay sex abuse underway in the world of wrestling, and everybody all these years has been scared to step forward. Now come forward a number of people to say, because I wouldn't have sex with another guy in the game, I couldn't get promoted, including 3, honestly, some. Well, listen while you're laughing. This has been a not so funny issue for women. Now we have a casting couch, essentially, alleged in the wrestling game, and some guys are saying, I lost my job because I wouldn't do this to this guy who was higher, more powerful than me on the ladder. And before you think this is trivial, first of all, let's understand that a couple of these charges involve kids, 14 years old, juveniles. You go to jail for a long time if you're involved with sex of any kind with a juvenile. One more point. The Wrestling Federation, you know how you see ha, what a joke, hoo, $1.7 billion in 1990. That's more revenue that has been generated by the NFL. So while you're laughing, somebody is whistling all the way to the bank. We have 3 people who used to be in the wrestling game who are going to tell you that they indeed encountered people who wanted sexual favors and they were professionally penalized when they said no. And if you think the WWF is hiding behind lawyers, here is the head of that organization who has accepted, incidentally, recently resignations from 2 executives who stand accused of gay sexual harassment. He'll have a prepared statement. First, let's get the charges underway here. Gentlemen, Murray Hodgson, hired by Vince McMahon, here on my left for the TV job. You were the commentator. And then fired 2 months later. What happened? Can you specifically, and without taking us around the world, tell us, what is it that happened to you?
I wouldn't sleep with the vice president of operations, so they fired me. I wouldn't sleep with the vice president of operations, so they fired me.
We did really meet in church. And let's see, I think I was 13 years old. And this was
You hear that shit, fam?
you were older.
Yeah, I'm listening to it.
So you're there running the company now. Obviously, you're not worried about the storylines. How do you get word that Stephanie is actually going to start to assume the storyline? And did that ever bother you?
Well, it actually started with Shane.
I should point out that Stephanie is your daughter, Shane, is your son.
Absolutely. And I actually don't know the storylines in advance. They keep them from me. I don't know what's going to happen until I watch the show that night.
Is that because they want to get up there and they know that you'll say, and then instead you run this stuff?
No, it's really because they really like to have an honest reaction from me. It's like, since I'm not part of the storyline and not part of the creative aspect of it, even though I'm more insider than the viewing audience most of the time, my reaction really is, I think, pretty typical. So it's, how do I react? How do I react as a mother? How do I react as a woman? Et cetera.
How do you react as a mother, and how do you react as a father? That had to be, I would hope, a very difficult decision as to whether or not to put your kids on, to make them part of the storyline, and really unveil them to the public. Well, it's definitely Shane and Stephanie are natural performers. It's not so much a question whether they're good at it, though. It's a question of, in the case of Stephanie, you talk about all the time, pushing the envelope, take it as far as you can. For instance, does Stephanie play by the same rules as Deborah? Good. Her personality could develop. I mean, she is not built like Deborah. But Stephanie can go places maybe Deborah can't. I mean, they're so everyone has their role. I understand, but with Deborah and with all the other women that you've had, there's always been more than anything about sex. Would you take your daughter into the same areas? I don't know why not.
He worked to win.
More than anything about sex. Would you take your daughter into the same areas?
I believe event on the night of the down, but Raw was a WWE Triple Crown Champion.
I really love it. It's just that I mean, besides the fact that he is my husband and he is the World Wrestling Federation champion, it only seems right to me that my husband is to avenge what The Rock did to me.
What about Lily, the budget of Shane?
Well, I mean, I love you guys, and you guys have protected and fought for me all of your lives, but it's not your job anymore, Dad. I love you.
Admit.
Think about it?
Yeah, think about it. Do you believe that sexual harassment exists in your workplace? I believe that there's a possibility of sexual harassment existing everywhere. And I asked directly if it was in the World Wrestling Federation, my organization. I don't want it. I'd like to reiterate the question. Do you believe there is sexual harassment amongst the wrestlers or employees of the World Wrestling Federation today? There is a possibility of that. That's why I have these independent investigators to come in. And who are the independent investigator? Facts Group Limited. And I would like to hear what you have to say, and everyone has to say. I want to get to the bottom. Would you therefore believe that because of all these allegations coming forward and more corroborating evidence proving that there's no doubt sexual harassment is running rampant in the World Wrestling Federation, that you are definitely going to come public and do something about it? Why wouldn't I? If in fact that is the case, why wouldn't I do something about it? Why would I risk what we have? Because you haven't done anything about it until it became public, because you thought it was I had no knowledge of it. I made knowledge of it to you when I was fired, and you just blew it off and let me know. I retained it because you were not very good. You were not a very good announcer. You could not. You were the reason why you were fired. You could not make the transition from radio to television. That is the only reason why you were fired. I would like to remind you, sir, that I have a 2-year contract. 2 years. You have a clause in your contract that states, and as you know, you were hired on a trial basis. I was not hired on a trial basis. You do not have a contract. Man, I have a 2-year deal with your contract. You will know in a clause that states very clearly, I have an outline for all to see here today, that you can be fired almost at will. If in fact you're not doing a good job. You did a horrible job. That's the only reason why you were fired. That's it. Maybe I should point out, first and foremost, that might be your inability to pick good talent. It could be. You had a natural talent search, Mr. McMahon. You advertised in Billboard magazine and across many different media sources, searching for one man that could be the new face and voice of the World Wrestling Federation. You flew me in back and forth 4 and 5 different times from Detroit, and you chose over the course of 1 year of negotiations that I would be the man for that job. I didn't sleep with your vice president. 2 weeks later, I'm fired.
There is a statue here of my leg and my butt, and it's really interesting to see the way that people are touching it and taking pictures of it, knowing that that's an exact replica of my leg and my butt.
As you heard 32 years ago, these two great kids met. They formed a corporation somewhere along the line, went bankrupt once. You purchased the company from your dad. The company has had ups and downs, and now the WWF is clearly flying. But as always, you have many issues on the table, many hard issues. One of them came from Sable. Probably at one time your number 2 performer, certainly in terms of video sales. Sable sued you, the WWF, for $110 million, alleging, amongst other things, she felt degraded. Where does that lawsuit stand?
That lawsuit is in the process, I think, of settling very quickly. In fact, by the time this airs, it may very well be settled.
How do you address her allegation that she was degraded by you?
Over
Well, let me just say it is a policy and a practice that no one is degraded by being associated with the World Wrestling Federation. But that's a very corporate answer. That's like saying, well, we don't allow that. Okay, we don't allow that. But she talked about some of the things that you called upon her to do. And she felt as though, and I'm not saying that she's right or wrong, but this is what she has gone public with, that you encouraged her and asked her to do things that were against her will, that she felt sexually degraded. And she also said that she was threatened by other wrestlers. Did she say that she actually performed those things that I asked her to do that were sexually degrading? I don't think she said that. I think the quote was pretty much close to what you said, that I asked her to do certain things. But I don't think she said that she did them. Did you ask her to do this? I don't think I asked her to do anything that was degrading at all. Isn't this a classic example of no individual in your company ever being nearly as big as the company, that you can get rid of anybody, right? If they be, I'm not saying you got rid of Sable, she probably did that on her own. But we see time and time again examples that nobody is indispensable to the WWF. I would say that's accurate. I don't know that it's not accurate in other forms of entertainment as well. I don't think any one individual, Vince McMahon is certainly not bigger than what we do. No one is bigger than the larger sum of the parts. I think that in the entertainment business, many times, however, individual performers can be confused, and sometimes their ego gets the best of them. Funny, Billy, tell them. You saw ring boys? Did you being sexually harassed?
Yes, I've seen ring boys being sexually harassed.
What's a ring boy?
A ring boy is a person who's usually employed to put up and take down a ring, travel from one town to another. Age group possibly from 13 to 19 to 20, fluctuates anywhere in between.
And you saw what?
I saw on one occasion, I believe it was New England Canadian, Pat Patterson actually grabbed one of these children in the crotch while putting up the ring. I came to the ring a little bit early, walking by the ring to the locker room, and I saw Pat Patterson with his left arm on the kid's shoulder and his right hand in his crotch. eyewitnesses for myself.
You also claim to have, you did not see the abuse of the 12-year-old boy in the car. You mentioned this on Larry King's program.
I wasn't on Larry King's program.
Weren't you? I'm sorry. Sorry, you weren't. Bruno was. We'll get to Bruno in a moment. Did you see, you didn't see the abuse of the 12-year-old in the car by the ring announcer, did you?
I didn't see the actual abuse. I was there the night in Allentown, Pennsylvania, when Mel Phillips was caught in the front seat of a car with a child approximately 10 years old performing oral sexual on this child of 10 years old, brought into the arena by security guards, confronted with Mr. McMahon, Vince Sr. and Vince Jr., and they said we would handle it.
Vince Sr., your father? Is that right, Vince?
Yes, and first of all,
Is that true?
no, I don't know if it's true or not. I can tell you that no one ever came to my
What was
dad.
the year this is supposed to have taken place, Bill?
About 82 or 83, I can't remember. The main part I want to clear up.
We should also make this point, Billy. These are pretty heavy bombs you're throwing
These
here.
are very heavy bombs.
But we don't have any proof, and I don't think you're claiming to have seen the illegal act.
Okay, I may not have seen this particular illegal act, but it has gone on for so many years. Just as the selling of drugs by Dr. George Zamorian has gone on for 15 years in the World Wrestling
Very
Federation.
good.
Witnessed and condoned by this and condoned by him sitting this close to Dr. Zamorian while he sold steroids, while he sold barbiturates, downers and uppers to every wrestler who wanted them.
Just that
I'm saying, what I'm trying to say is, the man can condone.
Sacrifice. This video is uploaded by the Sacrifice channel.
Hey, dude, listen to this. Benoit was missing. Hold on, quick. Let me go to his Hold up. Okay. Here it is. Dude, listen to this. Benoit was missing a week. So, if it goes that his wife was vomiting blood due to the food poisoning, dude. So they were storing up blood due to the food poisoning. When he failed to show at the very pay-per-view, were influenced, he unable to complete due to the family emergency. He was replaced in the title match by Johnny Nitro, who defeated CM Punk at the ECW World Heavyweight Champion for the ECW World Heavyweight Champion. Crowd chanted multiple times a match, chanted for Benoit. It would be revealed the following in the day that Benoit had murdered his wife Nancy and his son Daniel before committing suicide. The WWE exclusive Stephanie McMahon later said that Benoit have defeated CM Punk for the ECW World Heavyweight Champion. Had he present the for Vengeance pay-per-view, a wrestler as MMA fighter Bob Hoot Worm. So it got to do something. So what happened was about Chris Benoit family. He had the family emergency. They were coughing out blood. They were storing up vomiting. They were storing up blood due to the food poisoning.
Yeah, that was the mainstream's narrative on the story.
Damn.
I was told about it right after
that was a blame as one of the part of death of Benoit. Damn. Man, there's a lot of dark stuff about Chris Benoit, man. That he said that I remember that one of the promos video that he did. That remember that one of the promo video that he did, what Chris Benoit did
Another thing, why are they just not
about what he said about his wife and his son.
What is it? There's never been a forum for this before. I mean, you have to understand that the wrestling business has always been a totally closed entity. It's like almost like an
Hold
elementary
on,
school.
you can find that video.
Something happens in the business. There was a friend of mine, okay, and it has nothing to do with this
Chris
McMahon.
Benoit.
I think it does. Who was murdered in a dressing room, and it was very difficult. This was in Puerto Rico, and it was very difficult for the wrestlers, even in the
Oh,
murder.
here it is.
The next day and tell the truth. They took one of the guys, this friend of the guy, to tell the truth. And it was going to pressure by telling the that you don't say.
Okay, here it is. I found it.
This point has to be made. These are only rules. My children. That's right. Some of whose members are now under a very big, embarrassing of a charge brought by a woman. Just let me finish here. There's nobody in this audience that's going to
Remember that video? Remember that promo video, Joker, that what he did, what he said about his family?
When the money started rolling in, cocaine started to take place. No doubt about that.
Remember this promo video, Joker?
The steroids were used. This is easy to get. We know. Now, here's the question. Did the WWF, or did the environment, or did people in power not only look the other way, but actually condone the loss of jobs, the loss of employment, because of bold, unrestrained aggression of a sexual nature by men in power on younger men who wanted to rise within the system? That's the question.
Aggression of a sexual nature by men in power on younger men who wanted to rise within the system. That's the question. Men in power on younger men who wanted to rise within the system. That's the question.
As far as McMahon being so shocked and surprised and all this, we go way back, for example, when one of his people, this Sal Phillips, was when we were doing a taping in Allentown or Hamburg, we're in a parking lot. There have been people who come forward who caught him with an 11-year-old boy having sex in a car. And this fellow had a reputation for many years, and not only has he remained with the organization, even though this is thought to be a tension over McMahon, but this guy's flourished because he's been with the organization for a lot of years. There's been talk for a long time, and it's no secret that McMahon is trying to say that he's shocked by this.
The dating was bad, what it is. But you want to meet someone who's arguably worse? Vince McMahon. Vince McMahon, he's currently under federal investigation for misconduct with many. I don't know Vince McMahon is the former owner of the WWE wrestling stuff. Anyway, you want to hear something wild? Vince McMahon always known he was a psychopath. Listen closely. He played a character in his own wrestling show so twisted and insane it became harder and harder for people to think he's acting. For instance, the storyline that involves his daughter, where everything I'm about to say is her. Well, she plays his daughter. In fact, his whole family plays themselves. Making this program, like at one point, her daughter and her son are calling her mom. Yelling at people, but I think the son just held the mom so she couldn't run away. And in a wrestling promo video, his daughter says, I've only said no to my father for 2 days. And one of them was he could not be the father of my child in the show. Focus, not fish, because the time very cool wrestling name, Triple H, in real life, they were having a kid after they told her dad, Vince McMahon, no, you're not participating in that story. Vince McMahon, what if it's your brother? Her brother and her husband said, no, Vince. Well, actually, her brother said, yeah, I get it. My sister's hot, but I had to turn her down. He actually said this. But he might have said this because, remember, I told you this is for wrestling. Vince McMahon put this on air. He put this on television. He wasn't hiding this. Worst thing. In fact, you don't have to imagine it. Look at my comments in the like, you know, any anyway, now that you understand who he is as a person, the allegations are probably not that surprising anymore, right? Let's get bigger to the allegations for decades. In fact, it's alleged that he's given $20 million total to women over the years, from allegedly forcing people to cover up lip boxing his female wrestlers backstage. They said no, he would fire them. That's not this everyone's attention. The personally, the traffic, making someone do things with him, and then all this stuff. It's the same thing Diddy's getting in trouble for. It's like the only thing a billionaire will actually get hunted down for. So played at this certain line that can't be crossed. Imagine anyone in America owns a slave. You lose your mind, but making someone do this like you own them is considered to be a form of slavery. It's alleged that a job. You're gonna lose that job, and then she's thinking it's gonna be a one-time thing. But then she notices that her position is a fake position. He just makes it up to keep her in the office whenever he wants to. Now, for those of you saying, "Oh, she could have just left," this is chasing which one? And I'm not gonna say that explain to you my GP anyway. At this point, he says, "Hey, let's start on France." Oh, well, you know, we take that for an answer. She eventually does it. He gives her $3 million to stay away. At the same time, he has to give all of them so much money that his parents start to slow down. So the girls are like, we're sinking. And the FBI comes out and says, wait, don't snitch yet. And that's how you know he's screwed. And basically said, if you take his money, then you can't talk to us. Talk to us. He's fucking told or to Chief Keef. So why y'all laughing? He said, let's give us your phone. He said, no, I'm an American citizen. Y'all can do whatever we want. This is how things work. Same thing happened to Diddy. The FBI watches you for years until you're so guilty that you will never escape. And you so bad they can get these things called subpoenas. They can raid your house, take your phone, require you to give them documents. So Vince is forced to give them his phone, and some of the alleged texts got leaked, and that boy going to jail. But the case is still technically ongoing, and it probably will be for a while.
Nobody took me seriously anyway. Mainstream press, sports press today, doesn't. And Mushnick of the New York Post writes a piece. Phil Mushnick of the New York Post, his lead last week, the billion-dollar pro wrestling empire is about to be shaken to its foundation by a teenage boy scandal, the Post has learned. All right, here's part of the story then. And Mr. McMahon, sir, you are the boss. You are what we would call in my neighborhood, when we were growing up, a successful big shot. This is some operation you have. Over $1 billion in annual revenue. You have, throughout the 80s, taken this thing that so many people snicker at. You have filled the Pontiac Superdome with the help of Hulk Hogan and an occasional theatrical idea that included Cyndi Lauper and the marriage of kind of pop music with his son. Through the roof. Through the roof. The PGA should pray for these kinds of revenue. And now, here you are being accused, Mr. McMahon, of presiding over an organization that looked the other way while these sex harassment charges were being, sex harassment activity was taking place. Sir, you wanted to say, we've never looked the other way in anything. I'm very happy to confront everyone today with whatever allegation they have. The three individuals about whom most of these allegations are hurled are no longer with the WWF. We have started an independent investigation on our own to get to the bottom of all of this, and that's why we're here today, to get to the bottom of it. We may even learn something here today my investigators do not know. I want to get to the bottom of it just like you gentlemen. What would you like to say to him, anybody?
I'd like to say that it's about time because up until now you've been adamantly denying that not only this is taking place, but that you're saying that you knew nothing of it. And I just find it really difficult to believe.
Well, there's no reason. How do you find it difficult to believe that I knew nothing of it? Why would I condone this kind of activity and risk this alleged kind of revenue?
Because you are the king of the empire, and we have eyes and ears everywhere. And it is so common that we have the topic of conversation with police like every night in the dressing room, because a lot of the guys that have to put up with it, and they hate it because if they say anything, they're on the top.
I don't don't believe that to be the case, but there may be some of it. If that's the case, then let's get to the bottom of it. I'm anxious to learn, just as you are. Well, I want a wholesome organization. I want an organization that everyone can be proud of. I want to get to the bottom of it, just like you do.
This happened to me. I tried to call. I called the WWF offices. You were always in a meeting. They took my number, said he'd return my call. You didn't want to talk to me, basically. I'm sure to tell you, I didn't know who I was. Didn't know what I had to say. I tried to explain it to whoever I talked to when I called. And
this was when, sir?
1985.
I don't recall the telephone.
Has there been any lawsuits?
Do you believe that sexual harassment exists in your workplace? I believe that there's a possibility of sexual harassment existing everywhere.
A shocking sex abuse lawsuit being leveled at WWE boss Vince McMahon by a former employee. The scandal couldn't come at a worse time as the WWE signed a massive $5 billion deal with Netflix. So much is on the line. Everyone at the WWE has reportedly been told to not say a word.
Everyone at the WWE has reportedly been told to not say a word.
So new today, a lawsuit raising questions about child safety under Linda McMahon, President-elect Trump's choice to lead the Department of Education. She's the former CEO of WWE, facing a lawsuit now over allegations that she allowed a WWE employee to exploit young boys during her time in charge. The suit claims the employee used his job as a ringside announcer to get boys to help set up the wrestling rings, but the work was actually a cover for abuse. 5 men who were between 13 and 15 years old at the time say they were taken advantage of. McMahon denies the claims, but the lawsuit says she failed to protect the kids.
The lawsuit
says that on May 9th, 2020, McMahon decapitated Grant's head during police commanded her to continue the sexual encounter with the third person referred to as McMahon's friend. She later learned that that third person was McMahon's physical therapist. Just going back to that other allegation about McMahon and Laurinaitis having sexual contact with her at the office at WWE headquarters, this was allegedly despite her begging them to stop. Each held her down as the assaults happened. They allegedly said to her, "No means yes." Truly horrific stuff when you think. Lawsuit just describes these multiple sexual encounters between Grant and McMahon, which Grant says were not consensual. She claims that he assaulted her multiple times with sex toys named after male wrestlers. According to the lawsuit, quote, in addition to her panic attacks, Ms. Grant began experiencing increasingly severe physical, mental, and emotional symptoms, including sleep disruption, dizziness, exhaustion, rashes, weight loss, hair loss, and migraines. November 2019, Ms. Grant informed Mr. McMahon that her doctor suggested that her symptoms stemmed from trauma, ongoing stress. McMahon mocked her, quote, emotional trauma, my ass. However, on November 20th, 2019, McMahon insisted that Ms. Grant see a physician of his choosing. There's another allegation regarding someone identified only as a WWE superstar. This is a pro wrestler in the organization. And the allegation is that McMahon used Grant as a sexual pawn to entice this WWE superstar.
2 weeks later, I'm fired. I also want to point out one very important fact. From your office came a letter to my landlord to verify my employment. From that letter, I must bring this point up. It says Murray Hodson has a very secure job with Titan Sports and is a positive and productive employee. From your office. Just because I don't sleep with your vice president, that qualifies to pull me out of a 2-year deal? I don't buy it. But I believe untrue. If in fact these allegations against Pat Patterson, whom you won't name, are true, why not pursue the legal course, the legal recourse? Why not pursue? We are doing that right now. You are. And you are aware that you waited 6 months after you were let go to bring these homosexual charges against Pat Patterson. 6 months you waited. Why? September 14th. If in fact you were fired on the spot, if you were fired for incompetence, all right, why didn't you say right then, why didn't you say, hey, look, Vince,
Your vice president made a pass at me. You never told me that. No one had any knowledge, and human resources had no knowledge of that. Renee DuBose was waiting to hear your story. Why did you wait 6 months? You asked me for $160,000 today, otherwise you were coming on this program. I'm happy you and you're on this program. Mr. McMahon, do not try to deflect the truth here. First, what are you asking for? How much money have you asked for? I have never asked for any amount of money from you. You have tried to buy me off to shut up so I wouldn't come forward and tell us these allegations that are running. Your attorney should be consulted. My attorney, on September of 1991, came forward to you with a letter direct to you. Telling you exactly what happened and that I was discharged wrongfully. I had a 2-year contract and that you two were well aware of the fact that there was a homosexual advance made against me. Don't tell me I waited 6 months. 3 weeks later, I was on your rear end. 3 weeks later. The only reason we waited a little longer was because you continued to try to negotiate to buy me out, and I wouldn't allow it. The fact of the matter is, if you look into this man's past, the fact of the matter, if you look, I don't think we should bring up the past. The issue at hand here, Mr. McMahon, is one thing and one thing only. You addressed on Larry King Live Friday on CNN. You went on and you said that I never worked for the World Bodybuilding Federation. I am on a video that is sold around worldwide through my voice. So you told the country that I didn't work for the World Bodybuilding Federation. You were a freelance and you were hired. Well, of course not. You said you fired me. You didn't fire me. John Filippelli not only gave me the letter, but he also fired me. John felt so bad that I was being released that he allowed me to stay in his house if I wanted to and be with his family until I could find further place to live. And that's, my friends, thanks to all of the good deeds and good people throughout the World Wrestling Federation. We're talking about 3 people here. We're talking about 3 people and only 3 people that have brought these allegations against. We're not talking about the 300. We're not talking about all the wrestlers and things of that nature. Let's keep them balanced here.
That former WWE employee Janelle Grant accuses McMahon of sexual assault and trafficking. Just this week, McMahon, along with Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, rang the bell at the New York Stock Exchange to celebrate The Rock joining the board of WWE's new parent company, TKO. Look, 78-year-old McMahon is almost unrecognizable with dyed black hair and a mustache, a far cry from his heyday. In the lawsuit, Janelle Grant accuses McMahon of sharing sexually explicit photographs and videos of her with the wrestlers and recruiting men to have a threesome at the WWE headquarters, even during working hours, while referring to her as his porn star. To show his domination over her life, the lawsuit claims that McMahon texted her, "I'm the only one who owns you and controls who I want to flank you." Last year, McMahon spoke about his legacy.
Let me just say, I've made mistakes. Obviously, both personally and professionally through my 50-year career. I owned up to every single one. And then moved on.
Now, many are wondering if the sordid accusations could threaten the 10-year, $5 billion deal Netflix just signed for WWE's live streaming rights.
Is Netflix going to duck this deal? I don't think so. But could they? Well, Hollywood, anything can happen. But I would not say that anyone's getting out of the ring yet.
A spokesperson for Vince McMahon says the lawsuit is riddled with falsehoods, baseless fabrications of events that never transpired, and a malicious distortion of the truth.
The parent company of WWE says they take the accusers' quote horrific allegations very seriously and are addressing the matter internally.
Someone identified only as a WWE superstar. This is a pro wrestler in the organization. And the allegation is that McMahon used Grant as a sexual pawn to entice this WWE superstar to sign a new contract with him. During the course of this event, series of events, McMahon texted Grant a reminder that she was an enslaved object to him, saying, quote, "I want to drive you lower and lower, so low that you might beg me to sell you." McMahon reportedly showered Grant with financed by the WWE, including tickets to VIP events, gift cards for thousands of dollars, clothing, jewelry, flowers, BMW, chef catered dinners, a spa vacation. And then in January of 2022, McMahon had told Grant that his wife had found out about their sexual relationship. He said that her time at the WWE was at an end. insisted that she sign a non-disclosure agreement, NDA. The lawsuit, her lawyers say, quote, in the days ahead, McMahon put Ms. Grant under immense pressure to sign, saying that refusing would not only jeopardize McMahon, his family, and the company, but that she'd surely become a public headline, suffer reputational ruin, including the pornographic content McMahon had captured, and face McMahon's legal resources. Conversely, McMahon reassured her that her signature would ensure his continued support, protection, and safeguard her reputation. Ultimately, Ms. Grant succumbed to the pressure and signed the NDA in exchange for payments, which McMahon later stopped making.
Transition co-chair Linda McMahon as his pick for Education Secretary. She has previously served in Trump's first term as leader of the Small Business Administration. She is a highly capable businesswoman, there is no doubt about that, decades of experience. But she also did this in a former life. Here she is with Kane at the WWE. Now these days, Kane, the scary wrestler you can see there, also known as Glenn Thomas Jacobs, is the mayor of Knox County, incredibly, and Linda McMahon is going to be Education Secretary. So it's quite an incredible time to be alive, Coach. You have to love it. This is, the American government at its best, is much for the people, by the people, of the people, and this is that personified where you've got somebody who moved on to be, say, the mayor of a small town in Tennessee. She's now served twice, or will be serving twice in the administration. And the thing is, in the modern era, they understand that understanding media, how to wield media, and the value of entertainment is actually a really big asset in politics, because it is ultimately a communication job in large part. And the WWE franchise, she's the wife of the founder, obviously, Vince McMahon. They turned this thing into a $7 billion franchise. It's one of the top things. So she's playing her part there, but I think fun times ahead. Well, yeah, and she's often credited for being the brains behind that operation. It is a family-run business. A judge has passed the sexual abuse negligence lawsuit against Linda McMahon, Donald Trump's pick for Education Secretary, until the Maryland Supreme Court rules on a case. This ongoing suit accuses her and the professional wrestling company she once led, WWE, of knowingly employing a ringside announcer who was sexually abusing underage boys. The alleged victims were ringside helpers at wrestling events back in the 1980s. They say Melvin Phillips Jr. used his position to sexually exploit them, and Linda McMahon and her husband Vince knew it was happening. They deny these accusations.
Forward to hearing more about your approach to running the Department of Education firm. Mrs. McMahon, since 1972, Title IX has been a critical tool in ensuring that all students are protected from sex-based discrimination in federally funded education programs. We briefly discussed Title IX in our meeting, but I'd like to ask you a series of yes or no questions to get into a little bit more detail here. So yes or no, do you believe that Title IX should be enforced to protect students from sexual harassment and sexual assault? Yes, I do. Do you believe that sexual harassment that is severe should be prohibited under Title IX? I think sexual harassment should be prohibited in any case. Do you believe that sexual harassment that is pervasive should be prohibited by Title IX? Yes. Do you believe that harassment that is either severe or pervasive should be prohibited under Title IX? I don't believe there should be any acceptance of sexual harassment, Senator. Great. Because I'm glad you actually agree with President Trump's efforts during his first term to narrow what qualifies as sexual harassment under Title IX. His guidance said that sexual harassment had to be severe and pervasive. And I hope that you will take your position and press for that to be the law. But right now, the Title IX is limited to sexual harassment that is severe and pervasive, not severe or pervasive. Yes or no, if an assault occurs between two students, but it happens off campus, do you think the school should have the ability to investigate that matter?
I think the school should investigate that matter, and I believe under the regulations today, and I could be corrected on that they are obligated to investigate.
Okay, and do you believe that the school then, after investigation, should have the ability to take actions regarding an incident that occurs off campus?
Yes, I think the school should be required to take those actions and to investigate and to notify the parties that are involved, and that so that both sides of the equation can have due process.
I appreciate your answer. It is not entirely clear at this matter, at this time, that the incidents would not only be investigated but adjudicated as to the school's adjudication rules. And the problem with that, as I'm sure you're well aware, is that you would have the potential of a victim of sexual assault face the potential of attending class with their perpetrator.
This can be evidence from the defendants that Grant posed to help prove her claims. We can't show you or read you these text messages in the complaint because honestly, they're just far too graphic and explicit. But they include alleged texts from McMahon in which he describes violent sex acts he wants to perform on Grant or have others perform on her. Messages call her all sorts of degrading names. They tell her what other men have said about explicit photos and videos of her. He appears to also be scheduling sexual liaisons with Grant and other men like Laurinaitis. Texts reportedly from McMahon also repeatedly tell Grant that if anyone were to find out about the relationship, she would lose her job and possibly face legal consequences. All right, so it's no secret that listening to stories like this McMahon one are tough to hear, and it just reminds you how dark life can be. And talking to somebody about what you're feeling, what you're going through, that could be a really, really good thing because your mental health is so important.
Which brings me to the fourth reason that this story's not going to disappear. It's because of people like me. People like me who have a lot of questions. People like me who get pissed when this stuff is just nothing to see here. Bye. Moving on. Business as usual. People like me who have a nightly talk show where I get to ask those questions out loud on the TV. I want to bring in someone who's got a lot of answers. It's Dave Meltzer. He's a very respected sports journalist covering pro wrestling and MMA. He's the editor of the Wrestling Observer. It's good to have you back, Dave. Fed today. I got one word, and it's wow. I was kind of wondering what your reaction was.
I wasn't shocked. I mean, we knew about the investigation probably in July, or at least the idea his house was raided back in July. So it's been somewhat known. I feel the story's so dirty. It's really sad that it's really sad that's happened. It's been really hard to just very depressing. It's a story that's very depressing to cover, honestly.
And it's hard to get your hands around it and your head around the extent that the allegations suggest. So Ari Emanuel is the king here. It's Does he have to clean house? Does he have to wipe out the McMahons? Do the McMahons' name have to be wiped clean from the slate? I mean, we are really in Weinstein territory, and we all know what happened to Weinstein and his company.
I mean, as far as there's only one McMahon left in the company, and at this point, I think that we need to know more before we make any judgments about him. As far as Vince, it's a tough thing because he's all over their archives, and Netflix and Peacock and all that. It's like, do you really want some of that stuff, like the footage that you're shown, on available on your streaming service? I'm not saying wipe out all the archives, but the archives of Vince, they age very badly right now, and it's very, it's a really tough thing. It's hard to scrub it because Vince is the history of the business. Vince has been the business. He's synonymous with the business. So in trying, I'm sure that they will probably not mention his name on television, if almost never, if ever, try to scrub him going forward. But all that stuff is there backwards, and he was the announcer for a lot of these clips, and so it's so to totally scrub him, it's difficult. It's really difficult.
Look, while this statement sounds rosy, do not be fooled. Linda McMahon has no experience as a teacher aside from being certified to teach French, but she's very young and thus she wouldn't have to really teach, so she abandoned the field. She said cushy roles that money can pay for, like being on the board of regents, trusting. So here's the thing, okay? She has a student center named after her. Something money can buy, right? Another seat she held was on the Connecticut State Board of Education. She resigned when she tried to run for Senate. Now, the topic of children's safety has now come to the forefront with McMahon.
I'm saying it is my great honor to announce that Linda McMahon, former administrator of the Small Business Administration, will be the United States Secretary of Education. He says for the past 4 years as the chair of the board at the America First Policy Institute, Linda has been a fierce advocate for parents' rights, working hard at both AFPI and America First Works to achieve universal school choice in 12 states, giving children the opportunity to receive an excellent education, regardless of zip code or outcome or income. As Secretary of Education, Linda will fight tirelessly to expand choice to every state in America and empower parents to make the best education decisions for their families.
To make the best education decisions for their family.
Who would manage this new heralded talent?
He has invited all of the managers who were bidding for his services. They had Bobby Heenan come out and go, Randy, let me tell you what, the brain should be your manager. Then Jimmy Hart came out, hey, let me tell you what, you should be a manager.
What's your business is this week right now? And we gotta know who the manager is gonna be. And here.
Oh, my goodness. We're going to have to find out a lot more about this lady.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to our sensational hour of International All-Star Wrestling. I'm your hostess, Liz Hewitt.
Liz was the love of Randy's life. And we happened to be around when they first met. I mean, they met down in our territory.
Lexington, Kentucky, on Richmond Road, had a gym called the Sente Sports Center. Elizabeth was the first person you saw in the morning, and she would hand you the towel and the key to the locker room. And that's how Randy met Elizabeth. They were married on December 31st, 1984, to the WWE.
Part of Randy's deal was he was going to bring his brother, Lanny Poffo, later on became the Genius. But Randy also wanted his wife, Elizabeth, to have a role in the company. His legend has it that Randy originally wanted Liz to do some broadcasting work for WWE, and then Vince took a look at her and said,
No, you're not going to be a commentator, it's a waste. So she became the manager.
It was kind of the prequel of all these reality shows. When Randy Savage selected Miss Elizabeth to be his manager and giving her that proverbial rose, her being in his corner, I think it was revolutionary.
The Bachelor, The Bachelorette. Randy was one of the very first real scenarios of love on TV.
People could just kind of pick up on the energy of that realness that was actually happening in real life. It was a unique pairing because she carried herself so beautifully and she had an elegance about her. It was kind of like this Beauty and the Beast sort of dynamic.
That's what made Macho Man. You get this queen, man. Everybody wants the queen.
I don't know what in the world. We're going to have to find out a lot more about this lady. She's not Macho Man in my book. Oh, Billy Jack sticking his nose in personal business. Oh, look at that. Scoop Elizabeth right around and look at that. Give me a break.
At ringside, he would sort of give her a look sometimes that's like, you better, or so there was an inherent threat to the relationship of Savage and Elizabeth. Don't get me wrong, I assume that part was him hamming up the character, but it's still uncomfortable to see now.
He developed that persona, but he started using that personality in his real life. Randy was so protective of Liz. He started bringing her to the matches before he actually got her into the business, and he would put her in his dressing room and literally lock the door when he wasn't in there with her so that she couldn't come out and nobody could go in. It was almost like a way to dominate her.
Once again, they did not treat Elizabeth very well.
The way he interacted with her. And you put the voice, oh yeah, don't look at my wife when she walks in the dressing room, brother. I was watching it, it was like, okay, I get it. He's the dominating personality of this relationship.
My chance in
Randy made it clear to everyone Miss Elizabeth was his and his only. He jumped out of the ring and take Miss Elizabeth and move her to the other side of the ring and tell her, you're safer here. You don't know if there was a controlling factor or if it was a sincere, heartfelt protection that he wanted for Miss Elizabeth. He believed in his gimmick. He lived his gimmick 100%. And he became the Macho Man, even when Randy toppled.
I question his treatment of Elizabeth.
You have to believe it. You have to actually believe it and feel it and live it. If you don't do that, you're not going to connect. Randy lived it.
And he's ready. Oh, look at that. Give me a break.
I think the first thing that I perceived was obsession. Oh, this guy's a lot.
I think little kids were like, stop being mean to Elizabeth. We liked her. She was like our nice second grade teacher that was beautiful. We're like, leave her alone. Randy, you're mean. He's so good. He was such good storytelling. Randy Savage had this beautiful woman that he loved. No one was going to talk to her. And she better know her place.
Elizabeth, I've got to compliment you on that. Just outstanding jewelry. That is very, very attractive on a very attractive lady.
Thank you very much.
I told you to say anything? Well, I told you to say nothing. I'm not taking it. What a dick. I want to watch this guy get beat up.
Tampa's a great town, it really is. It's kind of a white trash version of Miami. Tampa's known for strip joints, pimps, shock jocks, sex tapes, Macho, Hogan, stuff like that. Great stuff.
This is still the hotbed of wrestling. Everybody from John Cena to the Big Show to Edge and Christian, Roman Reigns, everybody lives here in Tampa. Actually started here in the 70s. When I first went to Minneapolis, New York, I started bringing some guys down that were single. And the next thing you know, we had a whole crew here, man. It was crazy. And Randy got the job in the WWE. When I got in his ear, I got him and Liz to come down. Randy and Elizabeth were just so much fun to be around. Just normal people, nice, really kind, normal people. The relationship with myself and my wife and Randy and Liz, we hung out all the time.
Yeah, this
Eat. They lived right down the beach from us, so every day when we were home, we were all together on my boat or at the pool or at the beach. We hung out with them all the time. Therein lies the problem.
Excuse me. Play you for those ultras? Well, we're kind of high level.
Fascinating.
Ice cold.
Mister, what's the deal, brother? Talk to me. It's not like you to leave me hanging and just checking out the babes, just leaving me out there. We need to have a little talk, brother, about who cut out on who. All right, let's do it right now. Come on. All right.
Randy and Miss Elizabeth threw a party, and we were so excited to go because my sisters and I all wanted to be like Miss Elizabeth. My dad and Randy were really close friends, but for us, like, we were still like in awe of Miss Elizabeth because she was the woman that we saw on our TV screens. As kids, even though our dad was a WWE superstar, we were still fans. They had a beautiful home, and they had really beautiful artwork. It wasn't a mansion, but it was just this beautiful home that was so well taken care of and so pristine. Their house was immaculate. Like, I felt like when we walked in, we had to like take our shoes off right away and put on little like booties. So I felt like he may have had OCD.
When I met Randy, he was the macho man, Randy Savage. Ooh, yeah. 24 hours a day. But what he didn't have was the look. He needed to look like a star. I said, bro, I got a guy named Michael Braun that when I played in a rock and roll band for 10 years, he made all of Hendrix's clothes. He made all the stuff for the guys in my band.
Randy calls me on the phone. Hulkster told me you can make me some clothes. Well, who's this? He comes with Miss Elizabeth and brings me shorts that have 3 stars in the front and maybe 2-inch letter across his tush. It says Macho Man. And I say, dude, I need real estate. I need from the floor to past your head. He says you can do whatever you want. This is the kiss of death. I make him 5 outfits out of spandex, but full-length pants and shirts. And maybe there's a little fringe here and there. We're just starting out. In the 80s, there was a series of pimps. One pimp would bring another pimp often to us, and they'd say, about me, he's all right. Yes, there was some inspiration from them for Macho Man's clothes.
The costumes fit, man. The tassel, everything just went down right where it was supposed to go to. You know what I'm saying? Man, there was a pimp outfit Randy was wearing, man, when you think about it. Like, Randy Pimpin' Savage.
The guy that dressed the pimps being one of the most influential costumers in all of wrestling. That's how Tampa rolls.
A real funny story is he wanted a really fast car, you know. Buddy of mine had him. So Randy went out there, looked at the car, bought it, had the car sent from California. The plumber sent the damn car back. So what's wrong with the car? Because my hat box won't fit up front in the trunk. I guess the only place there was a trunk is in the front of Ferrari. So we put the hat box in there, he wouldn't close, so we had to send the car back.
Hats are doing good. Now we got hats, we got glasses. I'm painting on his shirt, on the hat, on the sleeves, on the pants, on the back of the jacket, Macho Man. Over and over again. How many times can you write Macho Man? How many times can you paint the name? How many fonts can you use? Nobody can wear Randy's clothes. Nobody. They all look silly. There's something about this person fits these clothes.
He did spend money on his outfits, and they were lavish and extraordinary and colorful. Randy spent a lot of money on the perception of who the Macho Man was. And that was all out of his pocket.
Michael Braun made a fortune making Randy's clothes.
He wouldn't buy me a cup of coffee, but that's another subject.
Randy saved his money. He was smart. That's a nice way of saying he was cheap, but
yeah. But Randy was making a lot of money. Randy probably held on to every nickel that he ever earned.
His mom and dad
didn't always have it easy, and his father had to work really hard for every penny that he made. So Randy's father, Angelo, instilled in both kids, save your money. He would drive from Memphis all the way to Louisville, Kentucky, wrestle in a match, and then he wouldn't get a hotel. He'd sleep in his car. It was a lot of fun having him with us on the road. I don't remember him ever buying milk, I'll say that. Circumstance. What a song. All these other wrestlers had I'm gonna beat you up, and that like crunchy, like 80s and 90s guitar, like and then you just had this classic, elegant pomp and circumstance, and the second it hits, Macho Man Randy Savage is the definition of pomp and circumstance. I think that was the perfect music for Randy. But what I think made Randy such a good wrestler is the combination of his athletic ability and his personality and his work ethic in the ring. Man, he was just on the cutting edge with all of it, always.
He was extremely professional when it came to his preparation. He spent more time on the preparation than some other people did, a lot more than I did, and it showed in his work product.
Yeah, my phone would ring at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. To get an idea about the finish of this regarding the Randy's 4 o'clock in the morning, brother. Okay, what time it is? You should care as much as I do. Okay, I care, Randy, I care. There's always just banging heads with him. He'd go instead of a big foot before I got the ring out. I just elbowed me back over the top rope. I go, okay, Randy, 5 o'clock in the morning. But he was always on, man. And he was a wild man. I think he would really overthink it sometimes. He was too calculated, Sometimes you go like free form, the ring, you hear what the crowd wants instead of going to the corner and hitting the guy. You may want to grab his arm and bite his thumb off or something, Cut out the costumes, cut out the crazy voice, cut out everything. At the core is a man that knew what it took to be great. He knew the work. He wasn't afraid of the work. He put in the time, and he put in the effort. And I think that's a beautiful thing that anyone in any field can look at and realize that's what it takes. Go put in the work, go fail, get back up, and then you'll have your WrestleMania 3 moment with Steve.
Wow. Oh, it's never ending. It's amazing. There are over 64,000 acts stored here.
Covering all sorts of things.
Yes, lots of outtakes.
I'll have a little read of some of those.
Hi, welcome. This is
Hi,
Megan
Olivia. Lovely to meet you.
You're here to find out about Richard and have you petitioned for an act of Parliament, and he did.
Wow. The said bond of matrimony between Richard Campbell Bazette and Margaret Ann, his wife, being violated and broken by the manifest and open adultery of the said Margaret Ann, be and is hereby henceforth wholly dissolved, annulled, and made void. So he got it.
Yes, he did. This is the actual act. He was successful.
Richard Campbell Bazette. It's amazing.
You can see the date as well. So 13th of March, 1809. And then this is a really important bit of the act.
Oh, right, okay. That it may be lawful for Richard Campbell Bazette at any time to marry in the lifetime of the said Margaret Ann, as if she was actually dead.
As if she was actually dead.
Nice. Okay.
So this is very clear. March 1809, he can move on and marry again.
So hopefully he now goes to find Sarah.
Well, there is a twist in this tale. Okay. The next thing I'd like to show you is Richard's will. See the date here.
17th of January, 1833.
Yes.
So that's over 20 years after the divorce.
That's right.
This is the last will and testament of one Richard Campbell Bazette. I give and bequeath my property to be divided between my beloved wife Sarah Bazette, okay, and my beloved sons. Oh,
William Young Rosette, Charles Young Rosette, Henry Young Rosette, Richard Young Rosette, and Alfred Young Rosette. So 5. Yes, 5 boys. Wow. Charles is the one that I'm descended from. So we have Charles, and these are Charles's cadet papers, dated 1827, stating that he's the right age to join the army. So I, Charles Young Rosette, do make oath and swear that from the information of my parents that I was born on 12th of September in the year 1807. Okay. So, yes, 1807? Hang on a minute. No! Richard! Oh my God! Charles Young Bazette is born in 1807, and of course the divorce is not granted until March 1809. So, Richard has made a big deal about his first wife being unfaithful, yes, awful, shocking and terrible. Yes. Meanwhile, he's definitely having it away with Sarah.
It sucks to be wrong about what your view actually feels. But it's great to be wrong about Tinder. Because a new relationship starts on Tinder every 3 seconds.
This is the WrestleMania Report. I'm Gino Hilla. Surprise! Yes, yet even another match has been added to WrestleMania 3.
Well, this was going to be the biggest thing ever. At least that's what I said. It actually became the biggest thing ever for a long time.
We could hear the numbers coming in from the number of ticket sales at the Silverdome. 50,000, 60,000, 70,000, and finally got up to 93,000.
Heavyweight champion Hulk Hogan.
Hulk Hogan and Andre the Giant, the 2 biggest icons in our business at the time, were the main event. We want a match to steal the show.
Randy and Ricky were not trying to upstage my main event. They didn't go up to go, okay, you want to steal the show from Andre. We want to steal the show from Hulk Hogan. They didn't do that then.
Our goal was to have the match of the night. And to do that, we had to upstage Hogan and Andre.
March 29th, 1987. This is going to be the biggest moment in wrestling history. I knew that when I watched the whole show, as good as Hogan Andre was, and it was damn good, it didn't hold a candle to Randy Savage and Ricky Steamboat. Obviously, it turns out that one of the ways that they were able to do that is because Randy Savage was obsessive about that match and worked out every single detail repeatedly on notepads with Ricky Steamboat until they got exactly the match that they needed to have.
We had these yellow legal tablets. We got into 2.5 pages of these long legal pads. We were getting up to like 160 steps. We started quizzing each other, and I would say, Randy, step number 37 is this, this, and this. Tell me the rest of the match.
Number 38 is this, number 39 is this, number 40 is this, is it.
We took every opportunity and every advantage going over the match just to make sure they're all on the same page.
And you got the ultimate good guy in Ricky Steamboat. He's impossible to dislike. Then you got Randy Macho Man Savage, who Savage being, the bad guy. It was just a perfect storm, man. Everything you needed for the perfect story.
And the story that they told leading up to it had layers.
I'm gonna embarrass you. Not only pin you with the 1, 2, 3 count, but I'm gonna put you out of wrestling for good.
They never have a televised match until WrestleMania 3. The crowd is so big, it's majestic. It's like this gigantic sea of people.
The noise of 90-some-thousand people. Your body would almost vibrate from when you came down the ramp through the curtain and you were out there for the first time. My stress level rose because of trying to remember 160-some different steps. 1,
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's never as good as when you have one pure good guy and one evil bad guy, and they're doing things that are athletic and excellent and great and violent with reckless abandon. $159, $160. It is done.
It works. It is perfect.
To this day, people think it's like one of the best matches ever.
The goal of a match is to tell a story within a match. How can you, with your body and your face, tell a story to the fans?
There was nothing like the rush from the crowd after taking the fans on a ride of 20 false finishes. The sound was deafening.
You see the crowd jump up and react. I watched it 1,000 times. I still get the chills. It's the definition of what the art of professional wrestling is supposed to be.
I'll never forget Savage when I covered him. Randy goes, "We got him, Dragon. We got him."
It's a labor of love, and it's a craft that, when done at the highest level, is art. Savage, even though he was obsessed with living the character, didn't seem to care about wins and losses. I'm going to lose to Steamboat at the biggest thing in front of 93,000 people. No problem. It's going to be awesome. We're going to make it incredible. A truly great wrestler should be as happy when the third count hits if he's on the top or looking up. It should be the same thing if the crowd reacts. You should be happy either way.
The match actually ruined his life because he could never top that night. He could never top the match. His standards were too high.
After WrestleMania, that's where it all blew up right there, man.
Release the lightning power of the tornado. Set power of the bomb. And the firepower Sergeant Slaughter.
Perfectly ridiculous. With Mr. Perfect, you can achieve perfection.
Randy and I, we had 300 licenses each that ain't talking to me. So Randy was running neck and neck with my merchandise. Everywhere they booked Randy Savage and Hulk Hogan, always sold out. Everywhere. Couldn't do anything wrong.
Macho Man Randy Savage. Pioneer. Hogan wasn't threatened at all by anybody. And there were no one else that could touch Hulk Hogan at the time. But Randy Savage came close at that time.
I feel strongly about this man right here. Yeah, this is the man who is going to lose to the Macho Man Randy Savage. Just a little bit of this.
Randy was a little more indoctrinated to it and knew the lifestyle because of his being the second generation of his family, whereas Terry kind of stumbled into it. And I think that maybe Randy always resented that a little bit, that Hogan not only stumbled into it, but also became the biggest and outshined him.
There was no jealousy over anything like that.
No problem at all, baby. No problem at all. You see my t-shirt? In a lot of ways. In a lot of ways. Everybody's going to be saying, oh, cool, Vince McMahon.
I think everyone that has been or will be ever in the WWE will be in Hogan's shadow. I don't think Randy ever thought he would overshadow the Hulkster.
Hogan was going to be the unbeatable guy. That's the way it is. Those eyes right there. Those eyes. Monster Elizabeth. You got my face. You got Monster Elizabeth right there.
I think Randy Randy Savage doesn't get nearly enough credit for how important he was to the success of the WWE at that time. Hulk Hogan seems to be the guy. It's like there was Hulk Hogan and there was wrestling.
He was intense. Mix a little intensity with the right toxins and the right poisons, you can get a little crazy.
Get over the way! No! Somebody get the
Tonight is the first time that I've ever been the prize in a match. If Randy wins, I stay with him. And if George wins, he gets the title and he gets to keep me. Tonight is definitely the scariest night of my life.
When we look back on Randy Savage's career, so many of the most influential matches and storylines of his career involves Miss Elizabeth. So without her being a foil and a catalyst in this storytelling, you wouldn't remember those iconic, epic matches.
Keep grabbing and pushing in front of him. He was the king of that move. Of grabbing her and being like, oh, don't not today. You know, like, they're going to hit my woman and you're like, what in today?
To use Elizabeth in the storyline was so easy. We looking back, I want to set a good example for kids watching at home. It's not something we do today, but we learn and we move on.
It's professional wrestling, and I call it the theater of the absurd. Anytime you cross that line, that stirs the fans' reaction. When you stir their reactions, you start putting asses in seats. And that's what it's all about. She was the first major ballet in wrestling to be kind of part of the story. The husband-wife team working together, I don't think we really had anything like that before, so it was unique. Randy was extremely possessive with Elizabeth.
Shut up and keep polishing. If I lose today, it's your fault.
If you're given to be a certain way, and I can take that and boost it up, then it becomes larger than life. It works. It just worked.
Miss Elizabeth broke the mold.
You remove Elizabeth from the equation with Randy Savage, and he's just a guy that talks weird and is incredible in the ring. Miss Elizabeth anchored Brandy Poffo to that character.
I don't think she had any clue about how.
I've been wanting to do an action movie for a long time. Last time I did an action movie, I was in my 20s. We had to get buff and do things we've never done before. Oh, yeah. Sometimes a movie just turns out magically. And this is one of those.
Let's go, Haverty's.
One table, the whole family. Is that so hard? I love the weather. Look.
Yes, sir. But it has to fit everyone. I got you. Lovely.
Stop searching and start saving at Haverty's Memorial Day sale.
Liz struggled with eating disorders. She struggled with bulimia. So she really struggled with just self-confidence. She tried to be what she thought the man that she was having whatever relationship at the time with, what they wanted her to be. So she would get lost in the relationship.
I was the first one to push Liz down in a very physical altercation where I shoved her sideways. That was really, really a big deal. He asked me to come up to his hotel room, and we went over the pushing of Liz for about 2 hours. She was falling on the bed when I was pushing her sideways. How they got Randy to go for that or to do that, that's a mystery. 30 or 35 million people tuned in to see it.
They came up with the idea of the slap. Not me. That was the last thing I thought I'd ever do. I got more heat from the fans for slapping her than I did for the snake bite Randy. The wrestling fans destroyed my car. That's over it. Knocked all the windows out of it, busted the headlights, taillights. It's like the same with slapping a woman. You don't do that. That's ingrained in here, man. That's one of the two top evil things you can do. Imagine somebody slapping somebody today.
Randy and Liz were married in real life. However, on camera, their relationship was never exposed, and it was never talked about. It was more of an animal magnetism and attraction. Randy's character changed. Randy went from a very popular character to just a despised character, the macho king.
Savage goes full bad guy because of jealousy. A very real reason to turn. Elizabeth is out. Sherry's in.
Queen Sherry, what kind of rules are there?
No!
She turns on the macho man. In the crowd, Elizabeth.
She came back and slapped Sherry. Come on. Everyone popped. Everyone went nuts. I loved it.
Hello, Howard. Bring us up to date on the travels of the World Wrestling Federation.
I mean, you could be in Dallas one night and Miami the next, and then up to Chicago the next. And this would just keep right on going. The traveling part was the hardest.
We were running so hard in those days, man. We were running 7 days a week, every night. Our way of dealing with it, a little right. Guys were doing steroids, you guys were doing a lot of pills, man. A lot of pills. Some of us, including myself, did fair amounts of cocaine just to get going. Your body needs time to heal.
These guys, their whole empire is built upon their physique, so to speak. So I got to think that's very, very tough on them.
It's a world of action figures, and you put yourself out there as much as wrestlers do. Your body ain't going to keep the body of an action figure.
It's tough enough to do by yourself, not to imagine having your wife there with you every step of the way with, sharks tagging behind.
Randy really loved her, and I know that he wouldn't have it any other way, Miss Elizabeth with him. The business is tough. It's just the road, and it's just a tough business. I don't know of any husband-wife teams that have done it since. There's, probably, but there's probably a reason why that doesn't happen a lot in wrestling, because it'll ruin you.
I guess in hindsight, she just finally couldn't take it anymore. Not only sometimes was Randy overprotective, he was a little bit overbearing on Liz. And I really think that she just reached her breaking point.
I think he always felt like there was somebody else in her life besides him, when there really wasn't. How could it be? You're locked in the house and you can't go out on the road. Nobody can touch you. Nobody can see you. How in the world could she fall in love with anybody else?
Elizabeth, I love you.
Yes.
Will you marry me?
Oh, yeah.
When Randy the wrestler and Miss Elizabeth were having a great life on TV, they were having a horrible life in real life, and I think that was a huge, huge accelerator, so to speak, of the demise.
Can you imagine that? Like, if your marriage was seriously in trouble and you had to publicly get married again, so the world is kind of like, oh my God, that's so cool, you guys are married. And it's like, no, actually, we were married, and now we're barely married. I wonder how much of the worst of him was brought out by the wrestling business. They clearly brought the best out of him professionally, but I wonder how much it cost him personally.
Fascinating.
Ice cold.
As the orchestra played, the vocal line of the eager guests gave their congratulations to having one.
I remember Randy coming to me, Liz is very unhappy with me and thinks she wants a divorce. And I said, well, maybe she just wants a little bit of freedom. But I knew he was really heartbroken over that, you know.
I don't know if anybody ever looked at Randy and his wife's situation and said, hey, maybe I should step in and say something. If you knew Randy, I don't think that would have set well with him. I think maybe later on, Hulk Hogan and the time Hulk's wife may have crossed that line, and that didn't go well either.
I didn't realize that Liz was uneasy. I just remember Randy had just bought a boat. My ex-wife was on the dock, and her and Liz were talking. She said, well, Jerry's going down to Miami to shoot a movie called Mr. Nanning. We'll be down there a couple of months, and I'll be there with the kids. It needs to be work on. So if you get bored, come on down and hang out and help me with the kids. So I went down the next day to Miami, and I was shooting nights. And I guess I left work about 5 o'clock. When I came in at 6 in the morning, I saw the red Cadillac out there. It's Liz's car, I go upstairs, and I said, where's Liz at? My ex-wife is still asleep. She says, oh, she's in the back room over there. I peeked in the other room, no one was in the bed. I didn't think nothing of it, so I went to sleep and got up, worked out, did my thing. The next day I went to work again. At night I came in, same thing. Nobody in the bed. I said, okay, here's the deal. I don't know what's going on, but she's not going to be sleeping here. She needs to get her stuff out of here. So I don't want to eat. And so as things progressed, I saw her down by the pool hanging out with the guy that played tennis. And I was getting ready to go to work at night, and I came out of the shower about 6 o'clock, and I heard her scream, oh, where's she at? Where's she at? I don't even know where she's at. And I said, oh my God, he's here. So I put a towel on, I went out in the living room, and there was Randy standing with my ex-wife pointing his finger going, where Liz is? I said, Randy, calm your, what down, brother. Grabbed the manager, I said, hey, brother, this is Macho Man, his wife's here, he didn't have a key to room, he need a key to room. So the manager walked us all the way around the back of the hotel. The guy put the key in the door open, and Randy pushed the door open and said, hey, Liz, and I took off. I was gone. All of a sudden, I get ready to leave the door, there's like 20 cop cars outside the hotel. I was blamed for that. The truth is, after the second day, I should have called him right away. I said, hey, I don't know where his life's at with the car. Seriously, I don't know. I should have done that, I guess. That's where a relationship fell apart for about 10 years. Just as intense as the wrestling was, that's how much he hated me in real life. I just figured if I got her out of my room, I had no idea she had called home. I had no idea that she left and packed all of her stuff up and didn't tell him she was done with marriage. I didn't know any of this stuff. I just thought she came down to hang out. She left you and didn't tell us.
Let's just be honest, the day that Randy died, he still loved Miss Elizabeth. That's his ultra love in life. And so as he's losing her in real life, he has to act like, we're in love, getting the whole 9 yards. And so, I can't even understand how much pain that would be.
Why, it's right the real deal right here. I'm the Macho Man Randy Savage, and me and Gene Okerlund, I'm gonna be your co-host. Yeah, All American Wrestling. Do you have any problem with that? I don't have a problem.
I don't know why Vince puts people on commentary other than the fact that he might have another vision of what needs to be done for the product. Vince, I don't think, wanted him to work anymore. They wanted to get him out of the ring and do commentary, and Randy always felt like he had some matches left.
The reason that I argue that Randy Savage is probably the greatest who ever lived is because he literally can do every single aspect of professional wrestling except for commentary. I was not a fan of that.
You gotta be able to get a handle on some of these wrestling moves. People are stealing. That's the $1 million dream.
Randy probably looked at it as, man, do they not think that I'm good enough in the ring anymore that they're going to put me out here as a color commentator?
His voice was a small doses thing. You don't want to just hear the ring commentary over the top. Oh, there we go. After 2 hours of it, it's like, it doesn't have the same mystique anymore.
Are you ever going to get back in the ring?
Absolutely. Thanks for asking me that question. I'm gonna just, I've been in the sidelines, kind of just picking my shots, and I feel an opportunity coming up really soon, within a week of that, get back into the ring. I'm going to still be doing the broadcasting because I really enjoy it. And I'm broadcasting because I want to, not because I have to. But when I get back in the squared circle, I'm going to make a quick name for myself again, and I'm going to go after that World Wrestling Federation Championship belt for the third time, a three-peat.
Randy had a lot of fight left in him, a lot of gas in the tank. He had no knee replacements. Randy hadn't had any major surgeries. His legs were good. He tore his tricep and knocked his teeth out one time by accident. He was in great shape, man. He could go.
When they wrestled me, they turned out to be a clown when we were...
Yeah, Doink the Clown.
Doink the Clown, or Hulk Hogan the Clown, or whatever it is. You know, it doesn't even...
I know you and Hulk were kind of friends there for a while.
Kind of not, too.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Kind of and kind of not, yeah. Somewhere in between.
They said, we're having a youth movement. The best thing you can do is hold on to the mic. He says, well, I'll get a second opinion on that. And it turned out WCW didn't think he was too old.
I'll never forget the night that it happened. I remember Vince walking around saying, has anybody seen Randy? I would need to go over the format with him. And then an hour before our show started, somebody came to Vince and Vince, turn on the TV.
It gives me a great deal of pleasure to introduce truly one of the all-time greats in professional wrestling, finally arriving at World Championship Wrestling.
I was with Vince at the time, or right in the same room, and he no-sold it. There was no expression change on his face at all. He looked around. He looked over at me. He said, King, could you do the commentary with me tonight?
Randy, I know you're out there listening. And on behalf of all of us, all of your fans, and certainly me, the number one fan, I'd like to say thank you for all of your positive contributions.
Even when it was happening, a lot of people didn't believe it was happening.
Wish you nothing but the best. Godspeed and good luck.
It was a surprise and not a pleasant one. And it was, it hurt.
They wanted me to do the commentary thing, which I will want to do sometime. Because they had a pretty slanted viewpoint on things. I feel like I would like to express it at some time. It's not even now. But I just wasn't ready, to take off my boots at that point. I'm glad I did. I don't think you want to do that. You want to do that. When Randy, Macho Man, and Hulk Hogan have a date with Destiny. Oh yeah, Starcade there.
All right, the Macho Man Randy Savage already making his presence soon here on WCW Saturday night.
Oh yeah.
During the Monday Night Wars, when WWE and WCW were going head-to-head on TV on the same night, for a long time, WCW, they were winning the Monday Night Wars. And part of that was because a lot of talent would jump ship, and Randy was one of those talents. I mean, he was a big, big star.
I think it was devastating. I think it was because he was our captain. I remember a bunch of us were talking with him and saying, like, man, we don't have any stars.
So when we all felt maybe there was a shift going on, my gosh, the two biggest guys of our era, Hogan and Randy Savage, are there.
Oh yeah.
There was a huge rift with Randy and Hulk. So when Randy went to WCW, it was always a very business-like relationship.
It was a really smart move because Randy wasn't done wrestling. Vince told him he was done wrestling, and Randy wasn't done wrestling. He had a major impact on the wrestling business once he came over and got back in the ring again.
Randy was highly motivated, so was I. And we get two highly motivated people that each want really the same thing. Then it's just about numbers. And what was really, really interesting about negotiating the Randy Savage deal is it didn't cost me a dime. Because when Randy Savage made the jump to WCW, so did Slim Jim.
Want to pick up the temple? Yeah! Step into a Slim Jim.
He took Slim Jim with him, and that was to the tune of $750,000 per year.
Yeah.
to make up eat Slim Jims. So any irregularity I have with my bowels is on you, Slim Jim. I'm gonna take your cord and drop the old fluid, yeah. Intestinal fortitude, not included, yeah.
What do you see?
Slim Jim. Slim Jim. Slim Jim!
You could tell he was struggling with aging in WCW, and you could tell he was doing whatever he had to do to keep his body in shape. And he got too big.
I'm not giving up. I'm just getting started.
In that period of time, it was about guys being bigger, stronger, faster. It was in all sports. A lot of wrestlers took the steroids just to heal and to maintain their body. If you're on the road like that, you're not eating properly, you're not getting the right sleep, your body starts to tear down. I ain't never seen him do it. Now, if you ask me if I think he did, yes. That's just my own thought. I've been wrong before, though.
He got his money in WCW, you know? He went and cashed in, got a nice check, money he could have lived off of for the rest of his life. He did sort of at WCW kind of end up in Hogan's shadow again. In WWE, it was almost like he was lurking in the shadows of Hogan, like, I'm right here. I can do this. In WCW, it wasn't like that. He was never a threat to Hogan's spot.
I think there's a lot of competition. I think till the day that Randy Savage died, there was a lot of emotional feelings between he and Hogan. It's kind of scary. Even though neither one of them would talk about it, they didn't need to have anybody tell you what was happening. You could see it. They didn't get along. They did not get along.
Eric Bischoff came to me and said, hey man, get an opportunity to grab Elizabeth. They were divorced, you know. Oh my God, we could get her. That would be so intense.
When Miss Elizabeth wanted to come to WCW, it was Randy who was one of her biggest advocates. Randy had moved on with his personal life, so there was no excess baggage.
He didn't have a problem with it at all. He said, man, if there's money to be made, let's make it. I'm bored.
By the time that I met Liz and we were getting to know each other, I had the sense that she had completely moved on from the marriage with Randy. She had met someone. All of a sudden, Liz was converting to Judaism and moving to Florida. You know, it didn't last long, but she tried.
What I thought at the time was an innocent workplace flirtation, and sure enough, there is no such thing as workplace flirtation. So, working together and being around each other, we definitely cross those boundaries. My best friend from wrestling, Sting, I tried to sit down with him many times, talk to me about it.
I wouldn't do that. There just wasn't any stopping him at the time.
It didn't seem like it was probably the best idea for a number of pretty obvious reasons, but somebody else's life and they're going to do what they're going to do.
When it became obvious to me, I thought, okay, here we go. This is an iceberg that the Titanic hit that nobody saw coming. Here comes mine. It didn't happen.
I think Randy was just kind of maybe over it, just kind of was keeping his distance.
It was like a full circle situation because, you know, if I hadn't done that, then I hadn't got over it. You know what I mean? Because, you know, I don't believe in taking anything to the grave. You know what I mean? You know, because then, you know, they're still friends. You know what I mean? Or just something that didn't work, and it was a no problem situation. You know what I mean? And just, you know, life goes on, and you know, just, you know, you shouldn't spend the rest of your life dwelling over any one thing.
When he had Liz, I don't think he really went out. When they separated, it was almost like having like a freshman in college. What are we doing tonight?
I believe Randy Savage met Gorgeous George outside of the wrestling business. I'm not sure what she was doing for a living at the time. There may have been some dancing involved.
I moved to Tampa, and the first person that I met was Randy. It was kind of like fate. I truly believe in fate. The first place I worked is the dollhouse. So I get in there, they give me a sequin gown that I owe money for at the end of the week. I'm on the set list to go on stage. I didn't even have enough money to get a drink for myself. So I'm sitting there, and some old guy starts whacking me in my arm. And he's like, girl, buy me a drink. And I was like, you buy me a drink. And he starts fighting with me. So next thing you know, I got grabbed up and thrown outside the dollhouse. On my knees in a sequin gown, some guy comes up to me and he goes, hey girl, are you okay? And I'm like, dude, did you just see what happened? He's like, yo, that wouldn't have happened if you would have been beaten up by Evel Knievel. And I get to looking at him and I'm like, Macho Man? I mean, this was like a surreal dream. He gives me his phone number and an address. So I got this piece of paper with his phone number in my hand, and I'm thinking to myself, well, he might be cool.
Some of the allegations made against you by Nicole, end of season 8.
She's like, I really didn't think it made the show. And I was like, oh, it made the show. Sure enough, we got the screeners a week later, and I was mortified. There is zero truth to this. I can't even believe that this was allowed.
Welcome to another episode of Richard Lives, aka the show that teaches you how to use money to live your best life. I'm Vivian too, and Selling Sunset Watchers, get ready to get hyped because we have one of my fave cast members from the show today, Emma Hernan. Welcome, Emma.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you for having me. I'm so excited to be here.
For anyone who might not know all about Emma's illustrious career, she is a celebrity real estate agent and core cast member on Selling Sunset, the owner of Emma Lee & Co., and an angel investor in multiple startups. Emma, thank you so much for being here. I'm so excited for us to chat today. I am a Selling Sunset stan. I want to kind of roll back the tape really quick. Most 16-year-olds aren't really thinking about investing, but you were already setting up a nest egg, thinking about business. Like, what inspired you to start so early?
It's always been in my blood. Like, I feel like from a very young age, for me, being financially stable was stability to me. My father was a firefighter, my mom was a stay-at-home mom, and I was super close to my grandparents. And I just knew that I wanted to be super, super successful because they were so amazing to me. And so for me, being successful meant that I would give back to them. For the first summer that I worked, I was nannying and I was also working in the ice cream shop. And I remember saving all my money. I put it in my sock drawer. Weird place to put it, but I hid it in the sock drawer. And then when Christmas time came, I separated it into piles for my mom, my dad, my nana, my papa, and then my brother. My brother got the smallest because he wasn't very nice to me. But it was like the best thing because it was the first time that I had money.
Yeah.
And spoiling them on Christmas made my Christmas.
I can definitely tell gift giving is one of your love
Yes,
languages.
it is. I'm a giver. Like, it makes me so happy.
So you were obviously a very good saver. You were good at, squirreling that money away. When did you realize it was important not only just to save, but also to invest?
So I was nannying for this family, and the husband went to Harvard. They were in the stock market, and I obviously saw the wealth that they had accumulated. So when I would put the kids down to sleep, instead of watching TV like a typical teenager, I remember looking at the computer and seeing the Christmas bonus was more zeros than I had ever seen in my whole entire life. I didn't know that existed.
Yeah.
And that was just the Christmas bonus. And I was like, how do I make this happen? I sat down with him and his wife, and I said, instead of getting paid, I want to save all of the money, all of the hours, and then at the end of the summer, I want to invest everything. And so I started investing. The first investment I remember was healthcare, which is a great investment to get into.
Yeah.
And that's kind of how I got into it. And then I saw, obviously, the more you save and the more you invest, that's the way to do it.
You were a part of a fishing family. Yeah. And at 16, you actually invested in your family's seafood business.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if every 16-year-old girl is dreaming of being a seafood company owner, but what made you want to get into that, and how was being a part of that business so young?
So when my grandfather passed away, he left the company to my mom and her sisters. And as with any company, when you take it over, there's a lot of expenses. There's rent, there's machinery, and they were trying to scale to another level. My grandfather was scooping crab cakes out of his kitchen and selling them to the local fish market. They needed to expand, and they needed to pay for employees and payroll and all of these things. My mom had maxed out their home equity and taken everything out to put into the company. So at that point, that's why I saved. I wanted to be able to give back to my family at a young age, and that's why saving was so important. So when it came time for me to step up, it was a no-brainer. There wasn't any hesitation. It was like, you need money to get the company going, you need money for payroll, whatever machine. I was like, of course. Now, the company is in stores across the US, a multi-million-dollar company. And I love that I was part of that journey. And it also kept my grandfather's legacy going as well.
You are so involved in your family's seafood company. Like, what do you hope to be creating for those future generations?
Creating a company and growing it to a certain level and then being able to have that generational wealth is stability. It all goes back to stability. So my children, my children's children, they don't have to struggle. And I want them to work because I do think that that's important too. You have to have that drive in you. I do think that having a little starting point and having that makes a really big difference. I have a niece and a nephew now, and one of my brother's lines that he came out with is actually named after them. So he has his own line, Alley Mags. And I want that to motivate them that, oh my God, we need to work just as hard as mom and dad did and just as hard as auntie did, because they created this line in our name, and creating that generational wealth is going to make such a big difference for our entire family. And I really want to create a legacy.
When people talk about creating wealth, I think people immediately jump to the flashy sports car or the bag, or even sometimes like a really big house.
Yeah.
But you have said the word stability so many times, and I really do think that is a very rich thing to say.
Yeah.
Like, it's what actually matters.
It is. It's what actually matters. It doesn't matter what kind of car you drive. It doesn't matter how big your house is, because if you don't have the money to pay your mortgage, well, then that house means nothing. That car means nothing. And at the end of the day, I want to have a big nest egg in my savings so that anyone that comes to me, anyone in my family that needs something, I'm there for them. And again, that nest egg is eventually going to trickle down to my kids and my kids' kids. And that's what's important to me.
Taking care of them even when you're no longer around.
Exactly.
How has your money management changed these days versus when you were younger in your teens and 20s?
I've always been really, really good at saving and really good at investing and things like that. But now, when it comes to those type of things, I like to take a little bit riskier of investments because, I've done the work. So I'm at a point where I have my savings. I've invested really, really good in certain areas. So like if I can take a risk and invest in something like a startup that's a little bit more risky,
you have that cushion to be able to take that leap.
Exactly. And I always say when you're just getting into investing, go the safe route, because you don't want to lose it all. You know what I mean? Especially if someone dips their feet in the water and then they drown. That's not good. They're not going to want to do it again. So I always say when you're first investing, just dip your feet in and do something that's a little bit more on the safe side. And then once you see that savings going up and up, you're more apt to continue to do it.
So funny. I feel like you are on the opposite side of the spectrum versus so many other people.
Yeah.
You are such a good saver. You're investing. How do you balance that versus you're spending? Like, don't you want to buy stuff? Don't you want to have fun?
Yeah. So for me, I know it sounds so crazy, but like a lot of my girlfriends, they're like, ooh, I got a big check. Let me go shopping. Let me go buy a new Chanel bag. Let me do this. For me, when I get a big check, I am like, what investment can I put this in? What stock, what startup? Like for me, like that's my accessory is, being able to look at my checking account, look at my savings account, or look at an investment growing. So there are times where I'm tempted because of course I'm a girl, I love fashion, but as much as I love fashion, we can whip something together. It doesn't have to be from the top designer, it could be from Forever 21. And, if I get to spoil myself here and there with a nice bag, that's fine. But for me, oh my God, investing in the company or the stock market or something like that, that's what excites me.
Emma, based on your reality TV career, I feel like some people might have tried to pigeonhole you into beauty or fashion because you are so lovely. But what made you want to invest in boring business instead?
Because boring businesses is what makes you the real money. So like I'm all about that paycheck. I'm all about that savings. My first investment was in the healthcare space.
Yeah.
So I've always known that going into that space is going to be, the space that's going to create wealth. And ultimately, what I want to do for me and my future family is create generational wealth.
Yeah.
And that's why investing in, the boring space, that's where the money's at. So I remember, healthcare being one of my first investments and, even still like investing in tech and things like that. Like that's where the future is going. So yeah, boring investments aren't so boring when the checks look right.
Were you ever scared? Like those weren't spaces that you had a lot of personal expertise in.
I've always been a risk taker, for sure. I've always been like, sometimes my parents are like, what? You're putting that much money in it? It's like, I understand it's a gamble, but there's also, a really high chance to get an amazing ROI. You know what I mean? And those can be scary for sure, but at the same time, I like to take risks. And I do think that, you know, when you invest in something that is positive for our future, whether it's healthcare and something that could change the healthcare industry, or tech, something that can change someone's life in a positive way, I like to make those type of investments.
Let's hit pause for a second to learn about another way SoFi helps their members get their money right. Trying to find the right insurance is kind of like hitting up one of those fancy food halls. You think you know what you want. There are so many options. Do you go for some gourmet pizza, tacos, maybe a poke bowl? That's where SoFi Protect comes in. Think of it like your personal insurance food hall, except here they can help you put together a plate that can protect you. No overpaying for extras you don't need, and no missing out on the coverage you do. With SoFi, you get one place to shop, compare, and manage all your coverage from auto to home and even life. So you apply for exactly what you need at a price you love. Whether you need a light snack of coverage or a 3-course meal, SoFi makes it easy to help protect what matters most to you. Learn more at SoFi.com/protect. Reality TV, selling sunset. Were you ever worried that being on reality TV would negatively impact your other income sources, your other businesses?
It was more so about, oh my God, I'm putting my personal life out there for the world to see and judge. And that's not always fun. And I've always been really private in my relationships, and that was taken away from me. The first season, thrown to the wolves, that was taken away. So, like, I knew that that was going to be something, and I knew that the world, you know what I mean, they will rip you apart, you know, and that's not always fun.
You are not nice.
Oh my goodness, I'll tell you a story only because it's funny now, but it wasn't funny at the time. I remember my first season when it came out, somebody wrote, "Does anyone else think Emma from Selling Sunset looks like a pigeon?" And they had my head next to a pigeon's head. And I was like, I see it. I saw it. I'm not going to lie. I was like, people just rip you apart. And I remember for a second, I got a little hit in my stomach, and I was like, okay, Emma, rewind. This is 5% of what you're looking at. Right? And then I went to my DMs, and I had thousands and thousands of messages from women telling me that I inspired them to go out there, and whether it was changing a career path or just inspire them to, you know, get out of bed and do something different. That's why I did it. And that's why, as risky as it was and, you know, putting my life out there, it was all worth it.
Talk to me about the other pros. Did you see reality TV help with show an uptick in your actual businesses too?
100%. People didn't know me before the show, of course. They're looking at my Instagram. They're seeing these photos online. I'm not doing a lot of talking, so they're just photos. And they're judging me 100% based on my appearance. And then when I joined the show, people are like, oh my God, she's super sweet. She's a hard worker. She created everything on her own. She's not dating someone that has money. Her parents didn't give her money. She worked hard to get there. So that was one of the biggest pros and bonuses that came with the show, is people kind of got to know me as a person. And I am so friendly, and I am like, I'm a girl's girl through and through, and I'm always helping people. And I feel like if you just looked at a photo online, you wouldn't really understand that. So I loved that about the show, that I was kind of able to tell my story and where I came from. And you get to see my real life friendships. I mean, Chelsea and Chriselle are my genuine best friends. Like, this isn't just for a TV show. They're going to be my best friends for life.
We love Chriselle here. You guys can check out her episode at youtube.com/SoFi. She's also been on Richard Lives.
Oh, I love her.
You mentioned being a girl's girl, and especially knowing that you identify as a girl's girl. Some of the allegations made against you by Nicole end of season 8, did those negative allegations ever impact your business in a bad way?
What was done to me was so unfair. I was completely blindsided. Not only by Nicole, we're not friends, so that's one thing. I still don't think you should ever do that to another woman.
Yeah.
But, you know, by the show a bit too, for not giving me a voice to, okay, it could have been, all I had to do was be told in 30 seconds, it would have been squashed.
Right.
But I wasn't given that chance because it's a little bit juicier to leave it as a cliffhanger. Who's Emma with? What is it? And I was mortified what they did to me. Mortified. And I was actually just about to launch my new company, Coast to Coast. And I put that on pause. I paused the launch of my company because of what Nicole did to me. I'm super happy that I did that, but at the time,
very smart business move.
Yeah, it was. It was a smart business move. And I also wasn't in the mindset of going out there and being like the CEO, this go-getter, after what I was just being accused of. It was important for me to clear my name and let this be known. There is zero truth to this. I can't even believe that this was allowed. I will never forget that. I'll never forget the pain. I'll never forget the hurt. I'll never forget that hit in my stomach feeling until it was cleared up.
Okay, so as someone who is potentially interested in maybe having a career in reality TV in the future,
but like, you would be amazing, by the way.
Thank you.
You would be amazing.
But how do we get paid?
Okay, very good question. So it's different for, Bravo is different than Netflix, but for our show, we get paid per episode.
Okay.
So if you make the episode, you get paid. If they cut you out of the episode, you don't get paid. And guess what? You have to pay for glam, styling, and everything yourself. So a lot of people think that we get, hair and makeup budget, styling budget, but no, that is all on us. So however we come up and we show up to set, however we look, that budget is on us. So you are investing in yourself. And honestly, when I first joined the show, I was in the negative. And then
really,
oh yeah, from what I was spending, yeah, I was in the negative when I first joined the show because it was so expensive to get glam, to get these outfits, to do all of these things. I was in the negative, and then I broke even my next season, and then now, because obviously, your pay goes up as you have been a cast member for quite some time, and I'm a little bit smarter with, glam and stuff like that, and different outfit choices. At the end of the day, it's more important for me to have money in the bank and a savings and an investment than, an outfit. So love our outfits and selling Sunset, but my bank account comes first.
When you are thinking about kind of like how you invest in yourself for these appearances, like, what are the considerations? Is it more important to you to be spending on that versus like, putting a down payment down on something else?
Yeah, so I think that there's pros and cons when it comes to when you're investing in yourself and you're going onto a reality show. And yeah, let's be honest, fashion is big on Selling Sunset.
You gotta look nice.
You have to look nice, and you're creating a brand. So, I'm smart enough to realize I am putting my personal life out there. I need to make this worth it. So I am going to invest in myself. I am going to go above and beyond. I am going to spend a lot on glam. I am going to spend a lot on these outfits, and I'm probably going to be in the negative for, a season or two, but that's okay, because what I'm creating is, again, generational wealth. So I'm creating a brand. I'm not just coming onto this show and for no reason. If I'm going to do it, if I'm going to put my life out there, it has to be worth it. I realized that, first season, and I launched my food company that I talked about on the show. These empanadas became, a whole thing because, I was like, what? I'm creating a brand. I'm showing people that I am a brand myself. And so I had to invest in my outfits, my glam, and everything like that came with it.
You have an empanada company, but you started also offering co-packing services.
Yeah. So this is what people don't know about me. Everyone assumes that I just have this empanada company, which is amazing. I love my empanadas. But what I did first was I bought the manufacturing facility. Then I started my company. So now anyone that comes to us, we co-pack for numerous brands that are in stores across the U.S. So we have that stream of revenue, which is huge. I have my empanada company, and then we have my family's company in there as well. So there's so many different streams of income, and I think that that's what people don't realize is that it's not just an empanada company.
Yeah.
I co-pack for a million other brands, and
wait, I'm a little confused. Can you explain to me what the word co-packing means?
Yeah. So when you're starting a company, you have to find a co-packer to make your items. It's not going to charge you an arm and a leg. So a lot of the startups that fail, it's because it's really difficult to find a good co-packer. And what I did is I became my own co-packer because I started my manufacturing facility before I even started my own company. So I kind of skipped a step, and I feel like that has been definitely a really big advantage for me.
A lot of people get on the VC treadmill and they start borrowing money. But you've mentioned that you are self-funded.
Yeah.
That's a lot of risk to wear. What made you decide to essentially sponsor your own businesses versus going and applying for a loan or getting money from a venture capital fund?
Okay, I love this question. This might be my favorite so far. I was judged a lot based on my appearance for a lot of my life, and I knew that if I started my company and I took other people's money, people were going to think that, I didn't do this on my own. So for me, it was just like a female empowerment moment. Like, I'm going to bootstrap this entire company myself. I'm going to fund it. I bought my own manufacturing facility. I'm now funding everything else that goes into it, the packaging, the startup fees, everything. It drove me even more because I'm like, I need this company to succeed. I have put so much money into it. I put my heart and my soul into it. I think when you have a little skin in the game or a lot of skin in the game, it's going to make you work a lot harder. And, there were 16-hour days where, I wasn't getting any sleep because I wanted everything to be perfect. And my guy friends that were CEOs and crazy successful, wait, can I invest in your company? And I was like, no, I'm good. And it was the best feeling because I turned down so many investments, and everyone was shocked because most people don't turn down investments these days.
Yeah, who's turning down money?
Exactly. There's nothing wrong with taking capital on, but for me, it was one of those things that I really wanted to launch my first company and own it 100%, do it all on my own, and I'm super proud of myself. We as women need to be able to say that more. I am proud of myself, and we need to be proud of ourselves. We need to look in the mirror with confidence and be like, great job, you know what I mean? Pat yourself on the back, and I'm really proud of myself with what I was able to do.
I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
I hope a young woman listening to this feels the same and realizes that they can do it themselves too.
Exactly.
While we're on the topic of entrepreneurs, let's take a quick break to learn how SoFi is making it easier for small business owners to stay on top of their finances. We'll be right back with more from Emma.
Listen up, business owners. It's time to talk about how things are fitting. No, not your clothes, your finances. While owning your own small business can be a dream, finding financing that fits your needs is like trying to find the perfect accessory for your outfit. Some loans are just too much. More money than you need, and suddenly you're paying for a loan that's riding off into the sunset with your cash flow. Others are way too small. Like, they don't cover anything. It wouldn't even cover your next inventory order. And others come with way too many strings attached. Fees, requirements, restrictions. It's just not it. That's why I love SoFi's marketplace. It helps you shop and compare financing options that may actually work for your business. So go to SoFi.com/SMB and shop for financing that fits.
Selling Sunset, you are an actual real estate agent who sells houses. You have Emily & Co. I mean, you are hands in all these different pots, super diversified, which is amazing.
Yeah.
Let's break it down into a pie chart. What percentage of your income comes from where?
Probably 40% my food company. So the food industry, I would say 40%. Just because it's also passive income. That's important for young women out there to learn about getting passive income and doing things and investing in things where, okay, you have passive income here, so that actually opens up my time where I can go sell houses, I can go film for a show, because I'm also getting this paycheck as well. So I would say 40% in the food industry, I would say 20% in real estate, another 20% I would say, when it comes to filming the show and doing more TV type appearance stuff, and then that last 20% is going to be my other investments, whether it's startups and things like that, because you still have to put time into that. You have to go meet with the owners. You have to go check out, the product that you're investing in. So that 20% is definitely for that. So that's kind of my little pie chart right now. That's my current pie chart.
You hit a buzzword, passive income. How much money did you feel like you needed to have in the bank before you started feeling like you could get that passive income?
For me, I had $1 million in the bank, and that was kind of my number that I wanted to hit. I wanted to be able to sit down with my grandmother and tell her, because no one had been a millionaire in the family yet on both sides. She was my person, and I remember I wanted to sit down and tell her, and I was like, man, guess what? And she was like, what? And I was like, I have $1 million. And she could not believe it. She could not believe it, but I had to hit that number. That number is not going to be everyone's number, but for me, it was so important for me to become a millionaire. As a little girl, that was a big, big dream of mine. So before I started going out and making these riskier investments, I wanted to be able to say, okay, I'm a millionaire. Now I can go take a little bit more risk because I have that nest egg.
I definitely felt the same way. It's almost like a mindset thing. When you have that number that nobody in your family has ever seen before, it gives you it gives you a security blanket.
Yeah, I even have butterflies right now talking about it because I remember the first time I would watch my bank account like crazy, and I would just like scroll and like I just wanted to see that number.
You were refreshing it like it was Instagram.
I was refreshing it like it was an Instagram feed, and I just wanted that new photo to come up. And I remember seeing that number in my bank, and I did it. All of the hard work, I did it, and I was so proud to tell my family. And I never really talked about it with my friends at that point. Now I actually think it's really important to talk about money, especially with females. I feel like we don't talk about it enough. Oh my God, you should see the conversations that I have with my girlfriends now. I'm like, oh no, you need to ask for a raise. You should be charging this for this, because you know the men are out there doing it, but they're just a little bit more vocal.
Talk to me a little bit about that. How did you get comfortable talking to your girlfriends about money?
I'll never forget my girlfriend. We were driving down Sunset Boulevard, and she asked me how I got my money, and I guess I never really talked about it. I was super private about it because I never wanted to come off braggadocious or anything like that. A light bulb went off in that moment. One of my purposes on life is to teach women out there how to invest and how to save. It's not braggadocious. It's important to talk about. It's important to teach other women.
Put that on a t-shirt.
Yeah, exactly.
You mentioned earlier that you've been underestimated for how you've looked. Has there ever been a time that you were able to flip somebody's perspective of you?
Oh yeah, I can think of a few. I was investing in a tech company, and I was actually meeting with scientists. It was all men that were investing, and I was the only female in there. And I remember one of the investors, one of the other men in there, they were like, "Oh, whose wife or girlfriend are you?" And I was like, "Oh no, I'm investing." And he was like taken back. And then when it was my turn to talk, let me just tell you, I knew more about the potential of this investment than he did. His eyes just getting bigger and bigger with every word that I said. All of these, business investing terms that I don't even think he knew at the time. And I'm like, I'm stroking a check that's bigger than yours. And I remember him being like, just taking a step back. And for me, it was like a power play. Like, okay, don't judge me based off the way that I look. I'm here just like you are, stroking a check just the same as you are, or maybe even bigger. So you can sit back, sir.
The advice for a lot of women to succeed or get ahead is to act more like a man. What advice would you give to people to say you don't have to do that?
I actually think quite the opposite. I think being yourself and being as genuine as you can possibly be is going to get you a lot further. I have heard my mom sometimes pick up a phone if she's picking up from a buyer, and all of a sudden it's like my mom who's like, "Hi, blah, 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 blah." And she picks up the phone, she tries to do her voice deeper, and I'm like, "What, Mom? What are you doing? Like, you don't need to do that. If I want to walk in a pink suit, guess what? I'm walking in a pink suit to this meeting with a bunch of CEO men. If you want to judge me, but at the end of the day, I know that I'm my genuine self, and they get to know me for me. And as soon as I start rifling off those business terms and those investment terms, it changes their perspective. I don't have to pretend to be somebody else or act like somebody else. You're going to get further in life by being your authentic self than trying to be someone that you're not."
Emma, you have been an incredible treasure trove of wisdom. I had such a pleasure chatting with you. Thank you so much for being here, and I can't wait to catch you on the next season of Selling Sunset.
Thank you so much for having me. It's been an absolute pleasure, and I've had so much fun chatting with you.
That's all we have for today's episode. Drop a comment with your favorite part of Emma's episode. Then go follow SoFi on Instagram and TikTok for even more richer lives. See you next time. I actually learned something while we were doing research on you. I was stalking you.
Yes, we love a good stalk session.
Of course, please.
I always joke that I was like an 80-year-old stuck in a 16-year-old's body. So you guys have the inside scoop.
That is a word.
I'm a bad guy. Oh, is that your glass of water? It's mine now. Yes.
When I have a hairball, you fetch your boot and you throw it up all over the Egyptian and cotton color. Trust me. And even though I'm a bad, bad boy, my mom still gives me the best. And the best is pretty rare. What? Because of the exercise. You think they're going to sharpen themselves? I think not.
Unfortunately, for my bad boy ways, pretty litter, ultra odor absorbent, which means my litter box no longer stinks up the whole house. So mom's social life is thriving.
Who does me?
She does. But don't worry, I have plenty other ways. Like when I'm bringing the gnarliest, most impressive dead bird you've ever laid to precious human eyes. Beautiful. Mommy's gonna love it. Mommy! Got something for you. And will I get a urinary tract infection from carrying a disease-infested bird in my mouth? Doctor. Luckily, Pretty Litter is the #1 health monitoring cat litter on the market. Check it. My pee changes color based on the health monitor. Thanks to Pretty Litter, Mom has peace of mind and is able to catch potential problems. Take that, promises. It's no feelings. Clean laundry. Not anymore. Look at the bright side. At least I'm not covered in disgusting litter dust. This Pretty Litter is 99% dust free and pretty low maintenance. Unlike me. Pretty Litter delivers right to your door. What? I get scared sometimes. Shut up. When I'm going to hear for hours. So even though I'm a bad boy, my mom's still pretty obsessive. I mean, can you blame her? I'm pretty obsessed with her too, I guess. Whatever. So if you're a bad kid like me, tell your mom to go to prettylitter.com. Yeah, go on, do it. She'll freak out when she realizes how amazing this stuff is.
She was a lot younger than all of us. She was the perfect eye candy for the macho man for the gimmick. Where Elizabeth was unplugged, she got plugged back in.
George, she was cool. I mean, young, and she was kind of hip. She kind of updated Randy. Randy got kind of a cool factor.
That's when you started wearing leather. That's where he got really jacked. He got rid of all the flair. It's coming out just like black leather with the necklace.
Here comes the Macho Man.
Thursday Night Thunder, Monday Night Nitro. It just kept going, you know. There was never no let up. We traveled over 300 days a year. My sister, she's about 17 at the time. She moved down to Florida to watch my son. So when we went to travel, I trusted somebody. My sister had called me. She said, I'm going to be wrestling and with Isaac being down here, I need someone that I can trust to watch him. And, you know, I'm down.
Randy was really nice to me. He was just really focused on his work. Macho Man, he would take me to Toys R Us. He would buy different action figures for me and stuff. And a couple times he actually bought himself as an action figure. It was cool.
Oh, that's nice.
Is that like a necklace?
Randy and George had the reputation in town of really partying, and that reputation got out.
They seemed to have a good time after shows or matches. They went out together. She partied harder. George wasn't afraid.
George came from the stripping community, and Randy was, I think, trying to live vicariously in a young type of way through George. I don't know what the age gap was. I think it was quite extensive.
Even though he was older, he didn't act older. He was fast going, upbeat. He worked out every day. He was just go, 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 go. That was Randy. When I first met Randy, he was definitely doing steroids. There was veins upon veins. He had veins in his eyelids. If he started to regress from it, he'd see the difference in his body change. So as soon as he thought, for 1 second, he was getting older, he'd push more. We'd always stop at his mom and dad's, and Angela would put me in the massage chair. We'd take Randy upstairs to give him his medicine. The dad would distribute the things that he needed to enhance his physical being. I would stay in the chair till the shots were distributed, and then we'd jump in the car and leave. We were doing alcohol, ecstasy, steroids, uppers, downers. He liked to indulge in some ecstasy. In Florida, it was kind of on the scene, especially over in Tampa. He'd sometimes give me $200-300, and I would go and get them, and I'd give them to him. Randy would walk around with $1,000 or more worth of ecstasy pills in his hip sack at all times. There's one really distinctful time we were high. It was when we were wearing the red outfits.
Gorgeous doors are in the house. Oh, yeah. You're right about one thing. I made no punk bits.
People were like, what are you talking about? We were so high.
Macho Man and Gorgeous George are leaving the building. Oh, yeah.
At the height of my success was the worst part I've ever been in my entire life. I looked gorgeous. I looked beautiful. I looked like I had it together. And at the same time, I had nothing together. I heard about Randy doing things to Liz through the grapevine. I had heard that she had to go to Hulk Hogan's house to hide from him with his wife. I'd heard about her eating in closets. I heard about all this stuff. I didn't believe it because he was so good to me. And then as time went on, the steroids gotten worse and worse. And the paranoid schizophrenia started to grow more and more. I was so young. I had no idea how to categorize what I was seeing. I didn't see the side of him yet until now he's looking at me like that. One day, I'm cleaning his house, and all of a sudden I noticed this fuse box on the bottom of the broom closet. I go to open it up. So I put the keys in and I turn them, and I pull it out, and I open the door, and I'm like, wow, what is that? And there's 4 screens on top and 4 screens on bottom. Wow, that looks like my house. Wait a minute. That is my house. He's got my whole house taped. And then I hear him coming up the corridor, right? And right when he walks in the door, boom, clicked it, slam it. I sit there like this. He goes, are you okay? I go, he goes, what's wrong with you? I go, take me home now. He goes, what is wrong with you? I go, take me home. There was things that he would say. There's no way he would be able to say that if he didn't have some kind of camera or audio video in our home because he wasn't there. That's when it got crazy.
There was some times where, you could feel the tension between them both. Being that young and being around a lifestyle like that, it was really busy, everything was just really constant.
Randy had it upon delusion of our relationship would be the termination of every kind of contract. He knew what he was doing. When they broke up, she went from Gorgeous George back to Stephanie. Done. Randy cut her out of every single thing.
We ended up leaving Florida, and she got a place back in our home, Rockford. And we got our own house there and stuff. And Randy was really pissed off about that, and he wanted her. He just wanted her, and she didn't want to be a part of it.
Nobody knew what I was going through. And I never really opened up and told anybody. I don't want to tarnish somebody's reputation who was such a great person. The things that were bad were very bad. And the things that were good were very good.
Cold, smooth survival skills. If you encounter one wolf, chances are there's a pack nearby. Fortunately, the same applies to beer. Head for the mountains of Foolish.
Miss Elizabeth was very pristine, was always on this extra pristine pedestal. I think she may have jumped out of Randy's frying pan into a hotter skillet, so to speak. I think the ongoing scuttlebutt amongst the boys was, this is not going to end well.
We definitely did not put the brakes on. Might have been a good idea, but we didn't. In retrospect, of course. In hindsight.
Because she was so deep into this relationship, she was around us less and less. She's a little more isolated. we were concerned and we were worried, and we would always reach out to her and see what we could do to help her, but it just wasn't working.
I was surprised she was running with Lex. Lex was trying real hard. So were some of his friends at the time. And when I saw her with Lex, I told Eric Bischoff we'll be reading about her in about 2 years.
I'm not getting pumped out my hometown. Let me just tell you that right now. By you or anybody else.
If he wants to fire the first shot, that's fine, because I'll fire the last shot in machine gun style.
Yeah, the bad part is I'm supposedly the enemy, and I'm just no good son of a bitch.
Randy and Hulk had a dysfunctional relationship, much like many marriages that I've witnessed over the years, where a husband and wife kind of tend to fall in and out of love with each other.
All the moons line up just right, and everything is just great, and it's a sunny day, they might be able to work something out. It was that way with them. They had their wars, in Florida.
But Randy Savage got on another radio station to talk crap about me, saying that me and Hogan are having sex. That's fine, Randy. The girl you used to have sex with now is doing pornos. Join me tonight at Stormant's on the big screen, and I'll play the Gorgeous George tape.
It was all apparently real. They were always kind of hot at each other.
When he started on me, I started on him, and I had a bigger voice than him because I had about a year in Tampa that had a local radio show, and we just blasted him every morning, drove him crazy.
Making fun of Randy kind of gravitated to my airwaves fairly instantaneously. So within a few months of Hogan and I hanging out, we just started kind of ribbing Randy. Oh, it just drove Macho Man insane. Macho Man would go to lawyers in town and be like, yeah, there's this fat radio guy who's talking a bunch of crap about me, and I pooped my pants. And then the lawyers would say, well, Randy, did you poop your pants? And they're like, well, yeah, well.
It's the debut release from Macho Man Randy Savage. Listen to him throw down with such songs as Let's Get It On and Be a Man.
At some point, I look up and I see that Macho Man Randy Savage is a rapper. And he's not kidding.
I've been putting my music as a priority one. Everybody's writing a book, and I'm not writing a book. I want to express myself with music.
I think the entire motive of his rap album was to try to take a shot at Terry.
I just think, I don't know, it didn't really gain any traction anywhere. It was just one of those things, get it off his chest. It was part of that hate he had to get rid of.
Randy had a plan that Be a Man Hulk was going to sell 50 million copies. Instead, it only sold 50,000. The critics said it defied physical possibilities. It sucked and blew at the same moment.
I don't necessarily know that many of us are really proud of it. I wouldn't be a man if I didn't say, to the camera that I was sorry for the things that I said.
This side of this right here, snapping for the Slim Savage. Boy, no guy told him what music is.
There was nothing untypical about the evening. We were hanging out, watching movies, having a few drinks, and popping some pills. Like she dozed off on the couch for a minute. It was late at night, so went over. I realized definitely there was something wrong. So I immediately called 911.
She's laying on the floor. I'm trying to pick her up. I tried to.
Okay, what I want you to do, I want you to go over and see if she's breathing.
Please send somebody here so we know what they're doing.
And I got taken in from there, and they found out all the drugs in the house, and I was placed under arrest shortly thereafter.
One day the phone rang. Liz is gone.
Professor Lex Luger is under arrest tonight, and his girlfriend is dead. This all happened today.
Gosh, she just had so much to offer.
Both Lex and Elizabeth did what addicts often do, which is hide it. By the time it became obvious to those of us who would have liked to know, it was too late. They were already pretty far gone.
She was a beautiful, wonderful, gorgeous woman who had no clue how gifted she actually was.
Absolutely. I had a role and definitely a profoundly negative influence on some of us. Did you murder? No, I didn't force you to do drugs or take pills. But was I a negative influence for time that led to that happening? Definitely. If I could change that and go back in time, I'm I would, but I can't.
Excuse me. Play you for those ultras? Well, we're high level.
Fascinating.
Ice cold.
I think the end for Elizabeth is one of the saddest things that's ever happened in wrestling. She wasn't supposed to go that way. Like, she wasn't a wrestler. She didn't abuse her body that we knew of, you know? Like, it's heartbreaking. I never said a word about it. I said, I'm very sorry for Elizabeth. She said, thank you. I didn't pick his scabs. I spoke when spoken to, and if I saw a mud puddle, I didn't splash him with it. We loved each other, but we didn't talk about everything unless he brought it up. I know that he had a lot of fond respect from Lex Luger, and I don't think he held any animosity toward him at all. Really. I gave my answer.
Really feeling real bad for her and her family. And it's a situation where we hadn't seen each other in about maybe 5-6 years, but you know, we had closure and we said hello and everything was all good. But I feel bad for her family.
It just sort of ended, and Randy Savage seemed to just sort of fade away from wrestling. He seemed to kind of go peacefully into the night in a way that most wrestlers are incapable of doing.
And my whole life is because I want to do something rather than having to do it. You know, so I've been a really good businessman as far as my personal finances have gone.
From what I heard, he was doing well. He was happy. A lot of guys leave this business and they can't get it out of their system, can't get it out of their blood. But Randy seemed to have done that. And if you remember, I mean, he was one of the first guys that got a decent part in a major motion picture.
Hey, unlock the thing! Take the chain off! Hey, freak, yo! You're going nowhere! I got you for 3 minutes! 3 minutes, no! He died!
I got this little switch inside my brain, and you trick that right fantastic, and it's showtime, and you hear that roar from the crowd, you know what I mean, and you get those chill bumps all the way up to nose and toes, and then it's not a problem at all, you know. In fact, it's pretty easy for me to get up for something like that, you know, because it's just either inside you or it's not. And I say that when it stops getting to be fun for somebody, they need to get out.
When Randy Savage was done with people, he moved on. And Randy would cut it off and move on. You didn't exist to him. So the same thing with his personal life, same thing with his business. It was time to move on. He moved on, didn't look back.
And the latter part of his life where he went gray and he kind of naturally aged, I think that might have been when he finally dropped the Macho Man persona and could be Randy Popham. And I think that might have been a huge relief for him.
There's arguably no more tiring character to play than Macho Man. I mean, just from a physical voice standpoint. You can't tell me there weren't times when he's like, oh, I just want to not talk about the games and my throat hurts.
Randy had reunited with his high school sweetheart. To me, it was like him, Randy about peace. I was at a heart doctor, but I looked up in areas. He was great. He's about 240 pounds. He's got his weight back. He's smiling. He's happy. It's like, what's up, man? I love you. I miss you. I love you too, brother. I said, damn, you're wedding or not? He said, oh, yeah, I got ring married. I was so happy. He looked so great. You could see the glow come off him. He was at peace, and he was himself, and he was happy. It kind of like made my life to see how happy he was. He forgave me for whatever I did.
I remember my dad telling us about Randy having met, back in the 70s, a woman named Lynn Payne, and he had this relationship with her before he ever met Miss Elizabeth. In 1975, Randy had left baseball, and he and Lynn had broken up. So it caused Randy to leave Florida and get into professional wrestling.
Randy had told me that Lynn was always the love of his life. They were sweethearts early on, and then of course they went their own ways, and they found their way back to each other.
And boom, the stars never shone so bright.
They get married on Lido Beach where they had met 36 years before.
Just tell him that he was Zen. He was still macho, but the pace was much different. You can see that Randy had kind of went full circle. There's so many of these guys were so tormented, and then you hear that they died. It's like the life of a kamikaze pilot. At least Randy got to touch down, back on the carrier for a while.
He was at the point of relaxing and enjoying his life with the woman that he was supposed to be with. So he's just ready to just and he told me that I got my dogs, I got my house, I'm there.
Randy getting back to his high school sweetheart who hadn't been around the wrestling business ever. She wasn't jaded, And I think when he unplugged from this crazy business, he fell back in a really beautiful place. It was probably before he ever wrestled.
Welcome to Sarah Gonzalez Unfiltered. Boy, this El Salvador saga with Senator Chris Van What's-His-Face is really taking shape here. We're going to dig into that with John Doyle, who's a TV contributor and host of Heck Off Con, which you can find on YouTube.
That's right. And big fan of El Salvador. I've been articulating this
Oh my
for years.
gosh, you have.
At this point, so.
You really have. I'm glad that you're here today, especially with what we have to get into that with the El Salvadoran president just completely trolling this senator. Here to do it as well with us, we've got here to get into that. Never mind. Eric July, Blaze TV contributor and founder of Ripaverse, which you can find at ripaverse.com. Also, Young Ripa59 on YouTube. Make sure that you are following these gentlemen on their YouTube channels. So you've got Senator Chris Van What's-His-Face. I know what his name is, I just don't want to say it. Who had been in El Salvador, and he showed up and he was making this big production about it, and he's like, I demand to meet with this MS-13 gang member because we want him back. And so, Maryland father. I want to meet with this Maryland father. And so at first he didn't get a meeting. And then pictures surfaced last night. Actually, Bukele himself, the president of El Salvador, shared these pictures of this senator meeting with Gilmar Abrego Garcia. You see him just looking lovingly into this gang member's eyes. They're drinking margaritas, apparently. And so you have them meeting. And these pictures surfaced, and I was like, oh no. He's caved. He's giving in. He is allowing this to happen. But that's not actually what happened. If we want to go on Bukele's feed now, his ex feed, we've got a scroll of this. He was just loving this. He said now that he's been confirmed healthy, he gets the honor of staying in El Salvador. And so then you have him just mocking and retweeting all of these people who are making fun of this senator. And it's just been really, really beautiful to see. I think there's one here, I don't know if we can get to it, that, this we are not the same, but they did the green line meme where Senator Chris Van What's-His-Face was like leaning in and Abrego Garcia was standing straight. There's the actual picture. So if you could imagine the green lines, which those of you who are on the internet understand that. I mean, what would you call that? A meme?
No, it's just all memes are
an understanding.
Yes, they reflect the truth that we all understand. He's leaning into the gang member because the gang member, while not moral, is at least sort of forthcoming about his standing in society, whereas the senator holds himself in a higher regard, despite these publicity stunts. And so I don't want to say I have more respect for the gang member, but there is at least more transparency on his part that even like this totally imitating cuck senator has to lean into being gravitate towards.
I mean, I genuinely can't believe that they're continuing with this. I legitimately, I have a very, very low bar and low expectations when it comes to the left. I really would have thought that they would have known that traveling to El Salvador to demand that they see an MS-13 gang member and sip on margaritas with them would be like, they'd be like, that looks really bad. All right, that's a bridge too far. And they're going all in on it. It's nuts to me.
It's certainly interesting. They're dying on that hill if they plan on dying. But yeah, it was a masterful troll because it really confirmed that, oh, yeah, he's doing okay. He's doing perfectly fine. He's healthy. And you actually confirmed that for everybody. So appreciate that. But he's not going anywhere.
Right. There you go. Where we didn't torture him. I know you guys, he put out another tweet that was just like, oh, look, here he is, fresh off from these death torture camps, sipping margaritas with the senator. And then after that, as Eric said, now that he's been confirmed healthy, he gets the honor of staying in El Salvador's custody.
That was interesting. No, but this is I've been watching this closely because I want to see how exactly they play this, or attempt to, at least the authoritarian left, because they really are all in on kind of dying on the hill. We're having this massive conversation right now about due process in this country, because apparently people from other countries that get over here and maybe they do some bad things, they need to be able to go through this whole entire court system. And of course, they know that is impossible considering how many of these illegals are in this country. But it is specifically interesting because this is a confirmed, actual gang member, not just simply, I guess, he's not a Maryland father at all. Actually, we would be totally accurate because he's not from Maryland by any means. But seeing how they navigate this, as information is far more widespread than it has been in the past, it's not as easy for them to just get away with lying with the people. People know exactly who this guy is, but they're still seeming to go all in on trying to convince the American people that this is just some innocent father that unfortunately got the short end of the stick. And that's not the case.
Right. Yeah. I mean, how many Maryland fathers do you know that
I don't know any.
that need a translator? I don't know many. But also, their argument, John, is, well, we don't know for sure that he's MS-13. All right. Well, I mean, it's just that he has a tattoo on his left hand. I think we have a post that explains all of this. He has a tattoo on his left hand that says MS-13, which it's like the...
It could be. I mean, we've all been drunk at a concert before and done something silly. Someone has like a tattoo kit or something, and then you get like a little
right
gang tattoo. Or
I mean,
that doesn't mean anything.
And you know
what? We're not supposed to judge by skin color. That includes altered pigmentation through tattoos. So that's not enough.
Okay, all right. So maybe just the one who among us hasn't gotten an MS-13 gang tattoo, right? Okay.
Let them cast the first.
Sure. All right, I understand. But what about the fact that he was caught wearing a Chicago Bulls hat, which you look into? People are like, what, you can't like the Chicago Bulls? Well, yes, but it's just that if you know gang culture, that actually is a well-known symbol of being in good standing with MS-13. He also was caught wearing a hoodie with rolls of money covering the eyes, ears, and mouths of presidents on currency, which represents the MS-13 associated phrase when translated, see no evil, hear no evil, say no evil.
Or he just has an affinity for the history of the country because he's from Maryland, which is, I believe,
probably also some Chicago Bulls fans out there.
Right, yeah.
It's like you're casting all these wide nets to justify beating around the bush. What we could really just say is, like, his name sounds weird. He probably isn't from Maryland. What's it, like Garcia or something?
Kilmar, Abrego,
yeah.
Garcia.
Yeah, that's...
Which of those sounds like...
You're in Maryland.
Tread lightly, Gonzalez, but, like,
yeah,
that's not exactly a founding stock name.
Yeah, no, I would say not. How about he is a confidential informant who would know, a proven and reliable confidential informant who would know, confirmed his position and rank in MS-13.
That actually, okay, so that's funny, because that means that if he goes to prison in El Salvador, like, they'll kill him.
Which is why, no, it is funny, because that's why he said that he couldn't return to El Salvador because a rival gang would kill him. And one of his arguments was that the rival gang was terrorizing. I just talked to Super Gear about this yesterday. The rival gang was terrorizing his mother's pupusa stand. His mother had a pupusa stand in El Salvador, and the rival gang was like terrorizing his mother's pupusa stand. So his argument was, I can't go back. And my argument was, well, A, I don't really care if you got yourself into a sticky situation because you decided to join a gang, but B, all those men are in prison now. There's no more gangs in El Salvador. He cleaned them up.
You remind, I mean, I know, but the audience may not be familiar with what pupusa is. Can you?
Yeah. It's like a matzah. Shut up, John. But it's like a matzah mix. It's so good. It's like a corn flour mix.
Okay.
So matzah is what they use to make tamales. So it's corn.
Okay.
Okay. And you mix it, but in the middle of it is whatever filling. So it's almost like a tamale sandwich. So it's like you could have like a meat filling, you could have like cheese, you could have cheese and beans. You know what, John? I'm gonna bring you some pupusas someday. I don't make them.
I'm a little worried about actually how uncultured I am, or maybe just how in tune with my culture I am. If you put 5 foods in front of me and told me one was a tamale, I couldn't identify it.
What?
I literally don't even know what that is.
Shut up.
I'm not even kidding. Like a hot tamale, is that a candy or something?
Okay. Now you're just trolling.
I swear to God, I don't know what it is.
This guy. I think you're just opposed to eating Mexican food because you don't like Mexicans.
No, it's I don't like Mexicans because I don't like Mexican food. You have it backwards. I like Taco Bell as much as the next guy, but other than that, it's like all the same 5 ingredients, but just arranged in different presentations. It's like, this is a quesadilla.
Yeah, that's not real. That's not real. By the way, pupusa is not. I know I'm going to get people like, pupusa is not a Mexican food. I know it. It's El Salvador. Okay, I got it. All right. So, point is, this guy is MS-13. Like, very clearly, he's MS-13. I realize that he's not, like, on camera saying, yes, I am a member of the MS-13 gang, but there's too many coincidences. So he very clearly is in MS-13. Let's Play Borders are Tom Holman, who is like, yeah, CNN, MSNBC, you blowhards, he is MS-13. How much more evidence do you need? Watch.
Also, I talked to an MS-13 expert today who also showed me pictures of his hand where he says absolutely the tattoo on one of his hands was absolutely an MS-13 gang tattoo. Nothing questionable about it.
And when it comes to getting the last word, the White House has been so masterful at their social media. I personally think. Now, I do think that maybe some people who back in 2016 were like, Donald Trump's tweets hurt my feelings, and maybe voted his way are not happy with the way that these people are running things. I, for one, am thrilled that the White House tweeting out they're correcting a New York Times headline. And so you see them, they said that they fixed it for them. And the New York Times headline says, Senator meets with wrongly deported Maryland man in El Salvador. And they crossed out wrongly and Maryland man, and of course substituted instead MS-13 illegal alien, and added at the end, he's never coming back.
Yeah, I mean, this is just what playing for keeps looks like. That's what, I mean, Trump is obviously a master at crafting media narratives where now he's got these people to defend things that are like objectively indefensible, which was not possible prior to Trump. And even like with this whole deportation thing, like they're starting on the explicitly violent criminals, knowing that the media will pounce on it and literally have people flying to meet with these poor gang members. So that when it comes time to maybe deport people who aren't violent but who are still here in the country illegally, breaking our laws, they should not be here. Well, now all of a sudden the public's perception is going to be like, okay, they're crying, the country's getting better, who cares? And then they'll have sort of a public permission to go about doing those kinds of things. But obviously you want to start with the people who are violent, who are at risk of maintaining a pattern of violent behavior. So this is great. I like the mean tweets. I like it more than what would have happened if Kamala were in office. So
yeah, which would be
I don't really know what the defense really is here when they say like wrongfully deported. What is what?
Right. Well, I think that there are
because the assumption that he's a gang member. Are they trying to still refute that whether he is or is not?
So a lot of them I don't think know, but I think from the top, their argument is he was wrongfully deported to El Salvador because he should have, his papers say that he was supposed to be deported to anywhere but El Salvador because the gang was trying to kill him.
That's what I don't like and why folks hate the media is the way they are very deceptive with how they try to say the correct thing or the factually correct thing, but they're weasels with it, right? So anybody can interpret that to mean even the complete opposite. So either way, he was supposed to be up out of here.
Yes.
Way. It doesn't matter whether it's El Salvador or Ecuador or wherever else.
Yes.
He wasn't supposed to be here.
Yes.
Right? But they're not leading with that.
No. Well, and he's a Maryland father. So initially you think like, oh my God, they just pulled up an American citizen off the streets and just threw him in the El Salvador prison. That's so mean. No, not actually.
Yeah, I mean, I want to keep doing it.
I agree.
Because people are seeing them for what they are, and they suck.
They will never win another election again.
Shouldn't. And if we are a just world.
Well, if we have voting integrity. Because we put the chart up there a couple, maybe a week or two ago of, it's just so happened that all of the states that don't require, or I should say, the only states that Kamala won were the states that didn't require like photo ID and they had less voting restrictions. Those were the only states that she won. All right, let's take a quick break, and then you're not going to want to miss the interview that I have next. By the way, make sure that you're subscribe to Sarah Gonzalez Unfiltered. What I was going to say was YouTube has some funny business that they've been doing lately, and I know you guys have been getting unsubscribed, so go ahead and check on that. Make sure to hit the like button and share the show with a friend. All right, so obviously this is Good Friday. We're moving into Easter, and President Trump even proclaimed this the Holy Week, which is a nice turnaround from the Trans Day of Visibility on Easter last year under the Biden administration. But the point is that now is the time to reflect on God's creation, God's ultimate creation, which is of course you, okay? And life is precious. We all know this. I know that if you guys are watching this program, you understand that life is precious and each one of you is made in the image of God and life is sacred. And what Preborn is trying to do, it's so simple. It is trying to tell and show mothers who are scared with an unplanned pregnancy, trying to show them the truth, which is every life is precious and the life that is within them is precious. And the way that they do this is through ultrasound. And when they show these young, scared mothers their babies on ultrasound, these mothers are twice as likely to choose life. What they're asking is for you to sponsor an ultrasound, or 2 or 3. Each one costs $28. And if you sponsor that, you are helping babies' lives be saved. You can go to preborn.com/Sarah. How many babies' lives can you save over at preborn.com/Sarah? I want to welcome to the show family rights advocate Jeff Younger. You guys who are longtime watchers of the show will already be familiar with Jeff Younger for all the wrong reasons too, Jeff. Yes. I would say. Really, unfortunately. So for those of you who you're unfamiliar with Jeff, what's it, 10 years now of 11 years now of fighting in the courts for one of his sons, who his ex is transitioning. And how far, do we know how far she is in this transition as of right now?
Not sure, because the California judge in November of last year relieved her of the duty to inform me. But she did file to actually chemically castrate him with puberty blockers, so I'm pretty sure that happened in December. I pushed really hard and tried to work with the Trump team to get that executive order out as soon as possible. I'm hoping that preempted cross-sex hormones.
Right. Yeah, but she has no duty to inform you. You are the father, in the words of Maury Povich. You are the father.
The father.
We're clear on that.
Yes.
And yet, no responsibility to even not ask your permission, just inform you of what's going on with your own son.
Yeah, and it turns out that's not legal. So under California law, if you're a joint conservator with a child, you have what they call legal custody rights. Those are your parental rights. If you have any parental rights, you have notification rights. Totally illegal, but that's what the judge ordered.
That's what they did anyway. A lot of very strange, maybe illegal things that that has gone on in your entire case. So those of you who are unfamiliar, so Jeff's case started in Texas, where I remember just being born and raised in Texas, a Texas native. I couldn't believe that it was taking place. I mean, I know you think of Dallas and you're like, they're pretty blue, but I didn't even think that this type of thing would happen in the state of Texas, but it did to you. And whenever she did decide, I'm going to move to California because this is a trans sanctuary or whatever, you fought it in the Texas courts, and the Texas Supreme Court had the opportunity to prevent that from happening. Did they not?
They did.
They did not do.
Did not. In fact, in Texas law, a court has no wider discretion to
act in the best interest of a child than in family law.
Yeah.
So Justice Blacklock at the time, he's now the Chief Justice of the court. Justice Blacklock ruled that my son was at no greater risk of being chemically castrated in California than he would be in Texas, where it was illegal.
That doesn't make much
It's
sense.
completely preposterous. And he did that on the basis that there was an injunction in place. So she immediately filed in California, overturned the injunction, and chemically castrated my son, as I predicted in my filings to the Supreme Court.
Now, I saw that there's an update on your case. So I was on X, and I saw that you have this update that you're trying to appeal. And within the process of the appeal, you have to get, now I didn't know this, he literally just told me this. Within the process of the appeal, it's your responsibility to get the court records from the original court over to the appellate court.
That's right. You have to provide your certified copies from the clerk's office and from the court reporters. You also have to supply all the filings that are relevant to the appeal. And you have to pay for that. And a lot of people don't know this, but it's not uncommon to pay $20,000 plus for transcripts out of court trust. Now, it's a complete scam. You already pay the court reporters. They're already being paid out of tax money to record it, but you have to pay them again to render it into a PDF to give.
It takes no time.
Time at all to give to the appellate court. It's a total scam.
Okay, so yeah, because I don't know the court system very well, but you would imagine, now this is a bureaucracy, so maybe not, but you would imagine that these court systems all have, like, they all work in the same realm. Like, they probably all have the same server or whatever that they could share documents already. So you would think that it would be much simpler for them to just share the documents with one another because they're working on the same system.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. It's one of the reasons that family rights advocates for at least 3 decades now have been calling for free transcripts, because you've already paid for them with your tax dollars, free transcripts. And why don't we just record the courts? And then the judges can actually look at the actual video recording. And let me tell you why they don't want video recording. And in Texas, it's becoming an issue. Several laws were proposed this session to make video recording mandatory in courts. The reason they don't want it is, in my 2019 trial, there are several portions where I made devastating rejoinders on the stand when my lawyer was talking to me to key evidence in the trial. And in the transcript that went to the appellate court, there's just 3 dots there, and it says inaudible. So what's really going on, the judges want to control what goes into the record, which is why we still have people typing words instead of just taking the video.
Because you might be able to hear it on the video.
Right, and you can always detect video tampering. Okay, video tampering can easily be detected. But what I noticed, and I'm not going to say the judge's name, but because this judge at the end did something good for me. Okay. But the judge had a little hand signal. She would do this. She would go,
"Shut up."
And then suddenly, those are the no. I went back and looked at it. Those are the parts that are missing from the record. So, and I've watched cases. I watched a case in Weatherford.
Now you know what to look for.
Where a judge actually told the court reporter to stop recording, conducted a portion of the trial, and then said, "Start it back up."
No.
We do it all the time. Yeah. So what happens is when judges commit felonies from the bench, they don't want them in the record. That's the real reason they don't want video recording.
Wow.
They know it's coming. So what they've tried to do in Texas is they've said, well, we will allow video, but the judge needs some discretion in case something embarrassing to the children is being talked about. Well, in that case, you just take the video record and you see portions.
Yeah.
And you have an original tape that can go to the appellate court.
Sure.
But they're going to allow the judges to say, no, this portion won't be recorded. And so that's what's really going on. And that was used extensively at my California trial. It was so bad in California, I have 7 different court reporters. They got a different court reporter for every day. So that now I'm trying to get transcripts from them. They're not replying to my emails. They're trying to push me past the deadline for the appeal.
You're kidding.
No, the district clerk in LA Superior Court has returned all of my forms. They said, well, you've got some punctuation errors in here. Then they said, well, you put too much information in this box. Then later they said, not enough information. This can't be in the same doc that has to be attached. So I've been around for months and months and months, 6 months, trying to get these transcripts. The trial was in December. I've been trying to get the transcripts ever since then. And so my forms are never correct. They won't accept them. The court reporters won't respond to my emails. They've been told not to.
Of course.
So I've had to make...
You have to deal with like 7 of them.
Yeah, yeah. So now I've got to go do legal action with the Court Reporter Commission in California. I'm having to go to the appellate court. It's going to cost me about $50,000. Go to the appellate court to get them to order the clerk's office to accept my paperwork.
All this so that they can continue castrating children.
That's right. The appellate court does not want to look at that record.
Right.
Because there are felonies in that record. I'll give you an example. I went to trial with no discovery. And your audience may not know what that means. But that means that the other side was not required to give me any evidence that I requested. But I had to give them over 2,000 pages of evidence.
That's not legal.
Legal. So I went in with my knowledge of the case and pure logic, just reasoning. And that's what I went to trial with. So that's completely illegal. And
that's why they are trying to prevent you from taking it to the appellate court.
Yeah, the appellate court knows that they're going to have to go my way.
Yeah, they don't want to, but they know that they would have to.
And then here's the thing. Let's suppose I win at the appellate level. You know what it gets me? New trial with the same judge. They'll just remand and then say do a retrial.
But how is that even? I mean, I know I'm preaching to the choir here, but I'm trying to reason this out of my head, and maybe that's my problem, is that it's beyond reason. You can't. But wouldn't then you would decide, well, that judge clearly is incapable of being impartial on this case, so that judge should recuse themselves, and we should get a different judge because it didn't go well with that judge the first time.
You would think. You would think. But it turns out in Texas and California, there's specific criteria that they decide whether a judge has a bias against you, and his rulings are not allowed to be considered in that.
Really?
Yes.
I feel like that would be my go-to.
It would be your go-to because you and I think of justice as outcomes.
Right.
The way lawyers and the way our laws have been written, and it's unfortunate, we should change this. Our laws have been written, the procedures, it's really not the laws, it's the legal procedures. If you go look up the rules of civil procedure in Texas or California, their concept of justice is purely procedural. So, like, you go to the Texas Supreme Court, their question is not, was this outcome just? Their question is, were all the procedures followed? And if the procedures were followed, it's presumed to be just.
Yeah.
Well, we all know from the Trump trials that you can manipulate all these procedures.
Right.
You can follow the letter of the procedures, but not the spirit of them. And you can get very unjust outcomes that are not appealable.
Right. So the reason that you are able to appeal is because you did not get discovery?
Yeah, I did not get discovery. It was a summary ruling when the opposing counsel didn't even write an opposition brief. There was no verbal or written opposition. The judge did it. It's called sua sponte. The judge ruled of his own accord without argument from the other side. Judges are not allowed to do that. Judges can only do what you ask them to do.
Right.
Right. And so he just did it sua sponte and did that. The other thing they did is in California, you get 3 judges in family court. You get what's called a home court judge. She handles like all the procedures and things like that, directs you to the right courts, some court assignments. You get a trial court judge, right?
Yeah.
And you get a supervising judge. And the purpose of the supervising judge is precisely so, if you feel that a ruling was bad or some procedures weren't followed, you get a second look from the supervising judge, right?
Okay.
They collapsed all those into my trial judge. So I only had 1 judge, even though the law calls for me having 3.
Wow.
That was to prevent me from having any oversight over what this judge did.
That's it. That's nuts. So, okay,
level of corruption.
And that is why they are trying to prevent you. They're not responding to your emails. They're blocking you in all of your documentation. And now they're charging you how much for the transcript of the...
So the deposit is $6,000, and it'll cost me upwards of $20,000.
That's so criminal.
It's what they do. They want to waste your time. The conclusion. Here's what they want me to do. And I've done the calculation myself. So it takes me to the California Supreme Court, and only then can I ask a federal court to intervene. Well, by that time, my sons are 18.
Right.
And the federal court's like, well, it's moved.
And how old are they now?
They're 13.
Okay.
It'll be 13 early May.
And those of you who to be clear, he has 2 twin boys. It's one of them that his ex is trying to transition, James, and Jude, she allows to live as a normal boy. So I saw your post on X. I saw that you are trying to raise money for the court transcripts, which is a total scam.
It's a scam.
It's a total freaking scam that they should not be doing to parents, but they are. And so clearly Jeff has a lot of merit for this appeal. They don't want to hear it, but they're going to have no choice because we're going to help him raise the money to get these transcripts by going to, what is it, Jeff?
SaveJames.org.
SaveJames.org. It really is that easy. It's so simple, yet it says so much. We are trying to save James from chemical castration and from perhaps physical castration down the road, because that's what this woman wants, and she will not stop until she has her sick, twisted desires implemented on her own son. And so I can't think of a more worthy cause than for you guys to help Jeff out by going to SaveJames.org.
Yes, SaveJames.org.
And help him. It's a racket, and we need to change it. But before we can change it, let's help this dad fight for his son. And I really, Jeff, I know we got to go to break here, but I know I've told you this before. My heart goes out to you. I can't imagine, just as a parent, I can't imagine being in this fight for 11 years is a long time. It's a long time. I have an argument with my ex like once in a blue moon, and I feel like it takes years off of my life. It's so stressful. I can't imagine being in that fight or flight mode for over a decade and still being sane and just such an upstanding individual that you are. So I commend you. I would have been in the loony bin by now.
Man, I tell you, if it wasn't for prayer, fasting, I'd be gone.
Yeah. Well, stay strong. And I stay in touch. I want to know how else I can help, but make sure that you guys help Jeff out over at SaveJames.org. Before we go, I want to remind you guys, if you guys have not yet subscribed to our top tier subscription, Blaze Unlimited, you get that beautiful Frontier magazine that you guys can see right there. We've got it somewhere, but it's this very, very heavy duty, beautiful magazine. And you also get this VIP events. So we've got special access to VIP events and all sorts of stuff. You can find it at blazeunlimited.com/Sarah. Go sign up for it now, blazeunlimited.com/Sarah. All right, so Eric and John back in the chairs here. And Eric, you were here the other day when we talked about the Carmelo Anthony case that's happening here in Frisco. And we've had kind of a development in this case, which is, Eric, you already alluded to it because the writing was already on the wall that they were going to do this. But instead of his family choosing a reputable lawyer, attorney as their spokesperson, they have now gone the race baiting route. And they instead picked a man named Dominique Alexander, who calls himself a minister. He is the founder of a Dallas area activist group, the Next Generation Action Network. Now, this is the group that organized the Dallas anti-police protest where Micah Johnson ended up killing 5 Dallas cops. And he also has a rap sheet, a very long rap sheet, which we can get into. But there's kind of been an update in this story in that Austin Metcalf's father, so the deceased, the boy that was killed, his father, Jeff Metcalf, was actually swatted after he showed up to Dominique Alexander and Carmelo Anthony's so-called press conference.
Breaking news and an update on the deadly stabbing in Frisco. Frisco police just confirmed a swatting call was made tonight to an address belonging to the victim's father. Now that's a prank call designed to bring a lot of police to the scene. Tonight, Jeff Metcalf confirms to WFAA he wasn't home when it happened, but he did arrive about 5 minutes later. Now, this is new information. Right now, I'm working to learn more details.
That's enough. It's not a prank call. That's attempted murder when you call in a swatting. That's the only reason for it. That's not I got you. I got SWAT to show up at your house, and I told them that you killed your whole family. It's not a prank. That's just trying to make some sort of oopsies happen whenever the cops show up at the person's house. And so, like I said, Metcalf showed up at the press conference. He said he wasn't going to leave. He ended up being escorted by police. But I want to play this spokesperson of Carmelo Anthony's family actually insulting Austin Metcalf's father for showing up at the press conference. Watch.
And all I'm going to say, so it don't be as late, is that was disrespectful and just shows you all the character who was not invited. He knows that it's inappropriate to be near this family, but he did it.
Was it
And so
inappropriate
I say to people, actions
for
speak louder than words.
your client here to stab someone else in the heart?
What he has failed into is the political operatives that want to make this thing a political thing of hate, get bigotry, and get racism. We have conservative operatives that have been posting non-stop about this case.
So there we are with the race baiting, and it's bigotry, and it's racism. And by the way, the man who just lost his son has no right to show up at the press conference. I don't know, man. I get it. The tensions are high, and people lost loved ones, and then on the other side, you have a family who may be losing a loved one into the prison system. But that doesn't feel like the right spokesman when you're a very innocent person. Because to add to this, he's got a rap sheet a mile long: felony injury to a child. This is Dominique Alexander, the man that you just heard spoke. Felony injury to a child, forging a check, leading police on a high-speed chase, stealing a car, falsely claiming a car was stolen, offensive physical contact, probation violations, felony theft of property, and you get the idea. Because of all these, we've got a wide variety of mugshots for this man. He's held all sorts of different styles, I can confirm, from his mugshots, because he's just like in the system so much. Okay? And so 2 years prison time in 2016 for breaking probation. And the felony injury to a child was he'd been babysitting for his girlfriend's 2-year-old son in the evening when he called her at 11 p.m., told her to get home now. He didn't tell her why. When she arrived, she found her child unresponsive. He told his girlfriend that he'd been watching the movie with her son on the couch. He paused the movie, police reported, and as he walked into the computer room, he heard the sound of her son, who was asleep on the couch, fall off the couch and onto the carpet. Oops, it's just that the doctor disagreed with the statement. He examined the girlfriend's son in intensive care and said that he had a hemorrhage between the brain and retinal hemorrhages in both eyes, which I can confirm that as a parent, that's not consistent with rolling off of the couch. It's actually consistent with something else, like head trauma and child physical abuse. So you've got the rap sheet a mile long. It looks, I'm just saying, it looks really freaking bad for this family to be like, out of all people that we could pick to represent us and speak for us, we're picking that guy.
There's no other way to explain that. That was ill-advised, to say the least.
To say the least.
To go with this guy, I don't know if it's too late now, but I'm not sure if they were aware of who he was, because yes, to your point, the guy that has a rap, a mile long is putting it lightly. When you have, we've seen mug shots, not just random pictures, but mug shots of him just changing over.
He's been in the system so long, you can't even tell he's the same person.
He's from the same area. I am, same exact age. I don't know this guy.
Are you sure? He looks very different in all of these things. So maybe you just don't recognize him.
Maybe that's the thing. I don't recognize him, but we knew that as soon as the whole ordeal happened, it took place, that there were going to be folks that circled around that family that were going to leech off of various other reasons and race hustle, right? That was inevitable. And obviously it's going to be on the parents to try to put their child, who albeit put himself out as well in a terrible situation, but let's put him in a terrible situation, to try to make the most of it. This is a terrible play. Absolute terrible play to get this particular guy as a spokesperson, especially considering some of the things that he has been found guilty of. Those are, I'd argue definitely when you talk about physical harm to a child, it's unforgivable. by any means, not someone that you ever want to be
How is he?
associated with.
And I'm like, how is he just like out and about?
Yeah, for something that long, that's where I was. Like, man, he's gotten away with a lot. But by the way, like a couple of things can be true where they're foolish, for lack of better terms, to go with this guy. And I hate that this situation comes up. And yeah, you had folks spinning it in whatever way that they could on either side of this. Less about the interaction, which again, apparently the video, why we have not seen that, I'm not exactly sure. But put it out nonetheless. But yeah, like you had folks just obviously sharing false information. We talked about this on the previous show, where you have folks just making stuff up, right? And it's just not true. Stuff about the spending habits and stuff like that. It's just not true, and it's distorting all of what actually took place. Which is unfortunately a minor was killed by another minor over a stupid dispute, which is by itself tragic for everybody that's involved, right? As well as the community of Frisco, right? So, nonetheless, I'm going with that guy. I can't wrap my mind around it unless he was just the first in, kind of best dressed, right? You're looking for someone to, hey, come help us out. He has race hustles all the way through. They're gonna knock on the door immediately, say, hey, I'm from so and so, and I'm here to help. Yeah. They said, look. But again, if they did that, it's still irrational, and I would argue very irresponsible of them as parents.
Yeah, I totally agree. There's also supposed to be there's like a planned white supremacist rally now in Frisco at the high school, which is
all over.
Oh, 1,000%. 1,000%. 1,000%. John?
Yeah, protesting is never a good idea when you're on the good side of things, which I'm not saying that like the white supremacists are the good guys, but it was like supposed to be like pro this deceased child, this young man. I think they were calling it like a White Lives Matter rally. You never want to actually go to a protest if you're the good guy, because that's just inviting opposition to come in and ruin it, to make good guys look even worse. I mean, you've seen this throughout the history of things.
Just, I mean, you got to believe that that's what this is supposed to be.
Yeah, like I believe
there's going to be an altercation. I just see it happening. Like, it's another Charlottesville all over again.
Precisely. Like, I believe in activism and I believe in fighting for what you believe in, but like there are ways to do that aren't like risking things like this happening. And usually protesting is just like a vanity project. Like, people want to go to a protest and make their little sign and take a picture and look at, I'm doing something. But how things actually work are not done by the government looking at you outside and being like they're never going to listen to you. They hate you anyway. So don't walk into the trap. Don't go to something that's advertising itself as like, hey, white people, let's stand up for ourselves. Like, you are asking to be put on a list and to get into trouble. So yeah, I would recommend that.
I mean, listen, based off of the limited information that we have, I know we gotta go in a second. I know based off of the limited information we have, it does appear that this was it was not self-defense. This does appear it was just completely uncalled for, and just some kid who had a temper problem who acted impulsively. But we don't know enough. Like with Kyle Rittenhouse, for instance, we saw the video evidence. We knew enough to know this is wrong. Imprisoning him is wrong. I would feel, it just seems like very ill-advised to show up at a protest when, as Eric pointed out, we don't have the details. I would like to see it, but I mean, we don't have all of the details yet. Everything I've read leads me to believe that this kid was murdered. Okay. But we don't. But like, I don't know for sure. I'm sure as shit not showing up.
Well, especially at this video of right. Like, nobody should even anticipate getting caught with egg on the face. Yeah, surface level, it seems like an absolute massive overreaction to the conflict as what it's being reported, right? But if there's video evidence of this entire altercation, right, and you know that it's out there, I would be weary, because it's like, why? First of all, why are they withholding it, right? Number one, and I get it, maybe they already dealing with minors, don't want to put anybody at risk, but it's already in the court of public opinion right now. And last person you want to be, already there are people that have been caught with egg on their face regarding this situation because they're jumping the gun to the conclusion that they want I guess this whole ordeal to be. Look, don't do nothing stupid. That's all I'm saying. Don't do anything foolish, considering that there's video evidence out there. And yes, it may completely confirm what all we know. but there's also that 1% chance that maybe there's something else. You just don't know.
Wait, just wait a second. All right, we got to take a break. We'll be right back. I mentioned Donald Trump and his team being masterful with the social media game and the way that they are handling all of the social stuff. It's also all of the White House and government websites that they are it's just been amazing to watch. So if you go to covid.gov, you see a much different website. It now says, yes, there it is, Lab Leak says public health officials often mislead the American people through conflicting messaging, knee-jerk reactions, and a lack of transparency. Most egregiously, the federal government demonized alternative treatments and disfavored narratives such as the lab leak theory in a shameful effort to coerce and control the American people's decisions. When those efforts failed, the Biden administration resorted to outright censorship, coercing and colluding with the world's largest social media companies to censor all COVID-19 related dissent. And it also highlights that Anthony Fauci was given a full and unconditional pardon by President Biden. And so it's beautiful. I mean, listen, I know Eric and I, John too, but Eric's like, he belongs under the prison, this guy, so that can't be the last thing that happens to him. But it is so refreshing to see this White House. And I said so many times when Donald Trump dug in his heels about COVID, I was like, this is very simple. You blame the guy whose fault it is, which is the expert that you trusted, who was behind all of this shit. Like, that's very, like, put it at the feet of Anthony Fauci and just say, I was misled, so were you. It was this guy, because it really was. And now they're doing that at COVID.gov.
Yeah, I'm glad we all trusted the plan. I think that we were so angry when everybody started to realize what a sham this was, that we were angry with Trump for, promoting it. But I will say, I think that we get a little hindsight bias and forget, like, how freaked out even Republicans, like older Republicans, were about COVID, that I don't really blame Trump for, being a vaccine salesman or whatever. Also, it's like, if we're trying to get on board with, like, the Bill Gates, like, global eugenics program, you need to filter out everybody, even your own voters, if they're going to take the vaccine. Like, you need to sell it and put it in front of them to see if they're gonna sell out. And if you did, I wish you the best, but I have no regrets. I didn't take it. I know we didn't take it. So.
Well, I mean, I would just say, like, their entire argument was trust the experts. So if that's their argument, then, like, again, it's Anthony Fauci's fault, because Donald Trump was trusting the expert that they placed in front of him and said, this is the guy. So Donald Trump wasn't, like, in there in a lab, like, with little droppers trying to figure things out. He was trusting the people that he was supposed to be able to trust. Now, I would argue nobody should have ever trust Anthony Fauci based off of his history, but he was doing the thing that they said that everyone should do. It's just the expert was a total fraud.
Yeah, him and Burks.
Yep.
Both of them were absolute clowns. And yeah, at the beginning of the whole thing, he was like parading them around because they were the experts. So if you needed an absolute out, that was your out. You know what I mean? If you were going to throw some people under the bus, it's like, look, that's what he should.
Not a doctor. That's what he's there for.
That's what you should have did. Unfortunately, for way too long, he was still championing, and I'm not going to act like that didn't happen. I'm not going to be the guy at the table that act like he wasn't still championing the jab after.
Oh, he was.
We already knew this was the whole thing, total bullshit.
I know, and I'm just like, why are you doing this?
Exactly. So to be fair,
just make it Fauci's fault.
Right. Yes.
But
put it at his feet.
Yeah. Right. Exactly. But now we see they are correcting the record at COVID.gov.
Everybody needs to know that. It needs to be in government documents that they colluded with all these so-called private institutions to suppress the information that was people were out there giving about this whole tree.
Yeah. The unfortunate part is that just with what they've done to all of these Biden government websites, the next president, God let it be J.D. Vance, the next president, if it is a Democrat or the next Democrat president, can just go undo it.
That won't happen because we're playing for keeps now. The narrative is on our side, so the public will be like, we just simply won't ever elect another Democrat.
Your lips to God's ears, John Doyle. Happy Easter, guys.
was still my post. Swag him.
My generation.
Randy's a savage. That kid was like left wrestling in a way that I really respected and I liked because he walked away from it. He pulled a lot out of WWE. A ton of money and a hell of a ride. Circumstances being what they are, man. A wonderful, wonderful life.
They were coming back from being at the store. Randy was driving his Jeep. He said, I'm not really feeling that well. I think I'd like to go home. And he started to swerve out of his lane. And he pressed the gas. And then had to steer. The Jeep was going to crash into other vehicles, oncoming vehicles, and cause all kinds of other fatalities. So she steered the Jeep into a tree to stop him. And Randy was pronounced dead right there on the scene.
Some sad news to report this morning. Pro wrestling icon Randy Macho Man Savage died Friday in a car crash in Florida.
I get a message from Largo Medical, and that my brother and his wife were in a car wreck. So I called up, and that's when they put me on the phone with Lynn, and she explained to me what happened.
Police say Savage lost control of his Jeep Wrangler around 9:30 this morning. His wife suffered minor injuries. Randy Macho Man Savage was 58.
My thought immediately went to, I wish I would have shared some more moments with Randy. Not so much of the in the ring stuff, but just going out and having a lunch or something, to the other side of Savage.
If I never would have been able to meet with Randy one last time before he passed away, it would have probably been something that would have haunted me. I don't think I could have really rationalized it if I never got across and saw him again.
He had a heart attack while driving, and that's a crazy way to die, but it's also a very Macho Man way to die. You take a Jeep and a heart attack into a tree. You're like, dude, what's up? And you kind of wonder if he negotiated it. Yeah. He's like, one way, with the heart stops, and the Jeep pops over the highway. Yeah, right over a tree, and everyone's like, that's a tough way to go. It's very memorable, as opposed to just dying in a bed. It's a very Macho Man way to die. I mean, it's a sad death. I'm not taking that away from it, but I'm saying, as far as spots go, that's a suplex off the top rope. For as many people as can be like, oh, it's not a real sport, it's just entertainment. By the way, I have a big update for everyone. All sports is just entertainment. The value that these athletes have is just as great in culture as a competitive athlete. In fact, with ones like Randy Savage, they're greater. He gave us more than physical entertainment. He gave us himself as a person. Snap into a Slim Jim. Oh yeah. Of being in Spider-Man. I hope all of those things, these cultural moments, added up to something where he knew, like, I was a big deal. I was meaningful. It's crazy because there's some people whose run as a professional wrestler is amazing because it lasts 20 years. Randy Savage, his run was really 7 years, but it's one of the greatest 7-year runs of all time.
Just bring back into the Macho Man.
He was different. He wasn't like everybody else. The perfect way to describe him, he was in the middle. Like watching an artist paint. He can take you on that roller coaster. He had psychology, he had athleticism, and he could tell a story. That was him being that painter.
Captured the imagination of the WWE universe. Truly did.
A whole generation, probably a few generations, have a piece of him in their heart, in their minds, in their memories. Oh yeah, brother. That was something. Oh yeah. Randy affected a lot of people all over the world.
You conjure up warm feelings thinking about Randy.
He was very intense and wanted to give his all, and I still respect someone like that.
You gotta clip while dying. I'm telling the people that if you don't shut up and sit down.
Randy was the real deal. He loved this business. He gave his heart and his soul and everything to this business. And there'll never be another like him. Very few guys have this in their blood and live it. And Randy was one of them.
I am we don't run the planet, and you don't want none of this.
How much longer do you think that you're gonna, keep this up?
I'll keep right down. I'll probably go about 248 more years, and then I'll retire for a year and come back and win the world title again.
Yeah, boy. Y'all know what time it is. It's Games the Clock. Your boy Flavor Flav is chowing down on his favorite hand-batted cooked the oily chicken finger. One love.
Ever since I was a little kid, if I couldn't have the toys I wanted, I'd draw them instead. I sketched Snoopy and the Red Baron, werewolves, Frankenstein. But what I drew the most were the wrestlers that I loved. Guys like Killer Kowalski, Waldo Von Erich, Dr. Death, Mr. X, my favorite, the Zebra Kid. I loved wrestling so much that I even drew myself. And I dreamed that one day I'd be the champion of the world.
Dad, look! It's Brett the Hitman Hart!
We're not looking at a character. We're looking at a guy. His name is Bret Hart.
Go get him, champ.
It wasn't comic book writing. It wasn't storytelling. It wasn't fables. It wasn't make-believe. Bret Private was the first superstar you actually saw a human being in. We all wanted to be the kid that got the glasses.
Yes, a nice gift for youngster at ringside. Hitman Bret Hart
He had the it factor all along. He was like magic. They just were drawn to him like a magnet.
As a kid, I'd sit down in front of the TV and pay attention to Bret's matches more than anything else, the same way I'd do if I was watching Disney or a favorite film, because his matches were so captivating, they were so realistic.
He just had a cool factor. You know, he had the shades, the leather jacket. He made pink and black cool.
If I got pulled over for speeding and name dropped that Bret Hart was my uncle, I'd get out of the speeding ticket. Definitely helped make me a cooler kid in school. And he was just kind of the it thing.
And I'm sure a pro wrestler such as yourself will appreciate all the closet space, Hitman.
Ooh, this place got old man stink.
He took every aspect of being champion to heart.
Straightforward, honest, charismatic. That was a real champion.
The best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be. The excellence of execution.
I've lived for wrestling. My family has lived for wrestling. And we've died for wrestling.
We both collapsed in each other's arms, just hugging each other, just crying. We still grieve, we still miss him.
It's not a sad story. He faced adversity in real life, and he battled through it. And he came out on the other side with his head held high, with his pride and his respect still intact.
I'm not getting into it to be an average wrestler or make a living. I want to be the best wrestler that ever put on a pair of boots. I want everyone to go, he's the best.
The whole mechanisms of a family of 12 kids is hard for anyone to understand.
Hi. Play for an ultra?
Racing for an ultra?
Jump for death. The zone's on the line.
Hi, Denny.
Michelob Ultra. It's a beautiful life.
Always been really grateful for how my dad raised all of us. He was a very hardworking guy. Every single day he got up in the morning and made breakfast for everybody. He'd make 12 dishes. 6 dishes would be for the big ones. And then he'd make 6 slightly smaller ones. And you were not allowed to leave the table till you ate everything. Because my dad had grew up such a tough life growing up. He was born in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan in 1915. He was dirt poor. His father got swindled in some kind of a land deal. He took up squatters' rights on the property until they got thrown off the property, and they end up with his father and his 2 sisters and his mom living in a tent in freezing Saskatchewan prairie for 2 or 3 winters, living off whatever he could hunt, rabbits and whatever birds and stuff he could shoot with a slingshot. I sometimes wonder how he made it through those days.
My grandfather's salvation, his refuge, his shelter was the YMCA, where he ended up taking up amateur wrestling really as just a way to stay warm.
He takes beating after beating after beating. He's getting better and better and better. He came from such a low place that this was his way of asserting himself in the world. He winds up in New York, and it's in New York that he meets the famous wrestling promoter Toots Mondt. He takes a look at Stu, at that time, this chiseled Greek statue of a man.
My grandfather was, as we say, jacked.
My dad and a bunch of wrestlers all went to Long Beach, Long Island. They were all on the beach and they're all flirting with my mom, and my mom was pretty hot stuff back in those days. And my dad somehow caught my mom's eye, and my mom took a shine to him.
My mother and father got married December 31st, 1947, in one of the worst snowstorms in New York history. And my mother used to say, I've been snowed under ever since.
Stu was working as a wrestler, but he wanted to go home. He wanted to go back to Alberta, and he had dreams of being a promoter himself. There was a Calgary promotion at the time. He bought the territory for $50,000. He's got some grand ideas, Stu, at the time.
When we were growing up, it's hard to imagine, but we lived in this 22-room mansion.
It was kind of like across between a hotel where maybe all the staff quit, and a little bit like an orphanage. We were right on the edge of the city limits back in those days.
It was at one time a hospital for the Red Cross. Although it was very stately, it was clearly a well-lived-in house. As a lot of houses, when you have that number of children.
Smith, Bruce, Keith, then came Wayne, Dean. Then we got our first girl, Ellie. And there was Georgia. And then I came along. And then my sister Allison came along. And then my brother Ross came along. And my sister Diana came along. And finally, the last, my youngest brother Owen. I had a really vivid imagination. I loved cowboys and Indians. I loved the Wild West. Davy Crockett was a big hero. It was always an adventure. There was a guy that handled the wrestling bear, Terrible Ted, up in Calgary and working the territory. And my dad let him live on the property. He lived under the back porch of the house. And it was in a little mesh cage. My dad would always have fudgicles in the freezer. And you could take the fudgicles and you could drip the ice cream on your toes. And that bear would lick your feet clean. I remember my feet were like black on the bottom. They were so dirty. I remember my mom going, "Oh, you took a bath?" It's like, "Yeah, I took a bath." Bear cleaned my feet. I never even thought much about it. It's like I kind of assumed everybody had a bear under their porch. Dad did a lot of the cooking, the big stuff, maybe 2 or 3 huge turkeys. Stu had all these connections with the grocers where he would get the distressed food and stuff.
They would give him all the fruit that they were unable to sell. So he would sometimes come home with like 50 pounds of bananas.
We'd be having bananas and milk for breakfast for several months. I spent every Friday night from the time I was 4.5 or 5 years old around wrestlers. Gene Kiniski and Killer Kowalski and Pat O'Connor and Lou Thesz. I can even remember Bruno Sammartino coming up from my father. I earned my first money in pro wrestling, selling programs, and I made pretty good money for a 5-year-old. I'd make $2 or $3 a weekend and buy stuff for myself. My dad had a feud going with a guy named Archie the Stomper. I can remember Archie the Stomper going on TV and talking about he was going to tear up the Hart House down brick by brick.
Everybody with the last name of H-A-R-T. Every single one of them.
Until he found my mom and my dad. He was going to pile drive my mom on the interstate. Basically scared the hell out of me with his promo. And then I watched him pull into the yard in a yellow Corvette, knocked on the door, and my mom came running down. She opened the door a crack, and "Oh, Archie," she had the New York accent and all that. She gave him a hug, gave him his check. They talked for about 20, 30 seconds, and he walked off and got in his car and drove off. What's going on here? Why is my mom being nice to Archie the Stomper, especially after last night he was biting my dad's head? I started to understand how wrestling really works. At the same time, defending wrestling at school all the time. Growing up in a wrestling family the way we did, 6 months you might be doing really good, and then it's 6 months where it drops off horribly. And I remember as a kid always reflected in my clothes, my shoes, and my shoelaces. Your knees are all torn out, and kids would make fun of you for the clothes that you wore.
When your dad's not a policeman or a doctor or a lawyer, when your dad's a professional wrestler and there's 12 of you and you're wearing hand-me-downs, it had its challenges. They called us hard fart, and we hated that.
I was always pretty defensive about that stuff. Well, I think more so defensive of the wrestling. When somebody came up and told me that wrestling was all bullshit, none of it was real, and your dad wasn't really a tough guy, and my dad could beat your dad up, that was time to throw down. Or I would beat a kid with a full Nelson, or a sleeper hold, or a Boston Crab right on the grass. It was a big deal to me to go out there and defend the Hart name, and I never lost a fight at school, ever.
It didn't matter if we dressed funny or if we were different. We were the Hart family. Or my dad would say, the Hart boys are coming. The Hart boys are coming.
Hi, John. What'd you do this morning?
I cold cook.
That's great. Wake up this morning in a brand new day. The skies are far with a perfect day.
I'm a bad cat. Oh, thank you, glass of water. It's mine now. Yes. When I have a hairball, you bet your booty I'm going to throw it up all over Egyptian cotton color. Gross. And even though I'm a bad, bad boy, my mom still gives me the best. And the best, pretty letter. What? You cause the exercise. You think they're going to sharpen themselves? I think not. Unfortunately, my bad boy ways, pretty litter, ultra odor absorbing, which means my litter box no longer stinks up the whole house. So mom's social life is thriving. Who loves me? She does. But don't worry, I have plenty other ways. Like when I bring the gnarliest, most impressive dead bird you've ever made, precious human eyes. You're beautiful. Mommy's gonna love it. Mommy! I got something for you. Will I get a urinary tract infection from carrying a disease-infested bird in my mouth? Doctor, luckily, Pretty Litter is the #1 health monitoring cat litter on the market. Check it. My pee changes color based on health line. Thanks to Pretty Litter, Mom has peace of mind and is able to catch potential problems. Take that, illnesses. Illness. Clean laundry. Look at the right side. At least I'm not covered in disgusting litter dust. This Pretty Litter is 99% dust free. And very low maintenance. Unlike me. Pretty Litter also delivers right to your door. What? Being scared sometimes. Shut up.
Come over here.
I'm gonna be under here for hours.
Wow.
So even though I'm a bad boy, my mom's still pretty obsessed with me. I mean, can you blame her? Yeah, I guess I'm pretty obsessed with her too. Whatever. So to all you bad kitties out there, go to prettylitter.com and get 20% off the first month. The code TAKE20. You're welcome.
My brothers, there's 5 of us in the room there most of the time, if not more. That's where a lot of hijinks and wrestling took place. And in the middle between the 2 bedrooms is my mom's office where all the calls came in. The phones never stopped ringing at the Hart house ever.
Hello.
It was a grassroots business that my mother and father started. And it's like the little promotion that could.
I have $1,000 here where the winner of it, each boy has contributed $100 and they're going to have a Wrestle Royal in Great Falls next Sunday.
You go upstairs and my mother would be in the office booking plane flights, managing the bank account and signing checks. And then in the basement, my dad would be training people. So you would hear people often screaming.
In the basement, this is of course the dungeon, where Stu trains, wannabe wrestlers, trains people who want to break into the business. My grandfather had this deep passion for submission wrestling, where you basically put somebody in a real hold. It's
meant to induce so much pain in them that they scream or they tap out. He'd stretch you, he'd twist you into a pretzel.
Many of these fellas were looking at parts of their body they've never seen before. And to see guys actually vomit.
Guys defecating and crying and begging him, and blood vessels popping in their eyes, passing out in his arms. Upstairs, you'd be in the kitchen sipping red rose tea, and downstairs, somebody's screaming their lights out and like begging for mercy, and my grandfather was just having the time of his life.
My brothers would go down in the basement and they would wrestle with my dad, and they would wrestle each other. He taught his sons how to make a living.
That's the way they want to play it. They're going to get double dose of their medicine next. My brothers were doing it. Bruce and Keith were wrestling full time.
Half as crazy as he makes out to be.
My brother Wayne was a referee.
Wayne Hart, the referee.
When I was in high school, if you'd asked me, what are you going to be when you grow up? You're going to be a pro wrestler? I would have told you never. There's not a chance in hell. You know, when I went out for the wrestling team and I had the long hair, I remember coaches always saying, you got to get a haircut. I was like, no, I'm not cutting my hair. And then I would win. My last year of high school wrestling, I was city and provincial champion. That's really funny. Of course, things change when you get your first girlfriend and drinking beer and loving life and having a good time. The last thing I want to do is wrestle. I was a huge Beatles fan. I was a big Doors fan. I loved rock and roll music. I always loved Jim Morrison of the Doors because I liked the way his hair was kind of like, I like to think that my hair was like that.
Got it. Cold and smooth survival skills. If you encounter one wolf, chances are there's a pack nearby. Fortunately, the same applies to beer. Head for the mountains of
McQueen as movies. I did enroll in film school with no real guidance or plan.
As our star. This is all right behind my dad's house, and he couldn't drive.
Me and a friend of mine bought an 8mm movie camera.
Damn lizard destroying the whole city of Calgary.
Our movie was going to be called The Lizard. I went to a pet store and I bought an iguana, and we were going to make the monster in our movie. They looked so vicious and scary looking. We bought a bunch of model cars that looked like the cars we were driving around in those days. We had some of our friends pulling them on a string, and we had them crash and blow up and burst into flames.
This is how bad as acting is.
We didn't really know what we were doing. We were actually so excited about buying a movie camera and just making movies that we started making the movie without a script and without any plans. And the big blow to us as a production company was that our lizard died. He croaked on us, and it was like, he's the star of the movie. It's like King Kong dying. So there we went to our movie.
Okay, cut. We'll try something else.
I quit college in film school whenever that just dropped out. So I remember telling my friends, like, I'm going to try the wrestling thing. And it was like, really? Like, they couldn't believe it. And I knew I was a good amateur wrestler, so I'm not getting into it to be a promoter's kid wrestler. I'm getting into wrestling to someday be the biggest star in my dad's territory. I'm going to make this wrestling gig work.
This is the fourth of the Hart clan. Bret Hart, again with a big slam. He's got the abdominal stretch. And that's it. And there's your winner, young Bret Hart. My dad's been working out with me a little this week. He knows a little bit about the game. Yeah, a little bit. Okay, Bret. Good to see you. Bret Hart.
The only reservation I ever had was I didn't think he was big enough. And then all of a sudden, his physique emerged. He got bigger. He got stronger. He was believable. He was likable. The fans took to him.
Oh! They got him 1, 2, 3. It goes to Bret Hart. This place has gone wild.
Like a lot of kids who grew up in Calgary in the 1970s, Stampede Wrestling was the ritual.
And it was something that you look forward to on Saturday afternoons. And I do remember the boys in my elementary and junior high school, a lot of the times at recess would emulate the Hart boys.
I'm sure that me and Bruce, Keith, right, fight it any way they want. We can make that match.
It was quite funny because I was like this kid that had been picked on, and all of a sudden, girls were telling me that my brother Brett is so cute. And I'd be like, okay, sure.
The fans loved the Hearts so much. I mean, all the Hearts, all of the 8 boys had some sort of dealings with the wrestling world. And then the 4 girls all wind up marrying wrestlers as well.
My mom, Ellie, is the oldest of the Hart girls. She ended up marrying Jim the Anvil Neidhart, who was my dad.
I'm gonna drop kick you 60 feet all the way to the ceiling.
My Aunt Georgia, she ended up following in my mom's footsteps. His name was B.J. Annis. My Aunt Allison was also married to a wrestler named Ben Bassarab. And then the baby, my Aunt Diana, she married Davy Boy Smith, the British Bulldog. Davy came over to wrestle for my grandfather.
Davy proposed to me outside on my dad's balcony. He said, I've asked your dad and he gave me his blessing. I asked your mom and she almost fainted.
That makes me laugh thinking about my grandmother, Helen. She started off not really liking wrestling, and her whole entire family ends up becoming a part of it, including her daughters. She was in over her head.
In August of that year of '84, my dad was quietly negotiating the sale of Stampede Wrestling and its TV rights to Vince McMahon and WWE.
My mom was always pressing my dad to get out of the business. He was hesitant, and he decided that he was going to sell.
Vince bought the company for the TV network, and as part of the deal, Stu was like, I want you to give jobs to 4 of my guys, which were Brett, his son, Davey Boy Smith, his son-in-law, Dynamite Kid, and Jim Neidhart, who was another son-in-law. Stu wanted to make sure that they were taken care of and had a place to go. Vince looked at all 4 and thought, we definitely could use them.
He told me that I was going to be a big star and had big plans for me. And I was like, that's bullshit. That'll never happen. Basically, Vince McMahon had no plans for Bret Hart.
There were people that believed in him, but Vince just wasn't totally sold on him, and Bret was struggling to find himself because there were only going to be so many failed characters in WWE until Vince ended up just cutting them.
I was a bit more into the Led Zeppelin and the Rolling Stones. Bret was Cat Stevens, Bee Gees, Harry Chapin, Bob Dylan kind of stuff, and I loved Van Morrison. And he couldn't believe it. He's like, wow, he never thought you'd be a Van Morrison fan. And I'm like, oh, I love Van Morrison.
It was getting to that point with Julie where, I hinted to my parents and my dad especially that I wanted to get married. Why didn't you marry a doctor? And I'm thinking, I don't know any doctors that would be interested in me. That's wishful thinking on your part, not mine.
We eloped. We took Brett's best friend and this other friend of ours who was working at the restaurant that we would always go to on Friday night because we needed 2 witnesses. So Brett ran into the restaurant. He's like, George, come on, you got to come with us. Julie and I are getting married. And so he came with us to City Hall. And after the judge basically told us that we were married, we went outside. He goes, oh, yeah, I got your ring. Went and had a quick meal, and he had to go wrestle.
The night I got married, I wrestled Nick Bockwinkel for the AWA World Championship in Calgary at the Pavilion, and that was my honeymoon. I was convinced, absolutely, totally convinced, that I was going to have the first son, the first Hart boy. The baby's name is going to be Stu. I'm going to carry the legacy. But when they came and told me, like, you've got a baby girl, it just floored me. It's like, wow, I got a girl. She was a really beautiful baby, and it was a very happy time for me and Julie. It wasn't long that Dallas was coming next, like the next baby. So I kind of prepared myself, and it's like, I am not going to overthink this time. And I didn't have a name. One of my brothers ended up naming his kid Stuart. So the Stu Hart thing was gone. That wasn't going to happen anymore. And the Dallas Cowboys were on TV. They were my favorite football team at that time.
And I named him after the Dallas Cowboys. He reminded me a little bit of a miniature version of King Kong Bundy. So he was immediately nicknamed Bundy back in those days.
Obesity is a complex chronic disease of excessive or abnormally accumulated body fat. As a medical condition, obesity can lead to a range of health complications, including high blood pressure, diabetes mellitus, heart disease, osteoarthritis, obstructive sleep apnea, liver disease, and even certain cancers. Managing obesity can be challenging. That's why the endocrinology experts at the American Association of Clinical Endocrinology have created the Journey for Patients with Obesity. This journey is your roadmap for up-to-date information and resources to navigate your diagnosis, treatment plan, and wellness goals, no matter where you are in your personal journey. There are 5 steps to the Journey for Patients with Obesity, and each covers a different part of your experience living with obesity. You'll take your first step on your road to better health in the contemplation section. Here, you'll learn about the common causes of obesity and the life circumstances that can contribute to it. You'll also find tips on how to have effective conversations with your healthcare professional about managing obesity. The initial assessment section explores the various types of information your healthcare professional gathers to understand your health status, risk factors, and specific needs. This information helps them develop personalized treatment plans, set realistic goals, and provide appropriate interventions. In the diagnosis and staging section, you'll learn how your healthcare professional diagnoses your stage of obesity. This information guides them in determining which treatment options might be right for you. In the treatment and goals section, you'll discover recommended treatment options, including lifestyle changes, medications, and surgery based on your stage of obesity. Obesity is classified into 3 stages. Stage 1 is obesity with no related complications. Stage 2 is obesity with 1 or more mild to moderate complications. Treatment options may include medications. Stage 3 is obesity with 1 or more severe complications. Treatment options may include medications and/or surgery. Together, you and your healthcare professional can create a personalized treatment plan. The Care and Continuity section explores how to set manageable goals, find patient support groups, and reduce your risk of obesity-related complications to improve your overall health and well-being. You're not alone on your journey with obesity. ACE is by your side as you take steps toward better health. Get started on your journey for patients with obesity today. Visit aace.com/obesityjourney. Support provided in part by Lilly and Behringer Ingelheim.
Final days of Kane's real 40% event. Your last chance for 40% off popular items. This is not up to, it's a real 40% off. Big living rooms, a real 40% off. Bedrooms, a real 40% off. Dining rooms, a real 40% off. 0% interest for 4 full years. Hurry, these real savings are ending soon. Rush in before close of business Monday for a real 40% off. Only at Kane's Furniture.
He was a great dad. Brett was really hands-on with our kids because he was gone so much. Like, that's it. He just staying home. Didn't want to go anywhere.
And I can remember playing with my daughter. She was pushing a shopping cart or toy one around. She was so excited she was going to get me groceries and did stuff all afternoon. But I had to hide my suitcase. I had to bring it down the stairs and sneak out of the house because she would get so upset if she thought I was leaving again.
It was always on the nights that my dad would have to sneak out and get on a plane to leave. I wish that he could have been there more. But I also, I think, felt so bad for my mom.
I would love to have stayed home, especially at that time with 2 very young babies.
Welcome to the World Wrestling Federation, and welcome to the good old U.S. of A.
Yeah, it's great to be here. Now I'm down in the United States. I want to really earn myself a niche here.
I pretty much walked out the door and in a lot of ways never came back. When I was gone at least 300 days a year, every year.
Bret Hart from Calgary, Canada, following in his father's footsteps into the ranks of professional wrestling. Bret had been used to incredible talent. And whoa, tremendous stop in there as well. Back and roll and coming up. Whoa. But when Bret came into the WWE, he didn't really fit into the upper echelon as far as size, drawing power, personality.
He didn't have the confidence. The company wasn't totally sold on him. At one point, they wanted him to be a cowboy.
We're going to call you Cowboy Bret Hart. You're going to ride a different horse out to the ring every night. I'm not a cowboy. You know, where I come from in Calgary, you got to be a real cowboy to call yourself a cowboy. I can't even ride a horse.
He had to come up with a suggestion. Bret decided that he and my dad could be a tag team.
Jimmy and Neidhart and Bret Hart teaming up in the air, and what's going to happen here? Oh, wow, what a clothesline.
Here are your winners, Bret Hart and Jim the Anvil. When we first teamed up, we didn't even have matching outfits. I didn't think we were going to last. We had a Saturday Night Main Event match coming up. I called the lady out of Ohio that used to make all the wrestling gear. I was in the hotel room with Jim Neidhart. I said, "She's got a hot pink." He liked it. He gave me the nod, like, "Go for it. Go for the pink." And I remember thinking, pink? Like, are you serious? All of a sudden, everyone's wearing pink. Why is this? Because they're jealous! I didn't like it. Jim loved it, and I always said pink is not my favorite color, but it was my lucky color.
We're the best team in professional wrestling. We got this manager right here, the greatest manager in professional wrestling.
How do you feel, baby? How do you feel?
The original formation of the Hart Foundation were kind of three guys that were kind of put together, but I think with all of us having the name Hart somewhere in it, Neidhart, Jimmy Hart, Bret Hart, it was just something that really meshed. You know, it's like the three amigos. Everybody was different. I was running around the ring like 90 miles an hour with a high squeaky voice. Hey, baby, it's all beautiful. Come on, Bret, come on, Jim. Kind of stirring up everything.
I'd love to see the day when somebody takes a megaphone and shoves it down his throat.
He would just absolutely drive you insane. Never stopping, where's where he got his name, Mouth of the South.
And my dad was always the scene stealer.
Then what? What we got?
He was always the one that just had an over-the-top charisma about him.
Are we scared?
And he loved to laugh like a lunatic.
Even though we were the bad guys, the girls love Bret. Oh my gosh, did they love Bret.
We've got skill, we've got looks, we've got everything, and we've got money.
His talk and everything else was so smooth. He was like smooth operator.
Not only am I possibly the greatest looking wrestler, but I'm also the greatest technical wrestler.
Ooh, what a drop kick by Bret Hart.
You get Bret to come in with this crisp, slick, but yet rough, rugged, technical wrestling. And then here comes Anvil.
Look at the power and the strength of the Anvil.
Slingshotted over the top like a Harry Zeppelin. Big forearms and the goatee and yeah, baby. And Bret just calm, cool, holding it down. All of the things that as a teenager that I loved in the tag team, they brought it all to the table.
And your champions, world heavyweight.
One of the most important parts to our success as a team was that we all really liked each other. Every day was an adventure with Jim Neidhart. I wish I could just go back and live those days just for a few minutes. Vince had called me because I don't know what it is. For some reason, we got more fan mail for you than any other wrestler in the company. We're going to take you out of the tags and you're going to be a single wrestler all by yourself. I was kind of skeptical of anything that was going to happen for me. And so I didn't really believe it.
Bret had something. He had a twinkle in his eye that you knew there's something there.
for whatever reason, it didn't blast off immediately.
Once you put me in singles, you took away Jimmy Hart, you took away Anvil, and they were my support for promos. And I had to start talking on my own. Wasn't my strongest suit, but I was trying my hardest.
You may have come out of Harlem, but I came out of the dungeon.
Everything was tied in with my dad, the Hart family, one of 12 kids.
He's taught us how to be tough. He's made us fight. And I learned hold after hold after hold, and I learned to never quit.
Gorilla Monsoon always talked about my dad on TV in the dungeon.
And he learned that in the dungeon in Calgary, Alberta, from one of the greatest wrestlers of all time, Stu Hart.
These are all things that fans didn't hear about from other wrestlers. Fans starting to slowly get opened up to this backstory. And at the same time, fans had seen me slowly climb up. They understood my struggle. They related to it.
Although he is very technical and very sound, very believable, Brett was not all that big compared to the other performers. But Brett stayed in there, hung in there, and hung in there. It's like, and eventually everyone recognized his skill, and the rest is history.
Brett was put in with Kurt Hennig, who was one of the absolute greatest performers in the history of the business.
Well, clear, kind of high level.
Fascinating.
Ice cold.
No matter how much you beat the crap out of him, he just wouldn't die. He just kept coming back. Kind of like a Rocky type of vibe, you know what I mean? As the match progressed, you could notice he would focus more on the back areas. Why is he doing that? His finishing was the sharpshooter. He's wearing down his opponent, so his finishing was effective.
The Intercontinental title was given to the best actual technical wrestler in the company. We'd come that far and had this moment together as a family, and I was so happy to give both my mom and my dad that moment. They brought honor to the family and the name, my dad, and everybody.
Bret the Hitman Hart defends his coveted Intercontinental title against his brother-in-law, the British Bulldog.
Bret, you are my brother-in-law. But when I step in the ring with you, Bret, I never met you. I don't even know you. He's the one that wanted to challenge me. He's the one responsible for all the family tension. He's the one that wanted a shot.
The beauty of what the storyline presented was this realism.
He wanted the big fight. He's got the big fight.
Brett's obsessed with keeping the belt. Davey's consumed with winning
This
it.
is not a made-up story. She's not an actress. This is my real sister. She really is married to the Bulldog.
But they don't understand what we're going through.
It was a legitimate storyline. I had feelings for both of them. I really did.
Take a listen to the comments of your dear mother, Helen. Take a look at the emotion she showed.
I don't want them to fight. I don't want them to hurt each other. They're all not blood. I just can't stand it. Sorry.
She pretended to cry or something too because she was so torn up over her family fighting over this, and they even had certain members of my family take Davey's side.
Bret's ego is so damn big that he can't get a grasp of reality.
All that just came across as layers to the truth of the story. And then it's like, okay, well, can you deliver the match?
They sold that out in less than 11 hours. Before that, I think Madonna and Michael Jackson had the record for selling out the fastest, and over 80,000 tickets were sold. This is my husband wrestling my brother. It was extraordinarily overwhelming for me. My brother's kicking my husband in the face. It's like, and then he suplexes Brett off the top rope. Brett grabs Davey by the hair. Davey slingshots him, and Brett goes into the turnbuckle. Oh my God!
Like a civil war. It's been an uncivil war. Justice authority on the part of all participants.
Thank God that's over, and Davey won. Like Davey boy won. I was so happy about that.
And he did it in his own backyard.
Winning and losing when you're telling a great story really doesn't matter. What matters at the end of the day is what does the audience remember?
There you see it! There! Between your husband and your brother! Losing isn't always a bad thing. If it's done in a dramatic way, an honest way, and an emotional way, this has been a family affair! It will make me a bigger star.
I don't know if that was ever in the plans. And that's what makes me respect it even more. He had to prove it. Night in, night out.
I stuck underneath one of him that drop kick. He's about to slap it on. You're talking about the sharpshooter. You call it surrender. Sharpshooter, there it is. Forget about it.
Kids like me showing up, always watching that Bret Hart match because I just knew it was going to be great.
Talk about confidence on a roll.
That eventually springboarded to the World Heavyweight Championship.
There was a fair number of people that never imagined me being world champion, including fans and wrestlers.
Cracking the champion, Hart in full control. Here's a match in this match. He's perched up there now. Look out! Superplex coming up. Oh yes!
Most people swear by brown rice. I think it's a healthier choice, but I just heard a top doctor say that brown rice actually has something that we mess with up. And he talked about how brown rice doesn't just have sugar. It's packed with lectins, which are these tiny little plastic that infections up, making digestion harder, causing bloating, and even blocking nutrient absorption. So is brown rice really the healthier choice? Let's see what Dr. Bundy has.
This is your gut, also called your intestines. And if you're like the average American, your gut might have a problem that's causing you to gain weight. No matter how much you exercise or what kind of foods you eat, this problem can also cause bloating, constipation, aches in the joints, fatigue, lack of mental clarity, and waking up feeling run down. The cause? Foods that you've been told are helping this tomato. As it's digested, the tomato releases a special protein called the lectin. It actually causes pores, the delicate lining of your gut. And when that happens, food and waste particles like food can leak out of your intestines into your bloodstream. Back roads, doctors call it leaky gut, and it's the source of so many of the problems my patients suffer from. I can't lose weight 3 or 8 years. I'm always tired, and my going further. The good news is there's a cheap way to help fix this problem. It does not require crazy exercises or following a strict diet. You can lose weight and keep it off.
Millions of Americans have changed their gut health, all thanks to a world-renowned doctor and best-selling author, Stephen Gundry.
You really have changed the way I think about what I do. What I see.
You did all this research and was 70 pounds heavier. What did you change? What did you stop eating? What did you stop eating?
So I used to be 70 pounds. I was running 30 miles a week. I was going to the gym 1 hour every day and eating a copious fat vegetarian diet. And no matter what I did, I couldn't lose weight. But by adding one thing to my diet, I completely changed my gut health. Suddenly lost weight, discovered energy. Never knew I had. Cleared up my digestion. I found joy in eating again. I attribute almost all of my weight loss to the addition of one thing that I did to my diet. People ask me how I'm so much skinnier and more energetic these days. I show them this one adjustment I make for breakfast. They say, that's it. I say, try it for yourself. A few weeks later, I always get an astonished phone call. Never fails.
Cardiothoracic surgeon Dr. Stephen Gundry credits one simple breakfast trick for his extraordinary health at 73. And today, he wants to show the world how to do it.
There's an easy, science-backed way to boost your energy, make your skin look younger, and you can trim your waistline. And you can do it without even leaving your house. Have you ever wondered why people in the wealthiest countries in the world are getting fatter and sicker every year? Brand new research suggests it's because we've been thinking about health all wrong. It turns out age-related issues like low energy, sagging skin, joint discomfort, and even weight gain are all connected. And they're not just a part of getting old, as you might have been told. See, there's a shockingly common health problem that could be making you look and feel decades older, because this problem corrupts the area of your body that controls your energy, your mental clarity, your weight, virtually all of your body's major processes. If you find yourself needing a ton of coffee to wake up in the morning, or if you're experiencing bowel issues or unhealthy food craving, or you're watching your weight tick up very quickly, no matter what you do, I'd be willing to bet you're one of the millions of people unknowingly living with this problem. Thankfully, now that we know what causes these issues, the solution is crystal clear and it's very simple. You can feel more energetic, soothe your joints, and look slimmer and younger without giving up your favorite food, spending tons of time in the gym. I actually discovered this new solution because strict dieting, exercise, didn't work for me. Years ago, I was 70 pounds overweight. So fatigued, I could hardly get out of bed in the morning. And this was despite eating a healthy, low-fat diet, running more than 30 miles a week, doing everything myself and my colleagues typically recommend to our patients. Still nothing changed until I discovered a shocking secret buried in cutting-edge research from top universities. I was stunned to discover you can completely transform the way you look and feel by adding food to your plate every morning. These days, I'm slim, healthy, and as energetic as I was in my 30s. And I owe it all to the simple breakfast trick I'm about to show you. If you find yourself in the same position I was, looking and feeling worse every year despite your best efforts, I want you to add 3 super foods to your breakfast every morning. I'll share the name of each one in just a moment. They're not hard to find. You might even be eating 1 or 2 of them already, but studies show that when you eat these foods together in exactly the way I'm about to show you, they help get your body working the way it's supposed to. That's it. You don't need to change anything else about your diet. You've got a breakfast you love, whether it's a delicious smoothie or bacon and eggs. Just try adding these 3 super foods. I think you'll be amazed at what happens to your body. Again, my name is Dr. Steve, and I'm a cardiothoracic surgeon and celebrated nutritionist living in Palm Springs in Santa Barbara, California. I graduated with honors from Yale University and received my medical doctorate from the Medical College of Florida. I spent 16 years as a professor of surgery and pediatrics, chairman of cardiothoracic surgery at the world-famous Loma Linda University.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. But
Oh, this is so fun. Coming. Come on. It's fun. Good job. Look at that, my shoe. Oh. Go. Good. My mama don't come down TV last night. Yeah, my wife. So yeah. Oh. But I don't want to cut. Um, no. Damn. Shit, my bad, y'all. I had passed out. I had straight up passed out. All right, y'all. I'm out. 11 hours into a live stream that I fell asleep in. I had to be real about that, but yeah. All right, y'all. I'm out. Peace.